Moved from Turkey to the US, here's the reason why. Thought America was cool, guess I was high. Maybe it was the food that I was attracted to. 70 types of Oreo made me into Marabou. Joined TYT, then left it, started streaming. Spent half of my time banging my desk and screaming. But just when you think you've got me down and out of ammo, that's when I turn around and hit you with an effing blammo! Blammo! Blammo!
I said it.
With an effing blammo.
That's what that is.
With an effing blammo. Blammo. With an effing blammo. 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 That chest it up. That chest now. That chest it up. That chest it up. That chest it up. That chest it up. With an effing blammo.
There you go, dude.
Lips call me woke and fell in love with my face. Though my voice was soy, so I turned up the bass. Small head, bad takes, the haters said. Not as bad as their moms got it when I took them to bed. Getting shit on for trying to prove there is no schism between our capitalism and our imperialism. Screw it.
I'm saying it.
24/7, here it comes. America deserved 9. Blammo! Blammo! Blammo!
I said it.
With the effing blammo.
That's what that is.
With the effing blammo. Blammo. With the effing blammo.
There you go, dude.
That chest it up. That chest now. That chest it up. That chest it up. That chest it up. That chest it up. With an effing blammo. Dating adult stars, breaking hearts, bending pants.
I get it.
With the dress sense equivalent of Comic Sans. Champagne, socialist, Porsche owner, HasanAbi. I've heard it all, even from the stands in my lobby. Single himbo leftist against a world of grifters. They try to cancel me, but only manage to lift us. Last bar's coming up, but you'll miss it, don't be sour, cause we're approaching the ad break at the top of the hour.
Segue.
Blammo! Blammo! Blammo!
I said it.
With an effing blammo.
That's what that is.
With an effing blammo. Blammo. With an effing blammo. 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 That chest it up. That chest now. That chest it up. That chest it up. That
What's going on, everybody?
That chest it up.
I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hassan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from not sunny but hazy California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, I hope all the girls, and I hope all the MBs are having a fantastic one, because today is a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today's 58 degrees and hazy in sunny California, but today is a Monday. That's right. Unfortunately, I have lost my voice a little bit, so I might come across a little raspy. I think you guys know why I lost my voice, but this is part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news, about what's going on in my life. Creator Clash 2 full VOD? Jesus Christ. I don't know if I'll watch the whole thing, but anyway. Charlie was bragging about you? What do you mean? Anyway, I'm live and alive, folks. And I suspect we have a lot to talk about, but I suspect that given the fact that this is my first stream back after not streaming for 2 days, chat is going to be a little unhinged today. You haven't gotten your parasocial. You haven't gotten your parasocial, input, your feedback, your loop. A lot of people are desperate for attention. So I'm going to try to do my very best to just navigate through the news stories and my regular broadcast without paying too much attention to people who are just like desperately looking for attention. But anyway. But yeah, this is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news, about what's going on in between the time period that I clicked stop streaming and then started streaming. And let me tell you, after I got done on Friday early, I lied one more time about gaming and didn't actually deliver for you for good reason, because I was actually late to my flight. I was going to be late to my flight. I got ready and I headed straight to the airport. And my lord, was the airport a fucking absolute mess. I mean, just disastrous. Just straight up the worst. Why'd you cut your arm, baby boy? Charlie. This is a Charlie scar. But we'll get to that. Now, I flew in to Tampa, Florida on an overnight red-eye flight, which was a big mistake because it's only a 5-hour flight, and 5-hour flights are difficult to sleep in regardless. Flights are difficult to sleep in regardless. But, you know, we got that business class seat, so I'm thinking to myself, like, they'll have lie flat seats. For those of you who don't know, usually in, like, international travel, or even if you're going from, like, one big travel hub to another, like LAX to JFK, they usually give you lie flat seats. I'm too big for the lie flat seats, but I can make it work. Right? Those are the seats that go bzzz, and then it's just like, it's basically the same as an airplane seat, but you can lie flat on it like a tomb, like a coffin. But not to Tampa. Because Tampa, and this might come as a surprise to many of you, or a surprise to absolutely no one, Tampa is not necessarily an international hub. Even though Tampa is an international airport, it's not exactly a big travel hub. You were on the wrong airline? No, I looked at all of them. None of them have good tickets. You're wrong. I don't know why you said that, but... And more importantly, I have my travel advisor. The travel advisor, Austin Shell. But big mistake was a red eye in general. Don't recommend it for anybody. Don't recommend a red eye for anybody if you're going to like Tampa or whatever, especially because it fucks you up, which it did. I got into the hotel. I checked in. There's a lot of stuff that I'm not going to tell you because there's a VOD coming out. There's a YouTube video coming out. Hopefully Austin Ox is working on it already. I filmed everything. I filmed my entire experience this weekend, and I think you guys are going to really, really like it. I know, because like even this random Sunday where I chose to just fucking take my phone out and film myself, this already has 200,000 views, which I'm very excited by. I mean, look at this. It's got 200,000 views in 2 days, and that's just like a regular day in the life. You know what I mean?
I don't know. Am I going to wear it anyway? Yes, I'm going to wear it.
So that's just my regular vlog, but a day in the life that I did. What I do when I'm not streaming? But yeah, Tampa, lots of fun. All I'm going to say is lots and lots of fun. It was wonderful seeing everybody there. I'll probably give you like an update, a cover, give you some broad coverage on what happened overall. This Moist talked about it on his stream. Yeah, we balled on Sunday, dude. It was so much fun. I want to just say, right off the jump, did you go to a strip club? No, I did not. Right off the jump, like Moist and his crew are so funny. They're so great. They were so welcoming. Like, they were incredible. I mean, he has this awesome setup out there. One that you couldn't really make in Los Angeles in a similar way. Like, I would say Lud is probably trying to emulate that here, but it's like very different to do out here because it's so much more expensive. But it's like a fun house. It's basically like a fun house. They got everything. They got like a fucking basketball court out there. They have, a gym indoors. Like, it's so awesome. The Moist compound was fucking awesome. We shot a podcast there. Charlie's on the next episode of Fear End that's going to be out tomorrow. He's got so many dildos in the factory. It's great. Creator Clash fun stuff. Yeah. I met Olayemi and I met Lolo Overruled. They were there. They were a lot of fun to hang out with. I didn't get to see them too much because I was working nonstop the entire weekend. But are you doing Coachella weekend too? No, I'm not. Anyway, what is this? This is Charlie?
The MVP of our basketball games today. I mean, it's fucking painful to say, but Hasan dropped the most points. Like I said this earlier, I legitimately thought he was just going to be a meme out there. The guy can kind of ball. Like he can actually kind of ball. Like I said, I thought he was just going to be kind of posting up and falling asleep like actual AFK shit. But no, like he would do a drive and he has a good turnaround jumper. He like actually has a good turnaround jumper.
Whew. Fucking. I got a touch, baby. I got the touch. You know what I mean? This sounds like the Moist TTS voice. Yeah. It was a lot of fun. We filmed a whole bunch of footage, dude. We got that. We got the fucking Moist Warehouse crew versus my crew +2. I brought Will. I brought Brian, my trainer, who's fucking a demon. Obviously, him and I play basketball all the time. And honestly, at the end, Rage is too pussy to play you, unfortunately. Bro, I see that. Like, I actually see that. I see that and I believe that. It's kind of sad to see. Yeah, okay, 1 second. Sorry, I had the fucking door. I had to talk to the person on the door. Rage has a legit knee injury, I think. That's why he can't ball too hard. I don't know. He was talking about it. Okay. I mean, that's fine. Does Rage have beef with you? I have beef with him. Bro, why were you roasting your trainer on Insta? No, I was roasting him because he's really good, but he wasn't as good as he normally is when we were playing. But he was still fucking devastating. He was lethal. I mean, he's a really, really good shooter normally, but he wasn't really shooting that well. But it doesn't matter. It was just a meme. So yeah, I mean, we played a lot and it was so much fun. I said like it's the most American experience. You know what I mean? Balling with the boys. We had some adult Capri Suns, Gatorade Zeros. Yeah, like waiting. You know what I mean? It's fire. Some snackies in the sun, you know? But yeah, Charlie definitely, alongside with like Creator Clash, truly made Tampa a worthwhile visit. It's weird that I'm saying this, you know? Anyway. But yeah, the first day, I slept for the first half of the day and then, you know, sweatily tried to fucking find everybody. There was a Taylor Swift concert happening right next to my hotel, and it absolutely destroyed my travel plans of like going to the original hotel that everyone was like leaving out of. It was crazy. I had no idea how many fucking HasanAbi heads were in Tampa at the Taylor Swift concert. I'm not even kidding. Like, dude, I was walking down the street. It's like super humid. I'm trying to find an Uber, but because the concert hall is like right next to my hotel, it's basically automatically locking me into like one of the pre-designated concert hall pickup points. And I can't like pull it out, right? Because it's so close to the fucking concert hall. It's the worst possible thing that could have ever happened. So now I'm out in the street by myself, literally running, sweating like a motherfucker. And there's like I'm not even kidding. I think 60 people tried to stop me. And multiple people were in cars. I'm just like, I'm literally running. I'm like trying to get to my Uber because I'm late to the fucking fight. And people are just like, yo, Hasan, oh my God. And it's like, there's like cars stopping in the middle of the street honking at me. Like almost like pylons almost happening. Accidents almost happening. I was like literally running at that point. I was like running to get to this Uber pickup destination. And I did, and it was fine. And it was great. You know, and then I finally made it to the fight. The fight was incredible. I cried a little bit. Okay, I'll fucking admit it. I don't give a shit. I'm man enough to say it out loud. I cried when Myth won. You know, when Myth won by TKO. I cried a little bit. Okay, just a little bit. Not a lot, but it was very manly. It was a very manly cry. Fuck you. Okay. I was so proud of him. Luckily, nobody saw, so it's fine. So yeah. But I think I should just blast off and give Creator Clash updates and stuff a little bit. And feeling rejuvenated. News to go over. Bro, please don't open so many random links on stream. So many dildos. Wait, really? Something happened to AB's liver? No. Hold on. Okay. Here you go. Let's use this. Someone. Oh, I saw that. Hold on. Where is it? Where is the... Someone caught me in the reaction to Myth's fight. Oh yeah, this is so dumb. Anyway, okay. Here you go. Let's get it started. Let's blast off. I tweeted it out. I'm live and alive. Let's go. Let's go. It's Monday. Retweet it. Like it. Grab his dick and twist it. We'll watch the Menace off later. Obviously, we got a lot going on today. Luckily, it's a Monday, but it's like a relatively lighter news Monday. I mean, even though there is a lot of news to cover, like a fucking insane shooting, another like mass shooting happened in Alabama while I wasn't streaming, where like 20 people were injured. It's like little kids. And then the police were just like not giving information on what is actually happening. It's very weird. It's very weird. You got the Fox and Dominion news. AOC saw that post of you with the giant dicks. No, she didn't. And even if she did, it's not the end of the world. Like, who gives a shit, dude? Calm down, you know? Yeah, the KS shooting we're gonna cover, obviously, which is fucking another expected but absolutely disastrous thing that happened. But before we do that, before we do all of that, CEO Politico DMs got leaked. I love that. I mean, he's probably some fucking right-wing freak. We'll cover the Ostenox video on this. Anyway, yeah. Here it is. Keep blasting off. Keep blasting, keep blasting, keep blasting. We're back, baby. Let's do it. Chatter said they're unionizing at some medieval shop or something in Chicago. This happened. HasanAbi, so disgusting. What is this? They're hitting people with cars and assaulting those on the picket line. Policing abuses. People just want to be paid living wages and the company doesn't give a shit about them. Instead, they're getting assaulted and arrested. My friend was hit by a car tonight. Is this medieval times? Is this another medieval times that's like going for unionization? Because I know the HasanAbi heads in New Jersey were doing that. I gotta go to like, I kind of want to go to every medieval times around the country with fucking possibly Eddie Bareback and Ted Nivison, like we said we would do it. As they're like unionizing. I want to go so bad. I've never been to medieval times. It's like so awesome. As a young boy, I always dreamt about eating like turkey legs and shit. Cross the picket line to go eat. No, it wouldn't be like that. Tim Dillon mentioned you with Stavi.
I'm doing this movie with Addison Rae.
Yes.
Who, you know,
perfect blend of
me and
styles.
Addison Rae, like a lot of people, they're both, you know, listen, people like us because we're hot. Yeah. We're sexy. We're young. We represent a lot of things to women.
Yes.
My fan base is mainly teenage women who are looking for, they're looking for advice. And my advice to all of them is keep your pussy away from me and don't vote.
Don't even register.
Don't even register. It's not sexy. Is there anything less attractive than a woman voting? But I'm kidding. React to this, Hasan. But no,
why does he say this? I'm so open-minded about Timothy J. Dillon's podcast and his fucking conversations. He's just mad that I outed him as the guy who did the fucking Canada big titty thing. Okay? That's it. I outed him as the guy who did the big titty teacher thing in Canada. With the Z cups. You know what I'm talking about? Tim's old producer is one of my longest Patreon subs, legend. Yeah, I think, no, Tim's got some dudes in his corner that I am mutuals with as well. Like, I think it might be literally the old producer you're talking about, M. Hud, or it might actually be another producer as well. But yeah, no, Tim is very funny. Midwestern Marks covered Richard Wolf on Leftovers and gave a very uncharitable view of you, mentioning because the comments were usually in your favor, Hasan PR and swing. It's okay. Ne? Benle konuşuyor zannettim. Exploding milk porn. First time typing in chat. Can you talk about what's going on in Sudan? No. I don't know enough. I've looked into it, but I'm like not completely aware and not super knowledgeable of what's going on in Sudan. So no. We can do a learning session. I mean, okay. So, here. We're going to talk about Creator Clash, but before we do that, apparently, I remember these guys. They're Finnish, right?
Yeah.
He's watched our TikTok, or a TikTok of you.
Yeah, I mean, a long time ago.
But we know it now. And HasanAbi is, who is he?
I mean, he's quite famous Twitch streamer, political commentator, I guess.
You watched the clip?
Yeah. Like it was about the conversation we had about money and
Yeah.
how I really don't care about money that much.
Yeah.
Interesting video. They ask a really good engineer from Finland about why he doesn't move to Silicon Valley. Check how he answers. The safety net his country gives him completely altered his perspective on money. It no longer drives him. Greed levels are systemic.
It's like you deserve 200,000 a year and you should move to Silicon Valley, or you should start your own company. Why are you here?
I already have more money than free time. I have no reason to move to Silicon Valley.
I love this video.
I
It's so
can't take
good.
a long vacation.
That is important for you.
Yeah.
What do you do?
I just spend time in Japan with my friends. There.
Okay, for the record, back then, I had not been to Japan yet. Now that I have actually been to Japan, wow. I mean, how based. That's the dream right there, dude. You just fucking, you live your life, you work, you skip the top of the hour ad breaks by subscribing for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime, and you go to Japan when you have time to go to Japan. I mean, that's crazy. Disposable income utilization, going to Japan frequently. Another way to utilize your disposable income is the $5 a month subscription that allows you to avoid the top of the hour ad breaks. Okay? That's right, because the 3-minute ad break is upon us. You can also, if you don't have $5 because you used it on your Japan trip, subscribe for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, or by getting gifted a sub. Here's the 3-minute ad break. Now, I had to do it to him for the one time. That's the first day back, baby. You know I had to do it to him. Extra summons. Thank you for the 5 get the subs. Sakura Gore, thank you for the 25 get the subs, allowing 30 people to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour. Miyamoto Toru, thank you for the 5 get the subs as well. Yeah. Wait, did I already fucking run it? What the hell? Tamana, thank you for the 5 gifted. Okay. Let's continue.
I think people imagine that if you could get a really high salary, you would.
I don't really.
Exactly, dude. It's also part of the reason why I don't take on so many fucking sponsorships and only serve ads at the top of the hour every hour, which is a 90 or a 60-second ad break. The lowest amount of ads I could fucking serve you. Oh my god, I did this again. This is twice in a row that I've reacted to this dude and then fucking actually did an ad rate. An ad segue. Oh my god. Because what the fuck am I gonna do with all that extra money? Am I gonna put it in my ass, dude? Doesn't matter. I live a luxurious life. Not everything has to be about like making as much money as fucking possible, as humanly possible, okay?
Value money, like for the sake of it. I mean, I do understand that it's a really privileged position, but living in Finland, I can't actually imagine how I would have to screw up that I would go hungry. So there has never been that kind of urgency, which is probably why I just don't care about money.
That man operates that way because he has his fucking needs met by the state to a certain degree. It gives you freedom. When you have health care, you don't have to take a fucking job that you don't want to. Take a job that you're good at, which will greatly improve your performance. Make your labor force more productive.
What do you think about his thoughts?
As I stated in that video as well, that it's like a very privileged position to have. And like Hasan basically said the same thing, that you can have that kind of state of mind really only when your basic needs are insured by like the state or like some kind of safety net.
Yeah.
That you don't really have a risk of like extreme financial distress.
It's true. But come on, this big Twitch streamer looks at our company TikToks. It's kind of surreal because you have watched this guy.
Yeah.
And then suddenly
I bet this guy doesn't like me that much though. Or maybe he does, I don't know.
You're looking at him, looking at you. I think it was fun. It's so fun to stumble upon this.
He's chill as hell. You just sent HasanAbi a Kirill shirt. What a crossover. These are the things you don't expect when creating a branding account on TikTok. Normies discovering the React meta. Why would you think that?
HasanAbi.
Yeah.
I have two different types of social democrats living in living in countries like this. Ones that recognize that we don't have what they have, and that's why they're like, Hasan is advocating for the good things. And then others who are like really into like NATO and stuff, who are just like, I'm a social democrat, but also I think like Muslims should be purged in the country. I'm not saying he is. I'm just in my experience, my brain is just broken, dude. Okay, I'm just a cynical person. You know, that's what it is. Are you watching the basketball or hockey playoffs? I'm not watching any of those playoffs. I'm actually just simply watching anime. That's right. Or not just anime. It's time. It's actually time. Hold on one second. Guys, it's not even One Piece time. Wait, hold on. One second. Are you ready for this? It's time for the HasanAbi movie hour. That's right. Really quickly, before I move on, I'm joined by Michael Barbaro for the HasanAbi movie hour. That's right. When I was flying over to Tampa, I had a unique opportunity to watch a movie that I was not really looking forward to watching at all, as a matter of fact, until it got the Oscar nod. I'm of course referencing Tar. Tar was a riveting masterpiece in my opinion, thrilling, suspenseful. Okay? And I greatly enjoyed it. Okay? And I'll tell you what, Tar, for those of you who don't know, is a 2022 psychological drama film written and directed by Todd Field. It stars the wonderful Cate Blanchett as Lydia Tar. In my opinion, Cate Blanchett acted her ass off in this movie. Lydia Tar is a renowned conductor who is accused of sexual misconduct. Tar premiered at the 79th Venice International Film Festival in September 2022, where Blanchett won the Volpe Cup for Best Actress. The film had a limited theatrical release and was overall a flop. It was not widely accepted by domestic or international audiences. The film had the limited release in the United States on October 7th before a wide release on October 28th by Focus Features. Although it got widespread acclaim for Blanchett's performance, it unfortunately did not do so well in the box office. Now let me tell you something. I loved it. It was very suspenseful. It was very good. It was hyper realistic. It was like, I would call it hyper realistic sociological horror. Okay? And then the last act of the movie was when things, in my opinion, completely unwinded and turned into something entirely different. A lot of people are saying it's kind of boring. It was too beautiful for it to be boring. For me, at least. Psychological? No. Sociological is the right term, not psychological. Because Todd Field hyper-focused on so many concepts that people talk about regularly, and I think a lot of people watched it at face value and they thought, it's about cancel culture. It's criticizing the awfulness of cancel culture and how it can take down like a person by whipping up drama around them or whatever. And I did like that aspect of it because it absolutely it kind of left it up to the viewer to make that assessment. It gave enough for you to think that like Lydia Tarr was actually a horrible monster, but it also gave you so little that it could feel at times like she was an over-accomplishing person who was in the spotlight, who was, as a matter of fact, being targeted for no reason. Like, and it's great because all of my Twitter brain fan base will look at that and go, she groomed young women. Yes, that's the point. The point was that the actual point of the movie was supposed to be that whether she groomed young women or not was supposed to be left up to the viewer. They always gave you enough information, but not so much that it wasn't conclusive. Okay? And it was great. It was about her workers being the talent. It was about labor. Okay, I don't know about that far. No, they were very explicit about that part. I think she did as well, for the record. It's a movie about an asshole making great art. What did you think about the ending being Monster Hunter? I thought it was pretty funny. But ultimately, guess I missed that. It seems like she obviously groomed them. I think she had. I think that there was definitely sexual misconduct. And from what I understand, the way that they basically presented, and I think it's really interesting, is that at the final sequence is like the final act leaves it all up to the imagination, whether or not you actually consider it to be like entirely in Lydia Tarr's imagination, or if she is legitimately experiencing these things. Okay? Anyway, I liked it a lot. Ian Miles' wrong take on Tar. Yeah, if you're a fucking absolute dumbass, yeah. Wait, he isn't even getting the movie? What the fuck? Yeah, no shit. But in some ways, him rooting for her means that this actually, this did a really good job. Because this is supposed to be a Jordan Peterson moment. Okay? This quite literally is a Jordan Peterson moment. She has every opportunity and is incredibly knowledgeable. She has every opportunity to use this as an educational moment to be like, listen, I understand none of these people are perfect. We're all imperfect vessels, and yet our contributions to art is what should matter in that regard. But instead, she hyper-focuses on like, she hyper-focuses on the pure vanity of it, okay? If you look at Bach on the grounds of like on the grounds of his demographic, on the grounds of like his demographics, then one day you will be rated on a similar aspect, and that's exactly, you don't want that. And it's like, well, that's not the point. That is not the point at all, because she's supposed to be vapid, okay? Incredibly self-important. This is a woman from Staten Island who changed her name from Linda to Lydia specifically, and never talks about her background on purpose, and hides her experiences on purpose because she doesn't want people to know. She feeds into that very same narcissistic, vapid, shallow, this side of the industry that she's a part of. Okay? She also has to have this take so that her own art is not negatively viewed in the future. A reactionary person I know made me watch Tar, but he had only seen the first half. When I watched the scene in class when she's acting like a lunatic, he said it was an example of her being unfairly canceled, that these ungrateful students are throwing away the opportunity to learn from a genius. I said she was acting insane and making anxious students want to die, and he said I didn't know what I was talking about. Like, both of these people are in the wrong in this regard, though. That's what I wanted to get away. That's what I want your takeaway to be from this, at least. And I think that's what the director was trying to do, where like this is classic like bullshit fucking young student goes overboard about like gender shit. You know, the age old, like even Norman Finkelstein has fallen to this line of propaganda. If you've ever listened to him talk recently, where he's always like, oh, I can't believe people don't want to read Shakespeare any longer. And it's like, it's so fucking stupid. Okay. That is such a stupid non-issue. Like, I don't personally think that, I don't personally think, maybe I'm wrong, that like college campuses are like legitimately saying no more Shakespeare, no more Bach, no more Beethoven. These are all fucking white men. You can't learn anything from white men. If anything, they're probably saying we need to diversify, we need to diversify the artists and the philosophers that we engage with in schools, because that will broaden people's worldview, which is an understandable and desirable position for an institute of higher learning. Okay? That's normal for them to have that perspective. It's good for them to have that perspective. But I don't think that comes at the cost of like saying no more Shakespeare. Okay? That's just a silly, lazy fucking take. And this kid is basically doing that take because it's like a young, anxious person who wants to come across as unique. That's why he's saying that, you know what I mean? That's why he's like coming out and being like, I'm BIPOC pangender, and I don't care to I don't care to read into Bach too much because it's not diverse enough. He's in the wrong there, okay? And she's in the wrong for her response. Please talk about the Radlib Nepo Baby Cello Girl at lunch with Lydia, International Women's Day. I mean, that was kind of funny too. But yeah, no one in this movie is right. No one in this movie is correct. And that's not supposed to be. They're not supposed to be correct. If you look at them and you're like, oh, I really understood where they were coming from. You're like kind of telling on yourself a little bit. But having said that, it's just, I don't know. I thought it was great. I thought it was a great movie overall. Because it definitely was thrilling for me. Will said that he didn't feel all that thrilled. He didn't feel like the suspense was high enough or the stakes were high enough. But I really loved it. And I did think the stakes were high, especially because if you find yourself understanding Lydia Tarr's position, the stakes are the highest. Are you kidding me? You're at the top. You're supposed to finish the fifth Mahler composition, and then you're done. You know what I mean? You've ended your career in this perfect cycle, and then it's taken away from you right before you're able to do that. Like, to that, because of what the stakes are for her, that's everything. That's worse than death. But from what I understand, I think the interpretation is supposed to be that like she takes it seriously no matter where she is. Like, Lydia Tarr overcomes, doesn't matter. And that's what your takeaway, I think, is supposed to be, at least according to the editors that took out that line, but that line that was in the script originally. There is a line in the script where it says, like, Lydia Tarr takes everything seriously. And she ends up fucking composing Monster Hunter World in the Philippines. Which I thought was pretty funny. But she still does it with the same, like, is it integrity, intensity of like being at the, Berlin Philharmonic. But yeah, ultimately, she's such a great fucking actress, especially this scene. Oh my God. If you are looking at it specifically from the lens of like cinema as an artistic medium and acting as an art, this entire like 15-minute sequence is like insane to watch. She acts her fucking tits off, dude. She's so good. Anyway, this is some white people shit. Sorry, I am lost. Shut up, bitch. Yeah, it was all one shot. She's great. Kate Blanchett is you know, Meryl Streep. Stop lying, acting mid as fuck. We need a diverse sector, 2 white movie. What? Oh, that's okay. I think people are just trying to bait. Great movie overall. I have not watched Suzume. I watched 1917 as well. That was also a great movie. I watched that after. And did you see the ghost in the apartment? I did. It was fucking terrifying. I did not. Dude, there is a lot going on in this movie that is like, that you can, you know, not really see if you don't pay attention to it. You'll miss it. Yes, Tar is a ghost movie in some ways. In some ways, it is a hyper-realistic, sociological horror, okay? Like hyper-realistic. And it's also the exact opposite, where it's very surreal and it's like a ghost story simultaneously. Especially when the final act opens up in that moment where she falls down, where she's supposed to be like following, her, the new cellist into her apartment complex, and realizes that that's not actually, the things are not the way that they're supposed to be. From that moment on, you start seeing there's a lot of instances where like she's possibly, because of her insomnia, she's, possibly experiencing like hallucinations and whatnot. But from that point on, you literally start seeing like her mania comes into the forefront instead of the opposite. In the beginning, it's way more realistic and it seems like she's in control, but there's like small moments in the background where like she's basically haunted by her assistant originally, but then in the last act, that becomes the forefront. And what she's experiencing in the real world, if she's even experiencing it at all, turns into something in the background, something that you have a hard time coming to terms with, in my opinion. Yes, she also has misophonia. There you go. But yeah, the final act is almost like a dreamlike sequence, honestly. Because there's a lot of stuff that happens in the final act that just like doesn't make any sense. When you're like, what the fuck? Like when she rolls up to the it's even in the trailer, when she rolls up to the Mahler, like the Berlin Philharmonic, playing her music when she can't find it, and then the fucking trumpet person is like literally in the background, like she originally intended it to be, but then no one is actually seeing her. It just like is weird. Anyway. Tar is basically Whiplash meets Black Swan. It's surreal, narcissistic musical tragedy for lesbians. I loved it. All right. Anyway, that's all. That's the movie hour. That concludes the HasanAbi movie hour. Thanks to our wonderful contributors, we are able to keep NPR truly editorially independent. If you'd like to see more, please subscribe. The movie is called Tar. So, no succession talk. I'm not up to date on my succession. Okay, we're done with that. All right, let's get the creator clash real quick. Cover that real quick. Like I said, so the environment. What? Bad vibe warning? What the fuck is this? Dude, I don't know what the hell is going on in this goddamn country. Oh, I give Tar a 9 out of 10, by the way, for those of you who are wondering what my score was. I think it was a 9 out of 10. Dude, there's so much happening in America all the time that's like insanely violent. And I don't know if it's because like Twitter has like basically completely gotten unhinged with showing you just gross acts of like genuine gore. But I mean, Twitter is like turning into Live Leak every day, and I don't know what that is doing to our overall psyche. I don't know what the fuck is going on. I can't see that being a good thing at all, if I'm being honest. It's very weird. It's very strange. It's really, really not good, I don't think. But anyway, so let's get to it. Creator Clash, you guys know, a lot of my friends were fighting, obviously. A lot of friends of the show, a lot of people that you are familiar with, they were fighting. But, there was one major reason why I was there, of course. If you don't know, I'm sure you'll find out. But it was to watch my boy, okay? This young man who I have watched basically blossom into this incredibly confident, incredibly well-trained murderer. I am, of course, talking about Ali Mythological Khabani, okay? Dearborn's finest, okay? I mean, this dude, holy shit, he popped the fuck off. You guys probably watched him in Creator Clash where he ran the distance. He went the distance with a very capable opponent, as a matter of fact. Surprisingly capable opponent. But here he is going up against Hundar. Now, I'm going to give you guys some background, okay? Because we have the same trainers. We have the same, physical trainers. He also has, on top of that, like, obviously a boxing coach too. And so I'm familiar, like I'm keeping up. I've been keeping up for the past couple months on his workouts. We train together from time to time. Like I see him while I'm training from time to time. Hundar is a much larger opponent. Hundar usually walks around, I believe, at about 200 pounds. Myth, on the other hand, the top weight he's ever reached in his life was like 195. And of course, he is not 195 when he's in fighting shape. So for them to get down to the same weight to fight, Hundar had to lose a lot of weight. Myth had to also lose some weight too, but like, he is now only developing muscle mass. So the advantages that he had, thank you, Themasius, for the playlist. The advantages that Myth had was that I think his cardio is going to be better. He's a very technical fighter. He's very good for how new he is. And he's also a lot younger. Hundar is around 30 plus. I forget how old Hundar is, but like that age definitely is a major component, okay, in this circumstance. He's almost 40. That's crazy. I didn't even know that. I mean, he is incredible. He's in incredible shape for being 39 years old. But I was still terrified, especially after what I saw Hundar do to AB. Okay? But Myth, on the other hand, outboxed him.
Nice jab. He is lighting him up, Tony Jab. Wow, looks comfortable too.
Look at him. Look at his fucking look at how he's dodging him. Look, even here. Right on the button. Miss said right before this, they were like talking, and Hundar was saying it's actually a lot of fun fighting you. And that's why he was smiling right before he got fucking clapped. Now that, for those of you who are unfamiliar with the art or sport of boxing, that right there is the button, okay? Everybody's got a spot on their fucking face, which Myth actually perfectly found in this punch. He explores with the left a little bit, and then right on the button. Look at that. And it's perfect too. He puts his entire body weight into it, perfect form, coming down as well, and just absolutely destroys him. My man said, Myth has no power. Ha ha ha. Look at these punches. They look so soft. Dude, you should definitely, you should go up against him.
Nice jab.
Anyway, like I said, he's a very technical fighter. He's a very technical fighter. He's learned how to fight so well. He fights incredibly well. Hundar ended up popping his bicep to that fall. Yeah, I saw. Respectfully, I'd body slam him. Okay. Anyway. How many times have you been asked to go up against someone next time? Every 10 minutes, I would guess. Yes. Literally everyone is constantly asking me. I don't know how many times I said, no, I'm not going to fight this past weekend. I don't know. Like thousands. But yeah, look, ultimately, if it wasn't for his bicep that he fell on, as you can see when he goes limp and he just falls directly on his bicep, which ruptures. Okay, he had a bicep tear in that fight. If it wasn't for that, he probably maybe could have kept going. Okay, but that doesn't take away from the fact that he ate a clean one, dude. Just the absolute perfect, clean one. No talking about your friends or things close to you, okay? Only OP and Agitprop, please. Yeah. But overall, this was a very emotional moment for me watching him. Hundar's bicep is dunzo. Where is the photo? Here it is.
Oh, I hurt my arm. They say I couldn't keep fighting because the bicep popped. Oh no, everybody. Having a bad time.
Yeah, he had to walk around in a sling. The funniest thing is Hundar is such a nice dude. I mean, he is such a fucking kind, such a nice guy. It's just so funny because he literally looks like a demon. He looks like just legitimately like a terrifying person. He looks like the type of dude. He looks like the type of dude who would be called Hundar. Even if you didn't know his name was Hundar, you would think he's Hundar. By the way, speaking of which, careful, he's vegan as well. From what I understand, so is Dad. Both of the old guys in that fucking ring that were, Dad's not vegan, I think vegetarian. But both of the old guys in the ring that looked the best out of pretty much everyone else were both vegetarian for a very long time. So that's why they're in remarkable shape. But But yeah, he's a super sweet guy, which is pretty funny to consider because his like entire persona on on stage is like this barbarian warrior, which I find really funny. Anyway. Unfortunately, Jarvis lost. I think his asthma kicked in. But yeah, I was fucking losing my mind. People caught me in the crowd, absolutely going bananas mode. I was losing my mind. I was with Mitt's mom and dad. That dude had a classic exam finding of Popeye's arm because the distal tendon tore completely, causing the bicep muscle to curl up and look like Popeye's arm after he eats spinach. It's pathogenomic for biceps tear. What is this? I was crying. Anyway. But yeah, it was a pretty bad tear. Yeah, that's unfortunate. You should have seen Markiplier. I did see him. I did see him, but I didn't like really. I don't know him, so I didn't want to fucking go up to him and be like, hey, what's up, man? You know? Because I know what it's like when motherfuckers keep rolling up to you at an event like that. Aaron, a.k.a. Ego Raptor, looks so good this year. Yeah, he looked a lot better this year than he did last year, for sure. Hasan, you're too humble. I think you're known enough to give a quick intro. It doesn't matter. It's the weird to be like, hey, what's up? I'm a famous guy. You're a famous guy. You know, let's meet. I don't know. I feel like in a situation like that, if someone wants to come up to you, so many content creators came up to me. Plenty who are way more famous than I am. Who've been in the game for way longer than I have been. They came up, and the way I see it is like, if you want to do that, you do it. If you don't want to do it, then I just kind of leave you alone. You're parasocial phobic. I've not watched enough of his videos to be parasocial. I've watched zero. I don't watch gaming viewers. I don't watch gaming stuff. Did Harley almost fall on you? I have a funny story about Harley. I love Harley. I have a really funny story about him. So Harley is like 6'6". He's taller than me even. And he's a very big dude. He's a brolic dude. He's fighting against this guy who is, fighting against the dude on sauce is like one thing. He's fighting against a dude who's been professionally punched and been in an arena for like longer than I've been alive. Okay? Like that guy, all of the factors that come into consideration in a situation that would like be a disadvantage for you, a normal person getting into an arena, stepping up into an arena and your heart pumping, he doesn't have any of that. Right? He's been doing that for a very long time. Not only that, but also, he's been getting punched professionally for a very long time. You know what I mean? Like, so John Morrison also blew a dog whistle to incapacitate a dog wrestler and then crushed it from the sky. Like, this is the guy he's fighting against, right?
It's okay, Russ, and eat cheese.
So, you know, he's in remarkable shape. His opponent was in remarkable shape, has incredible control. Pro wrestling is real. Brother, getting hit in the face is definitely a very real component of pro wrestling, which is soap opera or whatever. But yes, you are definitely getting hit a lot. Regardless of how fake it is, if you think that you're not actually tanking some serious fucking damage, both to your head, both to your body on a regular basis for fucking, you know, however many years this guy's been doing it, I don't know what to tell you. Why do you think so many of them get CTE? So, I mean, the guy is awesome. He's fucking fantastic. He was great. And so before this fight happened with Harley versus the mayor of Slamtown, which I think is like awesome. It's such a funny fucking name. Before Harley was about to fight him, Harley comes up to me the day of the fight and he's like, dude, I got to tell you one more time. Like, I know we've had this conversation before, but you really should get into fighting. You would love it. I really didn't want to do it. And then I got into it and look at me now. Okay. Why am I telling you this story? Because Harley gets into the ring. He has an incredible fucking opening performance. He's actually doing a pretty good job at first. He's like kind of controlling the speed of the fight a little bit. Okay. And then, you know, his opponent, John Morrison, mayor of Slamtown, opens up and starts just absolutely eviscerating him. I mean, he's just fucking bouncing him, right? He was punching him like he was doing the speed bag at a certain point. It felt crazy. And obviously what ended up happening was something that I've never seen before. He fucking clapped him so hard. Harley, this 6'6" monster, fell out of the ring. He knocked him out of the ring. Does anyone have the video of this? I need you to see it to believe it. It is hard to comprehend. It is hard to understand. I think this is a VOD of the fight, so maybe you'll see it right here. Oh, here it is. Here. Look.
And again, you see that right hand, he falls into us here.
Look at this.
Why weren't you there to save us? And again, you see that right hand, he falls into us here.
He knocks him out of the arena.
Thank God that Harley's okay, though. That could have really been bad.
And Harley's a legend. I mean, he falls into the fucking...
That's a big man.
He looks up. And what he told me was, he's like, what he told me about this was like, he's like, listen, when I'm in the ring, I never see faces, right? I got fucking knocked out of the arena. He came up to me after the fight. Okay? He came up to me after the fight that night. He was like, dude, I stood up from the table and the first face I saw was yours going like this. And at that moment, he's like, at that moment, I realized, oh my God, I told him earlier to definitely fight. And he just watched me fucking fly onto the judge's table. Because that was what I was thinking in that moment. We locked eyes and I was like, this motherfucker is getting fucking hammer-fisted out of the fucking ring and he was trying to get me to go fight. I'm definitely not fighting. There is no shot.
Look at us there. We're trying to help him out. Charlie didn't dive at anybody. I don't want to hear it.
You look like this? No, literally. I was like, what the fuck? Yeah, he's like, dude, you don't know what you're missing. You don't know what you're missing. It's like, no, I'm good, man. I'm good with that. I'm good with missing on all of that, to be honest. Like, straight up. Your POV? Yeah, I mean, he was the crowd favorite, but he was getting slapped around a lot. Dude, he was so cool, calm, and collected. It was crazy. Incredible cardio. He knows exactly what's going on. I mean, he kept pushing him into like, yeah, I mean, he dropped him a bunch of times, including onto the judge's table. Anyway, the quality of the Creator Clash goes up. I do worry about the safety of the fighters because they're getting better. Anyway, did you meet any of the wrestlers there? No, I did not. But yeah, here are some photos of me going crazy, mowing. His mom. What's your favorite part of the night besides Myth winning? I don't know. That's it. In my world, it just like completely overshadowed everything else. But that's it. That's what I got. What happened? All the fucking videos are closed. Andrea and was it Michelle Carre? That fight was probably one of the most it was the most technical fight. It was literally like Myth and Hundar are great too, but you know, they unfortunately couldn't go to distance, whereas the Andrea Botes fight was insane, especially because it blew my mind how well Andrea kept up with her, despite the fact that like she apparently was like training for much longer than I guess she said she was. And it was crazy. I heard Michelle had more training than she let on. Yeah, I mean, but the fact that like Andrea is able to keep up with that is wild. Like Andrea could have won that. Andrea literally like it's not like Michelle was like overpowering her a lot. And you know, she's great. Michelle's great too. Jay LeRae, you didn't come up to me for me to sign your hat. I don't know why. I don't know what happened there. You know, we gotta figure that out. I don't know why you said that you wanted me to sign your hat and then you just, you know, you vanished. What happened there? Did you get worried? Same reason you didn't talk about Markiplier? That's different. If I had Markiplier merch, or if I was, first of all, if you're one of the fighters, it doesn't matter. You get to talk to everybody. That's just how it works. Okay? I was too nervous to get my hat signed by you. What the fuck? That's crazy. It doesn't work that way. When you're a fighter, it's just like you do whatever you want to do. But between me and Markiplier, it just like doesn't work that way. The LSF post was drama bait from months ago. Andrea knew what she was getting into going into the ring. They had spoken about it. Yeah, no, I think like it was you know, I think it's a testament to how good Andrea is. That like she was able to fucking keep up with someone who had trained for longer than she had. Thoughts on IDubbbz losing? I mean, it's unfortunate, but Alex Wasabi is really, really good boxer. Like, I would say Alex Wasabi is better than Dr. Mike even. So, I don't even know who Andrea could fight. Like, if it wasn't someone like Michelle, who the fuck could she fight? I don't even know. You know what I mean? Because, like, she's so good. This photo is amazing. Oh, yeah, Austin was taking advantage of that, I guess. How does Sabrina do? I mean, she got destroyed by Jay LeRae. I think if I kept training the same, we could have a good fight, to be honest. Also, we're in the same weight class. Sabrina was fucking destroyed. Like, let's be real. I mean, she went the distance, which is, of course, crazy. You know, that is really ballsy. That's really brave. She did a phenomenal job. But Jay cooked her. Another person who absolutely overpowered their opponent was Alana. Alana was insane. I mean, I knew. When I saw photos of her progress, I was like, holy shit, she is a fucking demon. And Alana's fight basically was like a bop 'em sock 'em. Is that the right term for it? Like, it just felt like she was just walking and punching non-stop. Non-fucking stop. Alana had bad form, but she was a wall. Alana was literally like, she was, I don't know how to describe it. Like, she just looked like a immovable object and an unstoppable force at the same time. Alana had an asthma attack mid-round as well. Yeah, she looked like she was training. She flew back to fucking Australia to train with kangaroos, okay? And then came back to fight. It was wild. You had two of the boxers, Alana and Sabrina, on Chavez at the same time. Oh, I did. Yeah. That's true. Lol, was there an ad telling us where to jerk to our favorite streamers, fighters? Lol, no, there wasn't. This was also sponsored by Fansly, but this event was also sponsored by Fansly, but no, there wasn't a, hey, jerk off to your favorite content creators thing. It was very frustrating because Michelle misled Andrea. No, I don't think she did. I think that's an older video or something. It might have been like drama bait. Anyway. Y'all are like, can you, dude, it's wild that like some people can't actually just watch content and appreciate it and just basically go, man, this was great. What a wonderful thing that we watched. They have to take it to the next level where they're like, I know the content that we watched is fine, but I actually want like additional sauce on it. You know, I want to just like lather it with sauce. I need more. It's not enough that we actually watched this stuff and we saw friends who have been training for months and months to basically give us this like awesome experience for a good cause, for charity. I need some fucking sauce on it. Like, I got to make sure that there is some additional component of drama. Like, calm down. It's okay. Like, not everything has to become something larger for you. Just for your level of entertainment. We're proud of Jack as well. Yeah, I mean, Jack was going... I was watching this on the bus over there, and I was so fucking terrified. I thought he was dying. But apparently, he just, like, bleeds real easy, you know? God, the pictures from last night. I really took blood for the blood god, literally, man. Haha. Yeah, he said he bleeds real easy. Have you never met a sports fan? We're all cope all the time. That's what sports all really is. Yeah, it's true. Michelle used a Fearan clip in the promo video.
You guys know Michelle?
Oh, she's dangerous. She's dangerous. And she's a professional cyclist.
Oh, dude.
She might kill me. If I'm gonna win a fight, I need the best people in my corner. His name is Tony Jeffries, and he is a 2008 Olympic bronze medalist. I am going to have to transform.
Dude, you know what was sick? Every single boxing coach came up to Myth after and congratulated him. Every single boxing coach. Like, all of these professional boxers coming up to him and being like, man, you got a fucking mean right. You got such a devastating right. Like, it was wild. It was so sick. They all literally, you know, they were like, respect.
My entire lifestyle to that of a professional boxer. This means training 6 days a week in the gym, coming home doing recovery, ice baths, having a professional chef prepare all of my meals to the perfect macro and caloric amounts. It means dealing with the pain when it comes, and it means putting my best foot forward every morning.
Michelle trains as hard, if not harder than...
I mean, she's a demon, dude. I don't know what to say. She is lethal. She's a lethal fucking weapon, okay? I mean, this is like American Ninja Challenge person. You know what I mean? This is an American Ninja warrior person. Like, you can't... She's like worked with the CIA and shit. Like, that's her YouTube videos like revolve around, you know, literally doing this sort of stuff.
Anyone that I've ever worked with. If she fights another creator, she will win that fight. She will definitely win that fight.
Michelle kept getting a hit in whenever the clinch was getting broken up. Judge didn't call it out for some reason. Yeah, she did do that a lot for sure. But listen, ultimately, you know, it was a great fight. It was such a good fight to watch. This was the fight that was supposed to happen, but it never ended up happening. I did a thing versus Fitz. Good guy Fitz versus I did a thing. Anyway, yeah, we're gonna here. This is the last boxing video I'm gonna show you guys. Overall fun weekend, great. You know, I didn't feel as bad being away from stream for 2 days. Normally I would, but the reason why I didn't feel bad being away from stream was because I actually ended up making a lot of content, a lot of BTS stuff, and I think you guys are going to appreciate it. You know, Sunday I balled super hard with Charlie in the warehouse boys, and it was great. My voice messed up from screaming. I was going crazy. Here is New York Police Department versus the Fire Department in New York. Just beating the fucking doors off this cop.
This is a full-out ass-kicking whip. Hey, I'll tell you.
Damn, bro. What happened? Where's your guns? I guess when you don't have your fucking guns, it's a little different, isn't it?
It's all Peretta right now. Peretta comes in with the... Oh!
They shot his dog after that. Cop probably would have done better if he was fighting his wife. Am I right? Yeah, he just fucking ate it. No. Oh, no. Anyway. Fentanyl laced hands. Yeah, that's, I mean, he slept them, so maybe. He just OD'd on the punches. This time, you have a cop who OD'd on the punches. You know what I mean? Normally, they OD on the fentanyl, but he ate them, dude. He ate them. They also got smoked 8-5. Yeah, you hate to see it, dude. You hate to see it. Couldn't turn any camera off. Yeah. I don't think he needed to take the body cam off because look at this. Boom, 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 boom. Just fucking. Oh. He keeps going too. He keeps going when he's on the ground. Look at the firefighter bench. There's a guy shoveling his grave. Oh, yeah, he's shoveling. Oh. I feel like we're owed a fight from I Did a Thing. Man literally almost dies for every YouTube video, but then won't hop in the ring. Aussie Courage is even backwards down from under. No, man, he got concussed. You're not supposed to fight when you get concussed, chatter. What are you, crazy? Like, if you get concussed that close to a fucking fight, and you get concussed again in that fight, you could die. Like, or have like genuine permanent damage done to your brain. There's no reason that you should do that. You know what I mean? Like, there's no counter to that. There's nothing you can really do after you get fucking concussed. You just eat it. Like, at the top of the hour, you get concussed by the 3-minute ad break, but at least there's something you can do to avoid that. You know what I mean? Like subscribing for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account or by getting gifted a sub. You can't do any of that when you're getting concussed and when you're training, when you're sparring. Did you hear about the Frank Ocean Coachella shit show? I did. Here's the 3-minute ad break now, by the way. DeSantis in a high school yearbook, but not his own. Wait, what? Did AB win? No, he lost. Sakura Gore, thank you for the 10 gift subs, allowing 10 people to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour. He's a 3-minute ad break now. That's his own yearbook? Oh. What a dork. I feel like the Frank Ocean haters or complainers are just privileged kids who have too high expectations. Okay, that's a little bit crazy. Listen, I think Frank Ocean is an incredibly talented human being. And, you know, he's got his own demons that he fights. But, like, that is a wild take. Dude, that's not partially true. What the fuck are you talking about? That's insane. Like, there's a level to being an artist who's like super talented and having a lot of demands or having an artistic vision. And then there is, why'd he block you? He never blocked me. He just unfollowed me on Instagram, which is fine. I still like him. I still like his music. But I do think that I do think that it's wild that, you know, you don't have an album coming out or anything like that. And then you fucking turn around and
Frank Ocean.
And then you turn around, you have this like big budget production that you set up with an ice rink, and that's what everybody worked on. Everybody, like all the dancers are supposed to be ice skaters, and then right before the event, you decide to not do it, not do that, and then they have to like melt the ice rink, and then on top of that, you know, all the choreography is kind of cooked, and then on top of that, you don't want any other person performing while you're performing, so there's like no music for an hour. Like, that's crazy. Here, this is Festive Owl. I've been speaking with sources about what exactly transpired and how things went so far downhill for Sunday on Frank Ocean for Coachella. The stage production was supposed to and did contain an ice rink that was constructed and ready to go. Okay. He was an hour and a half late, and they were all waiting in the fucking cold, apparently, and in the silence, because there's nothing else to watch. He's an hour late to the set. The reason why he's an hour late to the set, by the way, is because of this. Frank decided at the last minute that he no longer wanted it at all, the ice rink. All of the people walking around him at the start of the performance were actually ice skaters, had been practicing for weeks, and were supposed to be skating as a part of the production. Coachella had to deconstruct the approved stage that had been planned and signed off on for months in advance, melt the entire ice rink, and then set it up how Frank decided with no warning. This all happened when doors had already opened for Sunday, and people were securing their spots to see him. If the last-minute changes weren't made, he wouldn't have performed at all, leaving the festival without a closing headliner. Frank also personally pulled the plug at the last second on the live stream, which left a very sour taste in many inside Coachella's mouths. Ultimately, and I quote, "It just didn't seem like he wanted to be there but was obligated to be. Everything, including him, fell apart last minute. Don't expect to see any coverage from the festival about the set, something that is unprecedented in the history of Coachella. The relationship is not in a good place right now." I worked on that ice rink. We all thought it was super dumb, but awesome at the same time. We lugged those heavy fake rocks, set up lights and around and beneath it. It was going to be so dope. The stagehand and production crew morale really dropped when we found out it wasn't being used. Hundreds of man hours, blood, sweat, and tears for nothing. In part, that's just how it goes. But in reality, everyone was super upset. We did hours and hours of work only to scrap it hours before. So,
not Frankie.
You know, Sean C had a take on it. Let's take a look. Sean C is very level-headed. I'm a fan of his. Let's see what he has to say about it. But this is like the major Coachella drama. Other than that, I saw all my friends, having a wonderful time at Coachella. But this year, it does feel a little bit less. Maybe because I didn't go, so I wasn't in it. So it's different for me. But like experiencing it from the outside, maybe because it was a creator clash that was happening simultaneously for me, I didn't really see too much Coachella. Like, I did not see a lot of movement, momentum. I didn't see a lot of media around it. But yeah, let's take a look.
You know you're wrong. You know you're wrong. This is insane. This is crazy. I swear to God, it took me 6, 7, almost 8 times of scrolling past this video for me to realize it was Frank Ocean. I thought this was a video of some random dude that has nothing to do with some performer's set hopping on stage and just going crazy to one of the songs. I thought it was a random. If you would have told me this was Frank Ocean performing one of his songs at Coachella, something that people have been waiting so long for, have flown from God knows wherever to come see, I would not have believed you if I didn't hear the sound. Obviously, we all love Frank Ocean. He's a GOAT, in my opinion. Very influential. Almost started a whole new wave of R&B. His blueprint, his sound, his aesthetic is being used even with him being absent from the musical scene or space.
All this part is true, yes.
6, 7 years. Regardless of all these accomplishments and how much people adore Frank Ocean.
He's got 4 good songs. It's crazy. Listen, bro. No. I don't know why everybody does this when it's like, oh, I've been known. Like, I knew he sucked. Anytime, like, somebody fucking has, like, a shit moment, like, everybody fucking piles on, and then they just, like, take it one step further, and they're like, he only has 4 good songs. Like, shut the fuck up. No, his entire discography is awesome, okay? Shut up. You can be honest about that while simultaneously being like, it's ridiculous. This is ridiculous. No, he's not fucking overrated, dude. That's insane. Okay? That's insane.
that should not make him feel entitled to wasting people's time in the way I feel he did with this performance. Now, from what I've heard, I don't think Frank has lost any of his vocal capabilities, any of his technical talents. I don't think any of that has been lost, even though he hasn't released anything new for people to verify since 2016. Frank is kind of like the musical equivalent of playing hard to get, but with his fans. And ironically enough, kind of needs them to support the career. It's a strange relationship because he is one of the few acts I feel like fans have to actually genuinely put effort into trying to experience in a live setting, like person to person. He's extremely elusive, just digitally speaking. It feels almost impossible to reach him in person. And there's absolutely nothing wrong with keeping that illusion and maintaining that distance, privacy, and curtain.
Man, gatekeeps himself from his fans. Dude, what do you mean? Oh, God. The expectation that people have from fucking artists is insane. I think everybody's so used to people like myself, people that are like in the online sphere, giving people everything, giving fans everything in their entire lives, that people have this like incredibly high bar for content creators where they're like, yeah, it's not just like, I can't just like listen to his music. I need to know everything that's going on in his fucking life. It's crazy. It's even crazy for someone like myself, but it's especially crazy for someone like him, whose main content isn't his like personality or whatever. No, he don't like his fans. That's accurate. Yeah, the reason why people say he doesn't like his fans is because, I mean, it's the lack of releases. I think that's where that comes from for the most part. At least when Nicki Minaj has long bouts of not making music, she's still constantly and consistently interacting with her fan base, and she's also doing features and whatnot. So I think that's the main difference between someone like Nicki Minaj and someone like Frank Ocean, and how they are received. Whereas Frank Ocean is like cryptic, he's very much distant from his fan base. I think that's the reason why they're doing that. Playboi Carti would never do that to his fans, and also people booed Drake at Tyler's concert, and this shows why people were wrong about this dude. He probably canceled that too. Wait, what? The reality is absolutely nobody can know what's going on behind the scenes except him and his label. I bet his contract might be a little better than others, but he's not 100% independent in the music industry. I mean, no.
Maybe a veil, if you'll say, between you and your audience. But you can't promise live performances and be that same person as well. People aren't going to a live show to basically watch you reenact a studio session. These are fans, yes, but you are still performing for them. And if there are Frank Ocean fans who see this and you are...
I'm literally just... Here's the thing. I'm separating the fandom's expectation out of Frank Ocean versus the performance at Coachella, because the performance at Coachella is something that you should and absolutely are valid to criticize. Okay. That's unacceptable. It's like, especially after such a long stint of like not giving anything, like not having anything else going on. He might have something in his like real life. He might have something going on in his personal life or anything like that. But Frank owes you nothing but a Coachella performance in exchange for the $600 ticket you pay for. Exactly. That's my point. If you're a fucking Frank Ocean fan and you go to Coachella to see Frank Ocean, and then Frank Ocean doesn't actually, and Frank Ocean doesn't give you 100%, that's crazy. No, you bought a service and he didn't give it to you. I think that's kind of fucked up. Ice skaters killed his family. What? Jesus Christ.
Are completely on his side and stand for him no matter what he does, and you in some frame of your mind take it as an offensive thing to be called a performer when that's what you're there to do, then you shouldn't be doing it. I know there are plenty that will retort with, there's tragedy amongst his family. He's got personal problems going on, and that's completely understandable. I can only imagine what he went through having lost who he lost and whatever other personal problems he could be going through. But that isn't your job to think about. You dropped bread, you need service. that's how business operates or how it should. This
I
isn't a
agree.
restaurant where if you don't like what you've been served, you might get a chance at another item on the menu or possibly your money back. You are wasting hundreds, if not thousands of dollars to attend Coachella. You should not defend a subpar performance. Now, this is a tweet from the Festive Owl that says, I've been speaking with sources about exactly what transpired and how things went so far downhill Sunday for Frank Ocean in Coachella. So here you go. The stage production was supposed to and did contain an ice rink that was constructed and ready to go. Frank decided at the last minute that he no longer wanted it at all. All of the people walking around him at the start of the performance were actual ice skaters, had been practicing for weeks, and were supposed to be skating as part of the production. Coachella had to deconstruct the approved stage that had been planned and signed off on for months in advance, melt the entire ice rink, and then set it up how Frank decided today with no warning, which is what you ended up seeing and caused the hour-long delay. This all happened when doors had already opened for Sunday and people were securing their spots to see him. If the last-minute changes weren't made, he wouldn't have performed at all, leaving the festival without a closing headliner. Frank also personally pulled the plug at the last second on the live stream, which left a very sour taste in many inside Coachella's mouths. That sounds awful. Why'd you tweet it like that? I don't. Ultimately, and I quote, "It just didn't seem like he wanted to be there, but he was obligated. Everything, including him, fell apart last minute. Don't expect to see any coverage from the festival about the set, something that is unprecedented in the history of Coachella. The relationship is not in a good place right now." And when I read something like that, all I can think about is the inconsideration and the lack of care to the people who act as accents to the main star himself. The ornaments to the Christmas tree, the icing on the cake, the people who aid in making the experience what it is, but remain nameless for the sake of the star, for the sake of highlighting and maintaining attention on the main performer. Again, I'm no stranger to feeling completely different to something that I had been planning for a long time at the last minute and just not wanting to do it or foregoing the whole thing altogether. But I'm also not wasting anyone's time, threatening anyone's enjoyability for the night.
I think he owns his fans a little more than one album in 9 years. I mean, even that, I like, what do you mean? Like, no, nobody owes you anything. Just don't be a fan then. You know what I mean? Like, that's so dumb. The entitlement from like fandom is crazy to me sometimes. And I say this as someone who gives everything to his fan base, okay? Literally everything. And motherfuckers still demand more from me. You know what I mean? I just don't get it. I don't understand where this comes from. Like, I don't know why people are... I don't know. I find it frustrating when people say stuff like that. I find it frustrating when I hear people be like, he owes more to his fandom. Like, he owes more to his fan base. It's like, well, don't be a fan then. I don't know what to tell you. Like, what do you mean? Then don't be a fan. If you feel like he doesn't care about you because he hasn't made an album, like, why the fuck are you still, where's this sense of entitlement coming from? Like, why do you have it? You know? However, selling a service and not performing and not giving you that service that you fucking paid a gorillion dollars to, when you put together as much money as you possibly could, you're a fucking regular old working class person. Not every single person that goes to Coachella is a fucking influencer, okay? There's a lot of real, normal people that go there because they enjoy the music and they want to see Frank Ocean for the first time in years. And then they, literally take time off from work, put their hard-earned dollars together to, listen to fucking Frank Ocean live. And then he doesn't give them that. That's fucked up. They fly out. They spend an insane amount of money on, overpriced Airbnbs or hotel rooms and shit like that. And then... boom, you can't even get the one thing that you wanted to see. It's fucked up. You don't understand, music stands don't see their favorites as human. Oh yeah, for the record, I'm gonna have Alex on the stream as well. Big numbers. I'm hearing it was Record turnout for the WGA strike authorization vote, and the union's roughly 11,000 members. Fewer than 200 voted no. Alex will be on the stream soon for this. For the record, for people saying he performed a full set, from what I understand, he was just like lip syncing for half the time, right? I'm a Frank Dick writer, and I wouldn't blame him or feel slighted if he decided to make stop music altogether. Artists don't owe us anything, and their relationship with their art doesn't have a factor in our consent or approval.
By stalling my set and running into their curfew time. People aren't using some of the money from their work checks to fly across the country to see me. Here is someone who says they worked on the ice rink. We all thought it was super dumb but awesome at the exact same time. We lugged those heavy fake rocks, set up lights around and beneath it. It was going to be so dope. The stagehand and production crew morale really dropped when we found out it wasn't being used. Hundreds of man hours, blood, sweat, and tears for nothing. In part, that's just how it goes. But in reality, everyone was super upset. We did hours and hours of work only to scrap it hours before. And all I can say is, at least you got paid. But who wants to work in a business where you don't enjoy what you do for a paycheck? If you did, you'd be Frank Ocean, because it doesn't seem like he's enjoying what he's doing. Seems like he's going through the motions just for the payment. And that's fine to be in that space where you just don't enjoy creating, or you don't feel like doing what you're obligated to do, but at least give a shit enough about what it is that you do, even if you're not currently enjoying what it is that you do, so that other people who still enjoy what they do to help you do what you do don't feel discouraged and bummed out like this every time you decide last minute to change your mind. I also saw plenty of people saying that Frank Ocean finessed Coachella, like this was the biggest finesse of all time. You're not finessing the company that you're agreeing to do a service for. You're finessing your own fans, the people who are going to be there when the deal with whatever company you're working with ends. Like I said, it's okay to be elusive digitally, but when you have people actually...
What is your Frank Ocean, just Drake dancing?
Every day, every night,
This is what they're talking about. Like, that's crazy. He's just vibing. His ass is not performing. Yeah, dude. Eating a big ass burrito and coffee, knowing you have to use 100% of porta potty is not making me feel I don't get Coachella logic. This dude paid all the money and got
Everyone
this.
is mad at Frank Ocean. We're leaving Coachella right now, and this is why. All right, I'm going to start off by saying Frank was over an hour late, and people got there as early as 8 a.m. today. Secondly, he only performed for about 30 minutes max. Only did 3 of his popular songs. And the biggest thing is he never came out. He was behind the screen the whole entire time. By half the show, it was half empty already. People were leaving the entire time. I'm not saying like it was bad. I mean, that's up to you guys, but people feel very scammed today.
Why? He can't even say it's bad, dude. It's so funny. Like, the people... Dude, Frank Ocean fans are crazy with it. They're like, nah, I can't even say it's bad. Like, you can say it's bad, dude. Like, I don't dislike Frank Ocean, but it's still a fun picture. No, I don't even agree with that. But, one, he was 1.5 hours late, so we were all standing in the cold and waiting. 2, he would have really long, weird, silent pauses throughout his set, like 2 minutes of pure silence. 3, he kept bringing on people, but not even participating in the song, just letting them sing or DJ. There was also a 6-minute rave in the middle of his concert. His whole stage setup was made so the audience couldn't see him. No matter how close we were, we couldn't see the stage, so everyone had to watch the screen the whole time. 5, the screen itself would rarely even show him too. You'll see in the videos I will post later, it was like a weird film. Conclusion. People traveled for such a far distance to see him, and people had high expectations because he hasn't played in 6 years, and we all really got disappointed. The whole production was just lacking, and it was just really not bringing much of the whole performance. This part does make sense, for the record. I mean, this is a whole ass essay on TikTok, bro. Zoomers, when their favorite artist, doesn't give them exactly what they want, will fucking write the Das Kapital of TikTok essays, dude. Holy shit. A lot of people left early. Oh, here. This is
should not have stepped on that stage at Coachella, and I'm gonna tell you why. First and foremost, before I blame anybody else, I'm blaming Coachella. Y'all had this man slated to headline the show since 2020. Obviously, 2020, it could not happen. 1, because of COVID. 2, his brother passed away that year. I don't know what kind of timeline y'all put on grief, but this man clearly was not ready to perform. Whether it was him hiding behind scaffolding, singing some song, changing the arrangements of classics like White Ferrari and Chanel, and in general, Frank Ocean just really isn't a performer like that. And that's no shade to him at all. Not a Frank. Baby.
Yeah, it's definitely Coachella's fault that, you know, he took a $4 million payment. Coachella is at fault for paying him $4 million. What are they supposed to do? Put him at fucking gunpoint? Like, fuck Coachella, but like, goddamn. You know, that's like...
If you knew you wasn't ready, which I understand if you weren't, you should have asked them to delay your set. You should not have performed this year, and we all know why. And maybe you did try to get them to agree to a different year for you.
Bro, you wish you had stands like this one in the trenches defending Frank? Yes, dude. That's what I need.
You to perform, and they just said no. But regardless, you did have a contract to honor. And so at the least, even if you didn't want to be there, you should have showed up on time. Especially knowing that Coachella has a strict curfew. To me, coming an hour late to a performance is unacceptable, especially when a curfew is in place. Now, I'm not going to be mad at you like some people for not releasing new music, because if y'all have not caught on, Frank Ocean releases music when Frank Ocean fucking feels like releasing music. So if you got disappointed by no new music, that's on you. But sweetie, people paid thousands of dollars to come and see you perform. Your first performance in over 6 years. And you telling me you couldn't hit the stage on time? That's just, come on, dog. That's
damn. Okay. Dude, you're saying dick riding is crazy, but like, even the dick rider is popping off a little bit. But like, that's how you know. I mean, that's how you know the fandom is turning a little bit.
Acceptable. Not only that, but babes, you had kids out there camping since noon at the front of the gate just to see you. They gave up their last day of Coachella to wait for you. And lastly, the fans, listen up. What did y'all expect from him? Truthfully, even if you saw a stream of his last time performing live 6 years ago, you would know this man just doesn't perform like that. That's not his bag. His bag is making really
never mind.
good music.
Nope, that was just like 1 second. Now bro, this is insane. This is literally like, wait, okay. There was like one brief moment when he's like, I would go so far as say 98% at fault. Only a little bit of mild criticism for Frank Ocean. And then even the fans are getting fucking criticized. What the fuck? The parasocial relationship between fans and Frank is so funny because he's given them like nothing all for years, and they're all like, oh, it's not his fault. I hope he's okay. It's because music is incredibly powerful as a medium. It's so personal. That's why I think like music fandoms are way crazier than everything else. Music is an incredibly powerful medium to convey emotion. And if you feel like this artist gets you, holy fuck, you're just gonna, you fall in love with them. And it's to an unhealthy degree. And it spans across the world too. It's like a global thing. That's why you have so many Americans that are standing K-pop stars, not just Koreans. That's why you have so many people across the world that, love Frank Ocean this much. Cutie is a whole ass, grown ass adult, dude. Think about that. And she's a fucking stan. She's a stan. She's a Taylor Swift stan. She's a content creator herself and yet still a stan. Like, think about that. That's how powerful it is. Is that why you don't listen to music? You're so different you can't relate to any artist? Joker moment? No, I've listened to a lot of fucking music when I was growing up, and I actually thought that there was something really wrong with my brain personally because I couldn't ever like feel the same way that like so many of my peers felt when they were younger about artists, about their performances. I literally thought that I had like, something wrong with my brain. I thought I was at fault. Now I just don't really give a shit. Like, now I don't really give a shit that I now realize, like, maybe it's unhealthy to love an artist to that degree. You're not beating the A-worded allegations. I don't know. But I understand it. For the record, I understand why people are like that. I don't have an issue with that. Like, I'm not shitting on them. I'm not like, I care about things that are more important or anything like that. I'm not saying that. Instead, you stand LeBron. Okay, like, I do, but, you know, not to this. Like, I don't have posters of LeBron. I just think that he's the GOAT, which he is. So I don't know what the fuck is wrong with you. It's not like I follow him around and I'm like constantly thinking about him or anything. I just think he's great. I think he's the GOAT, which he is, both in his private life and also in his private affairs, and also, you know, on the basketball court where it matters.
That we all relate to. To have this expectation that this grieving man is going to do something other than phone it in. Baby, taper your expectations. Because he's never given that. Ever. Now, I am someone who believes in extending grace when you can. And I do believe Frank Ocean deserves some grace because he did lose his brother. And he did speak about how he and his brother would always go to Coachella, despite him quite literally hating the festival. And I even get why he agreed to perform, because it was his brother's favorite event for them to go to. But this was just a mess all around. And it's really sad to see so many people be negatively affected by this. Not just the fans, but also Frank. I'm sure he's seeing this online right now, after he probably thinks he gave a very emotional performance and really did something that was difficult for him. But also Coachella seeing the negative reaction to this, knowing they have a whole nother weekend to go. For what it's worth, I really do believe he was trying his best to push through. But I think the pressure of it all, the expectations set on him after 6 years of absence, dealing with the grief of his brother, and honestly not having any new music to promote or put on, really just made this a combination of unfortunate events. And that's why we got what we got. I'm hoping that
this is crazy. Saw this TikTok about the performance.
The other mess and mayhem of the Frank Ocean set last night, closing out weekend one of Coachella, is making its way on the timelines. I've seen so many videos of people at the festival, whether they're VIP.
Bro, if you're writing this level of fanfic about a dude who you don't know the background of, like about a dude you don't know personally, to like justify his actions, I don't know what to tell you. Like, you're on the sauce, you know? You have gone far beyond. I don't know what it is. I don't know what kind of level of copium this is. It's like nuclear grade. It's crazy. It's actually not. I don't know. Like, I mean, it's a lot of clicks for this shit right now, so I get it. No, I don't think it's not just the clicks, dude. I mean,
coming out.
All fandoms always make up shit to connect the very few dots that they have. Yeah. It's very interesting. In the age of like parasocial content, it's very interesting to see the less people give, the less like artists give, the more fandoms go crazy over it because it's in their minds. It's like the dream phenomena. People were left to basically imagine what dream looks like in their minds. You know what I mean? Until the face reveal. And that's one aspect of it. Like, the more private you are as a content creator, the more people project their own desires onto who you are. And I think Frank Ocean's fandom suffers from that a little bit. They fill all the gaps. They fill in the gaps with all the info they liked. Yeah. And every aspect of that, all the gaps that fandoms have, the way they're filling it is not through like deductive reasoning or anything. They're filling it with their own personal fantasies of who this person is, and therefore the real person can never meet that expectation. So when push comes to shove, and you are faced with the reality of who this person that you have like imagined actually is, you either double down and go way beyond, where you go above and beyond to justify bad actions that they're doing, and you're like, oh, there has to be a reason for this, or you become a massive hater. That's the other side of it. That's the fallen Hasan fan, the Hasan stan to Hasan hater pipeline as well, where people just like become these like unhinged haters after a long time. Why? Because I didn't fucking respond to one of their comments in the chat. You know what I mean? Does TikTok truly examples how bad the performance was? What the fuck? Frank Ocean gave a speech during his Coachella set.
But I have missed you. I want to talk about why I'm here, because it's not because of a new album. It's because, not that there's not a new album, it's like...
They booed him.
It's not right now, it's not right now. But, you know, these last couple years, my life changed so much, and come on, check me out. So I want to just, my brother and I, we came to this festival a lot, and I feel like I was dragged out here half the time because I hated the dust out here. I always left with a respiratory infection or whatever. So I would like avoid coming in. I would always end up here. And one of my fondest memories was watching Ray Strummer, I don't know what that stage is called, but watching Ray Strummer with my brother and Travis. I don't know if Travis Taco is here, but we were just dancing in that tent to their music, and I know he would have been so excited to be here with all of us.
See, I didn't know he lost his brother and that they went to Coachella together. Oh my God, I feel so bad for him.
And I want to say thank you for...
What happened to his brother was super unexpected. His brother died in a car crash. Ryan Moore, the 18-year-old brother of singer Frank Ocean, who went by the name Ryan Breaux, died from blunt force head injuries in a single vehicular collision early Sunday morning in Thousand Oaks. The Ventura County Medical Examiner confirmed Tuesday, August 4th, 2020. His brother died 3 years ago to a car accident. Problem is, I just don't think he should have taken this. I don't think he should have performed.
The support and the ears and the love over all this time. And I'm gonna get back to these songs.
He needed the money but didn't want to perform. That's insane, brother. What? I think you're just what? What do you mean he needed the money? He needed $4 million? Like what? Like, you're doing the thing that I was talking about where you're just like making up excuses in your mind about like a dude who very famously like last year made like $60,000 cock rings with diamonds on it. Anyway. What? Mia performed at the Grammys after her water broke while having contractions and then drove to the hospital straight after. Vanessa Hudgens performed Grease live after learning her father died. If an artist cares, they will go above and beyond. That's an insane expectation. That's not what we're talking about here. And you're crazy for like even considering that or expecting that from Frank Ocean. That's not what I'm saying at all. That is unhinged on the other side. What the fuck?
Or GA, basically giving people like a full view of what was going on. Now, the first thing we heard last night is that they were not going to be streaming, his set. And people, at home were pissed because they couldn't go to Coachella, so they were hoping to watch the live stream. And that was taken off the Lima schedule. You then had people who are actually there telling, people that basically he was over an hour late. And a good chunk of his set was him lip syncing or just letting the music play out. He sang about like 3 songs, and then he cut his set short because of curfew. Now, after watching the reactions from people, my initial feeling was like, okay, we all were asking if Frank Ocean was going to perform, this weekend or not, especially because he has not posted anything in promotion of his set. I thought, okay, maybe he wasn't ready to come back and perform yet because he's still grieving the loss of his brother. And maybe this was just too soon. But then I got some tea from one of my mutuals on like the PR side of things. And this is what allegedly what happened. This is according to like a subreddit that was posted last night. Let's read it together, kids. I've been speaking with sources about exactly what transpired and how things went so far downhill Sunday for Frank Ocean Coachella. So here you go. The stage production was supposed to and did contain an ice rink that was constructed and ready to go. Frank decided at the last minute that he no longer wanted it at all. All the people walking around him at the start of the performance were actually ice skaters, had been practicing for weeks.
Okay, we already saw all this stuff.
Get to be or hearing from like in the relationship is not in a good place right now. Now, this is all alleged. This is from what people are hearing from like inside festival sources. I'm going weekend 2, so I won't know if he's still going to be there or not until they make like a last minute announcement. But I want to be.
What the fuck do you do also if you're, what do you do if you're Coachella? Like for weekend 2, what is he going to just like not perform on weekend 2? Like what the fuck's going to happen?
Outside their house, you have to be a bit more respectful and considerate. Now, this obviously doesn't set the stage for anything positive. Like for next weekend, is he still going to show up? Are they still going to want him to perform? If the morale is this bad this time around, will he feel any remorse and want to do better next time? And do the fans have enough self-respect to say, fuck him, I don't want to see Frank Ocean now? Fan dignity is a huge part of why artists kind of do things like this, I feel, because there's never a point where there's enough of them to put their foot down and say, let's just go. And I get when you look at it as a whole, it's not just dignity, it's finances, it's time, probability, like when am I going to have the time, finances, resources to be in this position outside of that this very moment in my life. It's probably like one in a lifetime for some people. And that's unfortunately what a lot of businesses and artists can sometimes intentionally and sometimes unintentionally prey upon. Your desperation to see this artist and what you could have given up to be here exceeding your own self-respect and want to have a great show from start to finish, something memorable. The people behind the scenes, the performers needing work, needing a job, being a small asset to a much larger idea. I'm hearing he was lip syncing a lot of his songs. He awkwardly dancing on stage. The crowd didn't really seem to be that into it, and he left early even though he had been late in getting there. What I saw was also kind of strange because it didn't really seem like a performance. It seemed like they were watching a movie, and not the cinematic kind where everyone's just in shock and awe because the cinematography is just so great. Not theatrical in any sense of the word. It honestly felt like this was a pre-recorded studio session that Frank Ocean had put out.
This is the danger of this job being an entertainer. If you sit at your desk and push keys on a keyboard, you can call sick or take a day off. If you're a musician and you agree to perform, this is not an option. Fuck you mean? First of all, the average person can't take a day off. That's not even true. And secondly, no. Like, this is the one time where you're supposed to be working, dude. What the fuck? Frank Ocean doesn't owe anybody shit if we're talking about his personal life and what you want to hear from him, what you want to see from him. When's the next album? Blah, blah, blah. All this shit. Okay? The reality is that like you don't have to be a fan. He's not like forcing you to fucking maintain the fandom. It's clear that he doesn't even give that much of a shit, right? And I say this as someone who is day in, day out, trying to at least entertain some of you, trying to educate some of you. Of course, what he's doing is infinitely cooler and way more valid. It's like actually an artistic medium. I'm not making that comparison, but like I do give, as someone who does give his all to his own fucking fan base to make content and to entertain you, I don't think anyone else, I don't think anyone owes you anything. Okay? However, there's one aspect to this. When you've made an obligation after fucking 6 years, you're supposed to fulfill that commitment
on a big screen and show to the people at Coachella. Because from what I saw, it didn't even look like you could see him on stage. What performance? I'm a person who believes that anyone with any kind of following or influence should very much so parent their online interaction. It can make you go crazy. You can
one album in 8 years giving it his all. I didn't say that. I did not say that.
End up in a world where you're constantly seeking others' validation, worried about what people are saying about you, obsessing over opinions of yourself that you just cannot control. But I do think there is a piece of interacting with the people who support you so much so that you know when you're doing something that they don't like. And if the people that you have to work with aren't telling you, or you're not socially aware enough to know when you're disrespecting people's time, maybe scrolling through your Instagram or your Tumblr or your Twitter and seeing an angry fan tweet telling you, fuck you for ruining that performance, I used the last of my car insurance money to get here, might make you look at it and be like, damn, that might have been a little fucked up. I might not have wanted to do that. When you got people wasting their time, their resources, shit that they can't get back, and you don't appear remorseful about it in the slightest, yeah, they probably gonna shit on you. I hope Frank apologizes, and if he is back next weekend, does significantly better and puts in more effort. Because again, this was you who signed whatever contract between you and this business. Fulfill your obligations, and if you don't want to do it next time.
Fans and chatters acting like they're record execs? No, I think the truth is somewhere in between. This is Herman Miller? No way. No fucking way. This is the actual Herman Miller executive? Bro, I got some thoughts on this. Okay, as someone who's gotten a free one from them, I'm sitting on their free chair right now. Anyway, but finishing off the Frank Ocean thing, okay? Your expectations should be normal, okay? Your expectations from your favorite artist should be whatever they choose to show you. However, yeah, if you fucking, if you go and purchase an album and the album has no music in it, you'd be like, well, what the fuck? You just like, you just fucked me. What is this? Like, you told me that there was an album in here, and I open up the fucking disc, and there's no CD or there's no music in the CD. Now, obviously, no, that doesn't happen in the world of streaming anymore. I'm not dating myself, but I'm just trying to give you a point of reference for you to understand. And that is basically the same thing here. This is a bit of a scam, okay? You don't do anything for 6 years, and then you turn around and this is your Coachella performance. People have paid a lot of money to see you. That's fucked up. That's actually unacceptable. So yeah, I think that is silly. Okay, it is. So like I said, the truth is somewhere in the middle, because people who want more from him, who are just like, he's not giving us anything. He's not giving his fandom anything. It's like, okay, well, he's not supposed to. Like, he doesn't have to. He's not holding you at gunpoint to keep being his fan because 6 years ago you listened to his music and you put it on your sex playlist like I did. You know what I mean? Frank Ocean Radio goes hard in general. Yeah, he can drop music whenever he wants, but when you agree to a performance, you kind of got to do it. Yep. I have no ill will against Frank Ocean, even though he unfollowed me after I said, oh, the King Jezza, when he was talking about Corbin. It's fine. It's okay. That's unrelated to the issue. I am being super impartial when I say that. Like promising you're dropping an album and getting all the pre-sales, and then the album is 3 tracks, 2 of them are remixes, the other is an interlude. Yeah. So he used to follow you? Yes. But it's okay. Like I said, it's fine. It's not the end of the world. Okay? DeSantis suggests building prison near Disney World. Touts bill to assert Disney control. Yeah, good luck with that, Ron.
Right first.
We got the writer strike news that we're going to be talking about. Something for later, but Matt Walsh going batshit crazy. White woman viciously attacked by a group of black teens. You absolutely never see videos like this with the races reversed. Never. Doesn't exist. At some point, we need to discuss why this kind of violence literally only goes one way. Yeah, I can explain it to you. It's pretty easy. Are you ready for this? It's because white people, don't do this because the cops do it for them. That's it. That's literally, that's the reason. No, there are plenty of videos of white people doing this, as a matter of fact. Or even black people doing it at the behest of white people or at the behest of white supremacy, all the time, literally nonstop, and you defend it. That's the difference. You defend it. You defend it when you see the institutionalized violence. You know what I mean? So, yeah. Anyway. I hate him so much. You would never be like, why this violence goes one way about black people being brutalized by cops? Yeah. There's so much to cover. Let's get started. I think before we get to Disney and Legal Eagle and before we get to the CEO that's going to fucking frustrate me, first of all, again, shouts out to Chauncey for a wonderful, brilliant, thoughtful video. He is great. He's cool. I'm glazing him super hard because I want him to still come on the stream at some point. It'd be great. Go like his video. There's a lot to cover, though. A teenager shot after going into the wrong home to pick up his brother. And, of course, the 8 police officers involved in the killing of Jalen Walker will not be charged. Akron, Ohio police shot the 25-year-old black man 46 times, including 5 in the back as he ran from a traffic stop in 2022. So there's that. There's a lot. There's a lot in the universe that is fucked up and wrong. Matt Walsh will never say anything about any of those things, or if he does say things about those things, he will be supportive, of course, because he thinks that that's good. Because he's a gigantic fucking racist. Also, we got pro-Trump Stop the Steal organizer Ali Alexander, the king of the Habsburg jaw, who has now apologized after being accused of asking teenagers for dick pics. In one message, Alexander allegedly complained that a 15-year-old wasn't sending him jack-off material. I am so shocked to find this out. I mean, guys, oh man, so shocked that every conservative attack is just pure projection. Every projection is a confession, okay? Every conservative line of attack is a confession. Okay. But yeah, let's get started on an update from the story that we covered last week. A suspect facing 15 years behind bars for leaking top secret U.S. documents. Why? In order to, of course, tame his Discord kittens. Let's take a look.
Classified documents from the Pentagon, including new information on what U.S. intelligence agencies knew about Chinese spy balloons, as questions grew about why the airmen had top secret security clearance. Chief Global Affairs anchor Martha Raddatz is in Washington with the latest. Good morning, Martha.
Good morning, George. This morning, the 21-year-old Air National Guardsman accused of leaking those documents remains behind bars. But as for that Chinese spy balloon that grabbed the nation's attention for weeks, turns out it may not have been the only one. This morning, new revelations from that trove of leaked top-secret documents. This time, eye-popping information about Chinese spy balloons, like the one that the U.S. shot down in January after it passed over sensitive national security sites. The Washington Post reporting that the leaks reveal U.S. intelligence agencies were aware of up to 4 additional Chinese spy balloons, including one that flew over a U.S. carrier strike group in the Pacific and another that crashed in the South China Sea. The suspect charged with transmitting that information, Airman Jack Teixeira, arrested at his Massachusetts home on Thursday, worked as a computer technician with the Massachusetts Air National Guard. He made his first court appearance on Friday, accused of violating parts of the Espionage Act. Teixeira had high-level top-secret clearance, which the Pentagon has said was needed to do his job. But lawmakers from both sides of the aisle are demanding more answers.
We need to know the facts. We need to know who this airman was, why he felt he had the authority or ability to show off confidential documents, secret documents to his friends.
The system failed. This is a major failure. Some people need to be fired over this.
Meanwhile, Secretary of State Antony Blinken arriving in Japan for a G7 summit, trying to calm allies.
What I've heard so far, at least, is an appreciation for the steps that we're taking, and it's not affected our cooperation. I just haven't seen that.
But there is no question a leak like this is damaging, not only revealing secret information, but in some cases the sources and methods used by the intelligence community to obtain it. The president and the Pentagon have now called for an extensive review of how secret information is stored and who has access to it. Robin?
A lot of people want answers to those questions. All right, Martha, as always, thank you.
Hi, everyone. George Stephanopoulos here. Thanks for
You will never be Japanese, Blinken. Before the U.S. government tries to ban Discord, no, they'll just like heavily surveil it. They will surveil it extra hard. I think that's what's going to happen, and that's not a bad thing, I guess, if you're surveilling right-wing Discords. But of course, it's probably not going to happen. They're going to surveil, random-ass Discords that they weren't surveilling already, I think. Like, none of this, I don't personally think, for example, that this will turn into, taking down all the fucking weird, cum tribute Discords or all the fucking cyber stalking Discords and shit like that. You know what I mean? Which is what Discord is for. Hold on. Anyway, totally agree. It's weird that the FBI didn't know about the leak until it was posted on the Lefty Discord. I think it's understandable that they didn't fucking follow the leak because it was in some random 20-person Discord. I get that. Anyway, here is yet another expected but still profoundly awful, disappointing psychotic mass shooting that happened yet again in the country where, in the only country where it seems to happen all the time. Dadeville mass shooting in Alabama. 4 people were killed and 28 were injured at an Alabama birthday party. It wasn't just a regular birthday party. It was a Sweet 16. You know what I mean? It's like these are little kids, from what I understand. Number 1 in the world for mass shootings. You already know. Tragedy struck Alabama Saturday night as gunfire erupted at a Sweet 16 birthday party in the heart of Dadeville, killing 4 young people and injuring 28 others, some of them critically. The investigation in Tallapoosa County lasted throughout the day Sunday with no announcement of any arrests in the case. This morning, in the small community of about 3,000, grief counselors will be on hand at the Dadeville High School, where at least 2 of the victims were among the school's 485 students. It's an unreal tragedy, Dadeville High Principal Chris Hand said. I'm so devastated right now. We have a really good school, and these were great students. Now, what's really interesting about this is that the police have given very little details on what actually took place, how this happened, who the suspects are. Did the suspects die? Did the shooters actually die? Did they get away? Is there an active shooter that is like running around? You know what I mean? Anyway. So, we don't know, but most of the injured are teenagers.
Begin with some terrible news. It's a mass shooting in Alabama at a Sweet 16th birthday party. 4 people were killed and 28 others hurt. Most of them were teenagers. Now, this happened at a dance studio in the city of Dadeville, Alabama. Witnesses report that there were multiple shooters, but so far, police have made no arrest in this case. There have already been 31 mass shootings just this month in America, and today is only the 17th day of April. Omar Villafranca is in Dadeville, Alabama, with more on the story. Omar, you certainly don't think of a Sweet 16 party as a deadly place, but that is the world we live in today, unfortunately. Good morning to you.
Good morning. When people say it can happen anywhere, this is what they mean. Dadeville is small town USA, population just over 3,000. The venue where it happened, right behind me, right on the old main street. That dance studio used to be the old bank. And for teenagers, this was probably the place to be this weekend. A birthday party. Everybody was probably talking about it, a Sweet 16. And then on Saturday, the unthinkable happened again.
Oh my God. It's just like odd to say the unthinkable happened when it's, I'm even noticing the media coverage change around this to show you like how our culture surrounding mass shootings like this is changing a little bit. Like even they're saying the unthinkable happened again, as in like there is an air of like sarcasm in that sentiment, right? That's actually very important to recognize here, which means that like gun violence is becoming so normalized that our coverage and our response to it as a nation is also basically and our lack of action against it is basically expected. I think that is it's no longer seen as like inconceivable. You know what I mean? It's a very, very scary, very dark, very grim future that we are living in now. You know? The unthinkable happened yet again. Fucked up.
After Saturday night's deadly shooting at Mahogany Masterpiece Dance Center, ambulances, police cars, and parents descended on the local hospital.
It was people's everywhere, running and yelling and crying and going on.
I got shot right here. Right here.
18-year-old Tanaya Cox was shot 3 times. She says she saw multiple gunmen inside the dark club.
I just saw 2 in the bathroom, and that's why I ran.
Police have not released any details about the suspect or suspects and would not say if anyone is in custody for the attack.
We'll never be the same.
Pastor Ben Hayes led a vigil for the victims Sunday night.
I don't understand.
Most of the kids there were from Dadeville. This impacted us a lot.
He says one of the deceased is senior star athlete Phil Dowdell. It was his sister's birthday party. Their mother was also shot. Dowdell was just weeks from graduation and recently committed to play football at Jacksonville State next year.
He was a good person.
Daquan Doss says he was with Dowdell at the party, but the two ran in opposite directions when the shooting started.
I was standing right beside him. That thing, the shooting went on. I think he went right into it. I went opposite way. I wish I could have pulled him out.
Police have been very tight-lipped about this investigation. There's a lot we do not know. We don't.
Like, I don't understand. I truly do not understand how. I understand why this happens all the time. I've covered this story, this exact same story, a million times over. What I don't fucking understand is how the cops are not revealing more information about what is going on in this tiny ass fucking town, dude. This is not a major hub. It's a small town. Everybody knows each other. How the fuck are the cops not giving any additional information about whether or not who the shooters were? Did they die? Are they running? What the fuck is going on?
Don't know how many suspects they're looking for or how many suspects they're looking for, if it's 1, 2, based on what witnesses are saying. We don't know what kind of gun was used. We don't know the motive, but we're hoping to learn more at a press conference later on this morning. Tony?
Yeah, we know the result, and that's knowing a lot, Omar. Thank you very much.
Calls for justice across the country after a Kansas City teen went.
For these things, sometimes the FBI comes in and tells police departments what they can and can't say, sometimes restrictive. I don't get it. I mean, this is a black town. So, of course, that, that should show you, that can, clue you in a little bit on, it clues you in Alabama about the nature of the relationship between the officers there and the cops there and the people that live there in general. It's oftentimes more antagonistic than you would think, like an occupying force. We're going to do this in a second. We're going to cover the story in a second, but I don't know if there is additional details on this. I don't know if there's any additional details because, this is an update, I guess. Is this from today?
My name is Mike Segrist, and I'm the district attorney.
No, this is from yesterday. They haven't given a new update on it yet, right? Guys, for the people in the chat speculating, what if it's the cops who did it or whatever? We don't know anything. Stop. Police do more, defund the police. Tech W. Yeah, totally. Police should do anything, not more, anything, for how fucking adequately funded they are. Not only, they are the highest, they receive over 50% in some municipalities of all the fucking state revenue, all of the localities' revenue. And yet they still flub everything. Come on now. Aiden Ross's downfall. You fucking dummy. It's insane. They've also never even been defunded, but dumbass dick riders like you constantly fucking say, "Oh, dude, these guys, they have such a tough job and they're, you know, they're being yelled at and they're being defunded." It's like, no, that never happened. We don't know anything yet. I'm not saying like that there was a cop that did it or anything like that. I would like to know more details. I mean, I assume, from what I've seen from people on the ground that have been interviewed by the media, they are shocked at the level of incompetence coming from the police in this regard. Okay? Where, like, the fact that they don't know if there's an active shooter still out there, for example, is insane. I don't know how long shocked out. No, they're still shocked at, like, because there's incompetence and then there's like malicious negligence. When you see an active shooting situation where 4 people died and like 20 kids were injured, okay? And then you don't get details on, like, you hear who the victims are, but you don't get further details on whether or not the shooter is still out there. Yeah, that's a little bit crazy. Okay, it's been 22 fucking hours since the last time they did the press release. That's wild. This is not like New York City where the shooter pulled an Assassin's Creed and like hid in the fucking crowd and ran away. This is a tiny ass town. Anyway. Yeah, but we covered all this stuff. I don't really know what will come of this, but at this point, it's just like, it's just every day. It's just every fucking day. There's so much violence in this country. It's insane. Every day there's another mass shooting happening in this country. Jesus Christ. Anyway. Given the severity of the stories here, I'm not going to run an ad break. I mean, I'm going to run an ad break, but I'm not going to segue it. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. I don't want to do like a fun, quippy segue in between. We are now moving on to Missouri. A teenager was shot after going to the wrong house to pick up his brother. And the person who shot him was questioned by the police and then released. Right. Let's take a look.
Went to the wrong home to pick up his younger brothers, and the homeowner shot him. 16-year-old Ralph Yarl is recovering in the hospital in stable condition. His family describes him as a typical high schooler who loves to play the bass clarinet. He has been looking forward to starting college and majoring in chemical engineering. Police say Yarl's family say that he was given the address 115th Terrace, but he mistakenly went to a home at 115th Street instead. The shooter has been released, and there is sparking protest nationwide right now and outrage nationwide. CNN's Camila Bernal live for us in Los Angeles with more on this. Good morning to you, Camila. What is the status on this investigation?
Good morning, Don. Authorities say more is needed to go forward, and they need a statement from Ralph Yarl. He is doing well. He's in the hospital. He's recovering. But the family says that this is a long road, especially when it comes to his mental and his emotional health. This is a teenager that is being described as friendly and well-mannered. He loves music, and the family says plays multiple instruments, always had one in hand. He was dreaming about graduating and going to West Africa. All of this, of course, is going to be a lot more difficult now because he went to 115th Street instead of Terrace. He was just a block away from his brothers when he was shot.
Bro, I can't
The Kansas City community protesting.
I can't begin to fathom how glaringly obvious the sentiment expressed by our institutions are when you see a situation like this where like a young black teenager is shot for the crime of like ringing on the wrong doorbell, and the mistreatment by the state of the perpetrator is like deliberate. You know what I mean? I mean, I'm sorry. It has to be. Like, it's basically the same as like the Daniel Perry circumstance where it's like, it doesn't matter. Like, you are a criminal there's a reasonable doubt here of your criminality because you're a black kid. Okay? Because you're black. Like, they want to basically reinforce the incredibly scary precedent that, like, you shoot a black kid, that's stand your ground, baby. You know what I mean? That's how it is. And from what I understand, he shot him and then shot him again.
So you probably heard this story. It's really awful. The 16-year-old kid who knocked on a door in a house in Kansas City, Missouri to look for his siblings whom he was picking up. Wrong house. The homeowner, instead of letting him go on his way, instead shoots the kid in the head and then shoots him again. The kid survived and is in recovery, but is in bad shape, obviously. The kid was black. Kid is black. The shooter is white. And there's been a lot of conversation around this about racism, rightfully so, about the wide availability of guns, rightfully so, about the lack of a benefit of the doubt that black children get, rightfully so. What I want to bring up really quickly, just because of my interest in sort of the history of gun regulation, of gun culture, and this sort of thing, is how this is sort of exactly the scenario from the perspective of the homeowner, the white homeowner, this scenario of a young black person coming to your home, probably a criminal, whom you can then shoot, is exactly what so many mouthpieces for the gun industry has been selling for decades. It's part of the pitch that you own one of these weapons. You own a lot of these weapons to defend your homestead, to defend your home, and from whom this image of urban crime, of urban disorder, of essentially black people. It's part of the pitch. And I don't think you can understand what has happened here without understanding that.
Exactly. It's the same attitude. It's spot on. It's reinforcing the narrative of, it's reinforcing the narrative that you need a gun to defend yourself from urban crime. 100%. That's exactly what it is. It's the same principle behind the McCloskeys becoming famous within the Republican world for running outside with their AR-15s when there were Black Lives Matter protests happening in their gated community. This is a way to sell guns. It's a way to sell guns through a white supremacist fantasy of vigilante justice being enacted towards those who you are terrified of, those who you believe have done something wrong. Absolutely what's going on. That's why I said it's the exact same mentality behind Governor Greg Abbott fantasizing about immediately pardoning Daniel I don't want to fuck up his name. It's Daniel Perry is the shooter, I think, right? I don't want to. Yeah, it is Daniel Perry who was the. Yeah. Garrett Foster is the person who he shot. But it's the same principle because Daniel Perry went to a Black Lives Matter rally, said he was going to shoot people. He fantasized about shooting protesters, and then he drove his car into a Black Lives Matter rally and then shot one of the Black Lives Matter protesters. And he was convicted. He was found guilty by a jury of his peers beyond a reasonable doubt. Okay? And yet, Governor Greg Abbott wants to pardon him. Why? Because that's what they want. They want the law to protect them and them only. if you go out and you shoot Black Lives Matter protesters, like, you will be safe. Don't worry. That's the message they want to put out there.
On Sunday after 16-year-old Ralph Yarl was shot as he was trying to pick up his siblings last week. Police say Yarl accidentally went to the wrong address where he was shot and seriously wounded by the homeowner. Officers arrived at the scene after a neighbor called 911 and took the homeowner immediately into custody.
Our heart goes out to the juvenile victim, and more than anything, to make sure that this child and this child's family knows that there are people working hard, a number of people working hard, to make sure there is justice for this person.
The homeowner, who has not been identified, was released after 24 hours pending further investigation. The police department says they're waiting to obtain a formal statement from the victim and further forensic evidence.
I want everyone to know that I'm listening.
What? Like, what? You need to know if he was asking for it? Is that what you want? What do you mean? Hey, what if he died? What if he died? No impact statement from the victim in that regard. So what do you do in that situation? You just like, oops, guess we can't solve it. We just need further forensic evidence. Like, what do you mean? A person literally just went up and fucking domed a teenager. This makes no sense. You would need that. You would need that if you believe that this person was truly acting in self-defense. Yeah, the kid is still alive, yes. And the fact that they didn't actually, like, you know, keep him under custody and immediately launch a formal investigation implies that they kind of do give him credence to that, you know, protecting your ground shit, you know, the castle doctrine.
And I understand the concern that we are receiving from the community. The information that we have now, it does not say that it's racially motivated. That's still an active investigation. But as a chief of police, I do recognize the racial components of this case. I do recognize and understand the community's concern.
Yarl's aunt says her nephew loves music and is a section leader in his march.
2 points of clarification concerning the shooting of Ralph Yarl. The suspect was not detained for 24 hours. He was released in under 2 hours after providing a statement to the police. 2, police recorded a statement from Ralph in his hospital bed on Friday. So, like, they already have his statement.
Marching band. She says his goal is to attend Texas A&M University to study chemical.
The cops literally are behaving like me memeing when I say, like, oh, well, what are the vibes of this kid? Maybe he deserved to be bullied, that sort of thing. But in this circumstance, it's like literally a real situation where a dude shot and intentionally tried to kill a black teenager that came to his door. Okay? Like, they're like, hey, but what about his vibes, though? Was he good at the clarinet? You know what I mean? You want to bet that shooter's a cop or is friendly with the police department? I mean, possibly. Who knows?
Engineering. Civil rights attorneys Lee Merritt and Benjamin Crump are representing the victim and his family and demanding swift action, and are calling the shooting horrendous and unjustifiable.
As a mother of 3 children, this enrages me.
And protesters gathering Sunday outside the home where Yarl was shot, demanding justice.
He is alive. He is healing. Yes. So I just want to tell you thank you for being here because my nephew is alive.
And the homeowner was released. State law says you either have to charge someone or release them after 24 hours. And authorities here say they need more evidence. They want to talk to this teenager.
Yeah. He wasn't released after 24 hours. He was released after 2 hours. So mainstream media playing a little fast and loose with the situation here. Also, no further evidence. Bro, he shot him. How much you want to bet this is some fucking Gran Torino shit? I don't know anything. Okay? I don't know what's going on, but I'm willing to fucking bet that this particular situation, it's an old racist ass dude, I'm assuming. And they were just like, oh, he's just an old guy. You know, he doesn't mean harm to anybody, you know, except for the obvious harm he's conducted. You know? So, what are we going to do? We're going to put him in fucking jail? He might even be like an old cop or something. Apparently he's 84. Oh, there's information on him already?
And they want to continue this investigation. So he was released, and it's part of the reason why people are so upset this morning and why they're asking for justice. Don?
A lot more to unfold in this investigation. Thank you, Camilla Bernal.
I want to turn now to some last minute.
Wait. Accused teen shooter in Kansas?
The Kansas City community protesting on Sunday after 16-year-old Ralph Yarl was shot as he was trying to pick up his siblings last week. Police say Yarl accidentally went to the wrong address, where he was shot and seriously wounded by the homeowner. Officers arrived at the scene after a neighbor called 911 and took the homeowner immediately into custody.
Our heart goes out to the juvenile victim, and more than anything, to make sure that this child and this child's family knows that there are people working hard, a number of people working hard, to make sure there is justice for this person.
The homeowner, who has not been identified, was released after 24 hours pending further investigation. The police department says they're waiting to obtain a formal statement from the victim and further forensic evidence.
I want everyone to know that I'm listening, and I understand the concern that we are receiving from the community. The information that we have now, it does not say that it's racially motivated. That's still an active investigation. But as a chief of police, I do recognize the racial components of this case. I do recognize and understand the community's concern.
Everyone's a liberal. Everyone's a liberal. That's like, did Kamala Harris write this, dude? Everyone's a liberal. I recognize the racial components of this, but as of now, we do not believe that there's enough evidence to you know, declare there's a racial component. That's awesome. Yeah, no, it's like, when they say that, they mean like, we know the victim is a black teenager and the shooter is a white guy. That's what they're saying, I think. But I don't know. Maybe he's not. Maybe he's not even a fucking white guy. Maybe he's a black guy. Who knows? I don't have any details of the dude, but old people or people in general in America are fucking terrified. Okay? Oh yeah, they said he's white. Actually, never mind. It is a white guy. But old people in this country, and just like Republicans in this country, gun owners in this country, are fucking terrified. Okay? They're fucking terrified. They constantly watch Fox News, and Fox News is like, black people are coming to your neighborhood. They're going to burn down your favorite Applebee's. Like, all day, every day, that's what they see.
Yarl's aunt says her nephew loves music and is a section leader in his marching band. She says his goal is to attend Texas A&M University to study chemical engineering. Civil rights attorneys Lee Merritt and Benjamin Crump are representing the victim and his family and demanding swift action, and are calling the shooting horrendous and unjustifiable.
As a mother of 3 children, this enrages me.
And protesters gathering Sunday outside the home where Yarl was shot, demanding justice.
He is alive. He is healing. Yes. So I just want to tell you thank you for being here, because my nephew is alive.
Now, the homeowner was placed on a 24-hour hold. This is according to Missouri state law. The thing here is after those 24 hours, he either has to...
He wasn't. That's bullshit. Anyway. Neighbors spoke with CNN. Said they did not hear the shooting because they were asleep, but did say once awake. We came outside. The victim was laying on the street surrounded by a few of our other neighbors. Wild. So, like, a bunch of other neighbors came outside and didn't call the cops? Like, what the fuck? That's nice. He continues to improve. He's responsible for making good progress. After spending 3 nights in the hospital, Ralph is recovering at home, being cared by his mother, who's a nurse. Family turning bankrupt. We have been informed by his family that it was a white man who shot their 16-year-old son, Crump said, explaining that he believes the teen was shot because he's black. It is inescapable not to observe the racial dynamics here, said Crump. If roles were reversed, he continued, how much outrage would there be in America? At a weekend rally, community and family members marched and demonstrated in front of the man's house, calling for charges to be filed. Protesters marched as they chanted "Justice for Ralph," "Black Lives Matter," and carried signs reading, "Ringing a doorbell is not a crime," and "The shooter should do the time." The teen's father said, "We want charges. That's all we want." The family is seeking swift action. When he was trying to pick up his younger brother, when he mistakenly rang the doorbell at the wrong house, a man shot Ralph twice and now he's in critical condition. Someone called the cops or the man wouldn't have been arrested. Man, they didn't even call the fucking ambulance. Do you see? Like, they didn't call 911. People in this neighborhood saw a dude in their neighborhood shoot a black teenager in their neighborhood and immediately didn't go, gunshots, let's call 911. Something is missing from the story? Yes. Details about the shooter. The shooter's motive. He crawled 3 houses before getting help? What? One of the Yarl's attorneys also says that the shooter said, "Don't come back around here," and immediately shot the teen. Yarl went to 3 homes for help. At the third, Yarl, who had been shot in the head, was told to lie on the ground and put his hands in the air. What? Why is CNN not mentioning any of this shit? I know he's out of the hospital now. And his situation continues to improve. And like I said, his mother is taking care of him. His mother's a nurse. I don't understand why CNN is not actually talking about any of this other shit. Emerging details of the incident illustrate the strength and bravery shown by the high school junior after he was shot. A neighbor who asked not to be identified tells CNN she called 911 after Ralph came to her door bleeding. She was directed to stay inside her home by the emergency operator for her safety, as the shooter's location was unknown. "I wanted to help him, but they kept saying we don't know where the shooter is at," the woman said. She complied initially, then went outside with towels to help suppress the bleeding. "I kneeled down next to him and I said, 'What's your name? Who shot you?' She said Ralph explained he was supposed to pick up his brother. We figured out then he went to the wrong street, which is no excuse for what happened," she said. "This is somebody's child. I had to clean blood off my door, off my railing. That's someone's child's blood. I'm a mom. This is not okay." While waiting for the ambulance, bleeding from the injuries to the left side of his head and his right arm, the neighbor said Ralph told her he runs the high school track team and plays the bass clarinet in band. "He was very alert," she said. "He's a very strong man, very brave." The aunt's TikTok.
Police say someone inside a Northland home shot a teen in error after the boy drove to the wrong address to pick up younger siblings. Good evening. I'm Shannon Russo.
I'm Kevin Barry.
An error.
He was supposed to go to a home on Northwest 115th Terrace. Instead, he went to a home 1 block over on Northeast 115th Street.
Lake County Prosecutor's Office says that they have not received any.
Wow. An error? Whoopsie, just did a hate crime. Bro, at this point, I'm sorry, but like, this has to be, you know, I feel like they're tilting the scales a little bit, right, with their coverage on this shit. I don't know if it's because they partially feel like they're responsible for all the racial animosity that they have highlighted, that they have basically, given constant coverage to, where it's like, black people are all over the streets. You know, urban crime is coming to your neighborhood. Watch out. Like, that's all they fucking talk about. So maybe they bear a little bit of responsibility for that. So they're like covering their footsteps, or they're just the same exact amount of racist. And ultimately are covering it this way because they don't give a shit. Or because, and this is perhaps the most nefarious, they are scared of the understandable consequences of the inaction from the state, that ultimately they don't want any protests to happen. So they're basically trying to soften the coverage of the issue without giving you a full accounting of what happened, so that there are no protests, which is why they're engaging in what I would consider to be almost a cover-up at this point.
Any criminal referral. But this is still a very active investigation, with police telling us that this teen is in the hospital with injuries that are considered to be life-threatening. At the home where neighbors say it happened, a man vacuums the front steps after replacing a glass door. Fox 4 asked what happened.
I guess you'll have to check with other authorities.
Well, do you know this? Quote, suspect was brought to headquarters to give a statement. Older visitors also did not answer questions. Do you know any details about it?
Yeah, but I'm not at liberty to give that out, man. You know that.
Why not? Well, you're a friend.
Yeah, he's my buddy, man, and I love him to death.
Is he an older guy? It's not this guy, right?
No, come on, man. We all take care of one another, you know?
Yeah.
So.
Y'all, there was nothing that was an error about that shooting.
Yeah, they take care of one another, you know?
My nephew rang the doorbell. He opened up the door. He shot him in the head and said, "Don't come back here again."
He had surveillance on the house. He knew who was at the door. Oh, yeah. Ring cameras and all, right?
When he fell down, he shot him again. That is not an error.
City police say someone inside a Northland home shot a teen in error after the boy drove to the wrong address.
It's like covering Emmett Till is an error.
Last night, my nephew was on his way.
Okay. Yarl was shot in the head, which cracked his skull and left him with a critical traumatic brain injury, the attorney said. While the teenager was still on the ground, the homeowner opened fire a second time, striking Yarl in the upper right arm. How the encounter turned violent so quickly still confuses Yarl as he recovers, his aunt Faith Spoonmore said. We'll remind him, like, Ralph, you're alive, buddy. And then he has the times where he's like, why? I did nothing wrong. Why? I did nothing wrong. And he just cannot understand why, Spoonmore said. So it's waves. He goes through waves. Merritt said Yarl is now in stable condition and out of the hospital. Police have not released the name of the race of the resident who opened fire. He was taken into custody and held for 24 hours, the maximum. He was not held for 24 hours. Why is everyone in the media saying he was held for 24 hours? Maximum for a suspect until felony charges are filed, Police Chief Stacey Graves said. CNN said he was held for like less than 2 hours and he was a white 80-year-old guy. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking as well. Police have not released the name of the race of the resident who opened fire. The Kansas City, Missouri Police Department said in a statement Monday that they've submitted the investigative case to the Clay County Prosecutor's Office to review charges. Yarl said the person who shot him was a white man who seemed angry and hostile by his presence on the property. His attorney said. Merritt said the teenager miraculously saved his own life by fleeing and banging on at least 3 neighbors' doors for help. 3. And on the 3rd home, Merritt said the neighbor told Yarl to lie on the ground and put his hands in the air. He complied and then passed out. So even that fucking last neighbor who was like, I'm a mom and I wanted to save his life or whatever, it seems like even she wasn't so fucking nice. I don't know. Maybe they weren't home though. Well, actually, you know what? I bet the mom that came out with the towels and shit was a separate party. Because the person who called 911 said that there were people around the kid that were like looking down at him. Merritt said the neighborhood where the shooting occurred is predominantly white and conservative and commonly referred to among locals as God's country. We've heard reports from black people who live in the neighborhood, who visit the neighborhood, that there seems to be a standing hostility towards black presence in that community. Karen Skinner, who has lived on 115th Street for more than 30 years, said the shooting in her neighborhood surprised her, given how her block is typically quiet and crime isn't an issue. It's a neighborhood in which I'm not even going to walk on my neighbor's yard because they're all very well manicured. Yeah. Skinner said, adding that the street includes many older white homeowners whose children have since grown. In recent years, newer families have been moving in, including a black family, she said, but most residents keep to themselves. By the way, that's what they mean when they say there's no crime. They just mean like there's no presence of black people in our neighborhoods. Yeah, someone in the chat also said this, but in a lot of instances, a lot of people themselves don't even fucking recognize that they're living in a sundown town because they just simply never see black people around. So they just take it for granted and think like, oh no, like there's no crime here, right? And they don't even realize like their neighbors are fucking psychotic racists half the fucking time because, you know, there's no additional racist component, triggering their outwardly aggressive stance against black people in the sense, and by that I mean the presence of a black body. But also, a lot of those people are also blind to these realities. You know, they're blind to the realities of white supremacy in this country. They're privileged. They are unaware. They don't recognize it. So they think it must not exist here. Anyway. Yeah. Media is reporting that the Kansas City man who shot Ralph Yarl, 16, is a white man in his 80s. He hasn't been rearrested as investigators consider whether he's protected by Missouri's Stand Your Ground law. And for you to understand, Stand Your Ground is quite literally the reason for the reason why Stand Your Ground exists as a law is so that the guy who shot this kid, this teenager, can get away with it. That's like the entire purpose of Stand Your Ground. For the record, it's not for like the random cases where like you do have a legitimate home invasion and you fucking shoot to defend yourself. It's not that. This is the whole purpose of it. The whole purpose of it is like, oh, I was afraid. It gives you almost cop-like powers to do what cops do all the time, which is, this isn't Stand Your Ground. This is Castle Doctrine. Castle Doctrine is the original version of Stand Your Ground. Stand Your Ground laws that are designed in places like Florida and whatnot actually come from the Castle Doctrine. It's the same principle. Stand Your Ground is simply a continuation of the Castle Doctrine I can't even talk. Beyond the Castle Doctrine, outside of your own house. Okay? All of it is also because self-defense, as it's written in the fucking rule of law, is not enough. Just understand that. Because you do have a right to defend yourself. Okay? You just don't have a right to offense yourself. Okay? You can't do like offensive maneuvers normally at the behest of defending yourself, which is why castle doctrine and stand your ground exists to begin with. Okay? That's it. That's why they have extra laws, you know, circumstances where like maybe you didn't actually defend yourself, but you can get away with it by claiming you did because the law allows you to do so. This is the express purpose of it. Anyway. Great stuff in the worst fucking nation on earth. In the wealthiest nation on earth that mistreats its poor citizens, its black citizens like this on a daily fucking basis. Meanwhile, you got dipshits like Matt Walsh talking about white woman viciously attacked by a group of black teens. You absolutely never see videos like this one with the races reversed. Never. Doesn't exist. First of all, you're a fucking delusional clown if you think that there's no videos of like white people beating the living shit out of black people or killing them. Okay? It's called police brutality. It's called stand your ground laws. It's called white supremacy as an institution. Institutionalized white supremacy is called the criminal justice system. We see it every day. It happens every day. You just defend that because you think that's good when it happens to black people, when they're the victims. Okay? At this point, we need to discuss why this violence literally always goes one way. 14K likes. I don't know what the details behind this video are. I don't know if this is TOS. Can we watch this? Here, I'll take a look. So, do we have any details on what happened? They just okay, it's not TOS. There's just a bunch of teens just like brutally beating the shit out of this like white woman. What is this? Like, what the fuck am I looking at here? Unruly crowds unacceptable, but don't demonize youth. Brandon Johnson, Chicago mayor-elect. Oh, it started already. Chicago officials are reacting after unruly crowds gathered downtown near Millennium Park this weekend. Oh, I saw videos of this. Viral videos show large groups of people disrupting traffic, dancing on cars, getting involved in fights. Police said 2 people were shot late Saturday night. Mayor-elect Brandon Johnson's statement is grabbing national headlines. I feel like I know why it's a big deal. Every year, hundreds of kids go downtown and go crazy for a day. Wait, that's like a thing that happens in Chicago? I don't really understand. Fuck, hold on. One day the whole city goes wild. I don't know what this is about. Yes, most just take the train from the south side down to the loop. Okay, that's fucking weird, and I don't really understand that, but okay. Mayor-elect Brandon Johnson's statement is grabbing national headlines, saying it we should not demonize the youth who were a part of it. That's probably not what they are saying. When I came back, this whole area was lined with, the street was blocked out by a wall of police. The groups were seen running around, jumping on cars, CTA buses, weaving in and out of oncoming traffic. 2 teenagers were shot near Michigan and Wabash Avenues. A 16-year-old boy was shot in the arm. A 17-year-old boy was shot in the leg. We've had it almost every year. I just think the police feel that they don't have support from the mayor and stuff to really do what they need to do. Mayor Lori Lightfoot responded to the violence. We've taken steps and we'll take the steps to address these teen trends. It's not the first time we've addressed these issues, but our young people have an opportunity and a right to enjoy the entirety of our city, but they have to do it in a way that is respectful of people and property, and we did address that over the weekend. Dude, I don't fucking understand. I don't. Like, for the record, I hope everyone personally recognizes that teenagers going around and doing like a purge-style night is profoundly unacceptable, okay? Obviously. I'm not going to fucking sit here and be like, no, let them have their fucking fun. No, of course not. Especially when the fun that you're talking about involves like assaulting people, okay? But there is a way to fucking avoid that reality, okay? How do you do that? By offering those teenagers opportunities. Literally, after-school programs are profoundly impactful in lowering this kind of fucking crime, okay? Lowering this kind of activity. Like, that's it. That's it. Make a fucking community center. Put a basketball league and other sports leagues and other fucking unique interests that teenagers may have. Put a fucking land center. That's it. It makes me so mad. Yo, you say they have that? No, they don't. Those things are so devastatingly fucking underfunded. And they basically don't even exist. The idea that they have like adequate after school programs and adequate opportunities is stupid, okay? They don't. Literally go and this isn't like, go to any, like, go watch a fucking documentary on the south side of Chicago if you want to get a better understanding. Half the time, the stuff that they show you that they have, the community centers they have, are all basically propagandized to look way more adequate than they actually are. Okay? They don't have shit. Oh. Can we ever be surprised at violence when they are constantly targeted every single day by violence from the state? Man, that's crazy. Like, no, that's also not like, there is no justifiable tone I'm taking with these actions, okay? It's just fucking ridiculous. It is. It's ridiculous. It's crazy. Everybody also recognizes that it's fucking crazy. Like, what the fuck?
Crowds of young people downtown. Chicago police making a total of 15 arrests after some of them got out of hand. Now, of course, there were also 3 people that were shot in the various incidents that happened over the weekend. Mayor Lori Lightfoot finally speaking about the incidents this morning. Mayhem on Michigan Avenue and other places downtown Saturday night, resulting in fights, damaged vehicles, and terrified tourists as groups of young people took over the streets. 2 teenage boys were shot.
We have taken steps and will take steps to address these teen trends. It's not the first time that we've addressed these issues, but our young people have an opportunity and a right to enjoy the entirety of our city, but they have to do it in a way that is respectful for people and property.
On Friday night, a group of teens caused major disruptions at the 31st Street Beach. A 14-year-old was shot in the leg. The incident raising concerns for Alderwoman Sophia King, whose ward covers that area.
It was very serious, so we have to hold youth accountable and responsible. But we also need to bring the city together because we do need to have activities for the youth.
Alderman Brendan Riley, whose ward includes the Loop, calling it lawlessness on the part of teens looking to score points on social media. He also questioned the police.
Yeah. I love when they like openly recognize that, like, we got to give them something to do, which is true. Okay. But then she's like, we got to hold them accountable. Yeah, what do you think? Fucking teenagers think that they're not held accountable? This kind of conversation is so, this kind of kind of take is so idiotic. No one is fucking pro-crime, okay? Like, I joke and say I am pro-crime all the fucking time. But of course, overall, this kind of shit is awful. It shouldn't justify the vicious cycle of, like, further police funding, which, by the way, those dipshits in positions of power are going to use this. And also all of the wealthier residents of Chicago are going to say, we need more money for the police to make sure that this never happens. By doing what? I guess killing some teenagers. I suspect that's what they think will do a good job of, like, stopping this. Stopping this crime wave in Chicago. I'm so confused. We can all organize to just fuck shit up for fun, but we can't organize to demand actual systemic change. Fuck this earth. Yeah, because one's boring.
Response saying in a statement, this feels a bit like Groundhog Day. Every year on our first warm weather weekend, it seems that CPD leadership is caught flat-footed and overwhelmed by these large groups of teens on our beaches and in our parks. Riley and others calling for accountability for the teens and their parents.
We need to call it out for what it is. You can't sugarcoat this, and you can't make excuses for that behavior. You need to hold them and their parents accountable for this and use everything that's in our toolbox to identify who they are and take the appropriate action so that we don't have this going on all summer long.
In a statement, Mayor-elect Brandon Johnson said, in no way do I condone the destructive activity that we saw in the Loop and Lakefront this weekend. It is unacceptable. And
they're like, we need to go find these teenagers and kill them. And their fucking parents. We need to jail teenagers until the summer's over. That'll show them. That'll definitely, eradicate the problem. People will be like, yeah, what's really the fault is fatherlessness in the black community. What's my solution? Arresting the fathers. Sean the Black says, bored kids do stupid things all the time. It's not unique to Chicago. It's not a problem until that will be fixed by the police. Absolutely. Absolutely. This happens every fucking year, apparently. Do something about it. And by that, I don't mean build a fucking more violent state apparatus to, like, kill teenagers. In order to counter this, design social programs specifically around summer. Like, that's it. Especially when, like, school's getting let out early, or if school is out in general during spring break. A lot of this shit happens when they don't have anything else going on. Chicago is simultaneously one of my favorite cities and also full of the most annoying kind of lib. The oop, let me scooch by you, hun type lib. They come off not as evil as they are. Oh, yeah, 100%. You fucking slap a Patagonia vest on and you say the most unhinged, violent screeds about, like, what to do with black teenagers and their fucking parents. But you say it in a way where people don't immediately understand how bloodthirsty you are. Oh, well, it's fatherlessness. We got to work on it. Yeah, right? You're right. Oh, we got to work on that, don't you know? I don't know why the Chicago guys are talking like this, but like, we got to build a wall around the beaches, don't you know?
has no place in our city. However, it is not constructive to demonize youth who've been otherwise starved of opportunities in their own communities. City leaders obviously now looking to look at what happened this weekend and try to make a plan to make sure that doesn't happen for the next warm weekend.
Way to go. Yeah, the homeowner said 10 out of 10.
I didn't even say anything bad. But of course, they're already going crazy with it. Anyway. I'm born and raised in Chicago, went through the CPS as a kid, even 15 years ago in the elementary school I went to. We ate in the hallway for 8 years since we didn't have a cafeteria. The roof was literally rotting in some classrooms. And most after-school programs would get canceled left and right. Yeah. I don't know, man. It's not like he's saying that it's good that the kids are doing this. Like, he openly recognizes this unacceptable. And we got to find a different solution than, like, trying to fucking police it. Because obviously policing it is not going to work. As an institution, it is not designed to deal with, like, this kind of activity. Okay? I don't know. It shit pisses me off. And then you got dipshits like Matt Walsh basically fucking demanding, you know, that something be done with this. Everyone is always calling for an uncomfortable conversation about race. Well, here it is. Matt Walsh looks at the uncomfortable conversation about race and goes, I'm going to be extra racist. Anyway. White suburbanites around Chicago think that Chicago is a war zone. I've had people tell me to my face that the loop is dangerous. Yeah. You know who else thinks Chicago is a fucking war zone, or at least hamming up that narrative that Chicago is a war zone? Andrew Tate, as a matter of fact. That's right. Andrew Tate was like also, I guess, aware of the news of what was going on. And he said, imagine living in Chicago on purpose, by choice. Seriously, imagine being a full-grown adult and waking up in fucking Chicago, looking at the entire globe, and then going around you at the shithole you resided and saying, yes, I want to live here. And then clown face emoji, clown face emoji, clown face emoji, clown face emoji. To which I replied with, wild that this man grew up in Gary, Indiana, and then Luton, only to move to Romania, in his words, to do crimes and get away with it on a budget. Okay? All these places I mentioned have awesome parts to it, including Chicago. Andrew Tate is not one of those parts, however. I said, also, this motherfucker's talking about how people should leave Chicago. How about you leave your house in Romania? Which, as you know, he can't, because he's under house arrest for sex trafficking and rape. You know? So, what's that about? Naperville shits all over Gary. I think the biggest problem is the fatherlessness of these kinds of children. We want to police them and the parents for allowing this kind of behavior from children. Maybe if we increase police funding more. What? Dude, I'm not fucking, you're unhinged, dude. I just fucking, dude, I'm trying to be chill today. I'm trying to not fucking do this. I'm not going to do this, especially at the top of the hour, where I will avoid your fucking debate, you piece of shit. And I will tell you that at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. Fuck you. Fuck you with that. You can't write unhinged shit with the express purpose of getting me to fucking read it and then being like, haha, it's a top of the hour debate. Okay, you still wrote the unhinged shit. But regardless, at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe. We are going to move on to this fucking CEO who it's going to trigger the fuck out of you probably. I'm just letting you know, trigger warning. It's going to trigger the fuck out of me, too. Anonymous, thank you for the 5 gift subs, allowing 5 people to no longer see the ads. Moon Senum, thank you for the 10 gift subs, allowing 10 people to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. Anyway. What? KaiCenant got banned for real? No. Man? No. What the fuck? Anyway. Anya, please. Okay.
Questions came through about how can we stay motivated if we're not going to get a bonus? What can we do? What can we do? Some of them.
Why did KaiCenant get banned? Like, do we have any idea? What could it have been? Is it on LSF? This is from 3 minutes ago. You were gone for 2 days? I don't really know. It's because of the Botex allegations? Okay, good one. What, did he watch a police chase or something? Is that what happened? He showed his ass? It could be the motorcycle maybe, but I don't know. A car chase person was watching his stream while mid-chase? What? You are joking. That is not true. Give me a link right now. KaiCenant watches.
He watching the stream. Nah, that's hard. That's hard. Shout
What?
out to you, broski. Nah, he's definitely watching on the stream. He's definitely watching the stream. He watching the stream, bruh.
How do they know?
Make a left. Yeah.
As a culture here in Los Angeles, fairly obsessed with
he just went like this.
They are exciting to watch on TV, but they are dangerous.
He knows, yeah.
Dramas that are playing. Yeah. The reason we air them is for public safety first and foremost because.
No fucking way. No. Also, that was during his subathon anyway. No, that's not it. You're wrong. No. Y'all are fucking wrong. Wasn't this a bit you did? Yeah, he's just joking and trolling. You guys are fucking... God damn it. You guys are so dumb. That's not the reason. It was circulating during the weekend? Yeah, but it's not from the weekend. That clip is literally from... That clip where he's like reacting is from the... it's from the subathon that he did. That's like a month. That's 2 months ago at this point. Shut up. It could have, but he had Yachty on a stream and there was choice words about white people, so it could also be that. Oh. Chad, he had the chase on delay. Of course, he knew where the guy was going to go. Yeah. They banned him because Kick sent him shoes. Yeah, totally. I love when I'm like trying to be serious about something and you motherfuckers immediately make jokes. Like, you can't be serious ever. Everybody's like, oh, it's the fucking shoes that Kick sent him. That's why he got banned. It's because he like definitely was reacting to a fucking... he was reacting to a stream from a month ago, a car chase from a month ago, and that's why he got banned. Nothing more than Yachty saying to stay woke on the screen when some dude was in his boxers. Yeah, he got the fucking kick shoes. That's why it happened. I mean, it could be the dirt bike thing. That was what I was thinking of. Like, it's like endangering himself and others or some shit, maybe. I don't know. But seems weird that it happened. Does this prove Twitch is racist? Yeah, definitely. When you ask Kai, yeah, hold on. Let me ask Kai. I'm sure he'll fucking respond to me. Like right now. No, he's not going to do that, dude. Why the fuck would he do that? Why would he just like randomly... Why would he do that? In the middle of the fucking day. Will they even tell Kai? Eventually they will. He's too big of a content creator for them not to. I'm sure he has an account manager and everything. That'd be crazy if he didn't. Okay. Moving back to this.
Them where questions came through about how can we stay motivated if we're not going to get a bonus? What can we do? What can we do? Some of them were nice and some of them were not so nice. So I'm going to address this head on. The most important thing we can do right now is focus on the things that we can control. None of us could have predicted COVID. None of us could have predicted supply chain. None of us could have predicted bank failures. But what we can do is stay in front of our customers, provide the best customer service we can, get our orders out our door, treat each other well, be kind, be respectful, focus on the future because it will be bright. It's not good to be in a situation we're in today, but we're not going to be here forever. It is going to get better. So lead by example, treat people well.
This is a Zoom call from a CEO who canceled the all-employee bonus but took a $6.4 million bonus herself. What the fuck?
Talk to them, be kind, and get after it. Don't ask about, what are we going to do if we don't get a bonus? Get the damn $26 million. Spend your time and your effort thinking about the $26 million we need and not thinking about what you're going to do if we don't get a bonus. All right? Can I get some commitment for that? I would appreciate that. I had an old boss who said to me one time, you can visit Pity City, but you can't live there. So people, leave Pity City. Let's get it done.
I can't begin to describe to you how much I despise this pathetic person. This is absolutely insane. We are not going to do calls to violence in the chat. You will get banned for it. Shut the fuck up. Don't be stupid. But oh my Lord.
Thank you. Have a great day.
This is like, is this from a fucking movie? Like, what's happening here? There's no way this person is this fucking villainous in the real world. There's no shot. No, I need additional details. This feels like it's Herman Miller. This is actually the Herman Miller CEO. Don't live in Pity City. Office chair magnet tells employees who want money. By the way, for the longest time, full disclosure, I wanted to work with Herman Miller. One, because I thought Herman Miller had unionized domestically manufactured products. And 2, I've been using them for years, right? And they literally were like, nope, no shot. They've worked with plenty of other streamers, but they refuse to work with me. I wonder why. I wonder why. Because I rarely ever seek out advertisers. I don't. The reason for that is because, I don't need to. I usually tell advertisers not to work with me when they are trying to work with me. But Herman Miller, I wanted to get a free chair. The chair I'm currently using was sent to me by them, for the record. But I always thought it was odd that they were just like straight up like, nope, we're not going to work with you. Now I understand a little bit more as to what the company culture is about, at least at the executive level. I am using the Herman Miller. Don't ask about what we're going to do if we don't get a bonus. Get the damn $26 million. Spend your time and your effort thinking about the $26 million we need and not thinking about what you're going to do if you don't get a bonus. All right? Can I get some commitment for that? She then continued by quoting the advice of a former manager. I had an old boss said to me, don't go to Pity City. Miller Knoll's fiscal year has not yet ended and bonus decisions have not been decided, including for Owen. Nevertheless, the clip was soon enough circulated online, leading to public anger. The company representative said that the clip does not show the full context of what she described as a largely positive meeting. Oh, guys, it's okay. Guys, you don't understand. The rest of the meeting was so sick, though. The context is missing from her sentiment where she told off her workers to suck it the fuck up because they're in, verbatim, in her words, Pity City. Here, let's finish the video.
I had an old boss who said to me one time, you can visit Pity City.
For the record, the reason why I'm finishing this is for the neurodivergent in my fan base who literally cannot comprehend a video that is devoid of the last 3.5 seconds of context, okay? So we're going to do that. We're going back to Pity City real quick because there are people who are completionists in here that will lose they'll kill themselves if they don't finish the fucking last 3 seconds.
But you can't live there. So people, leave Pity City. Let's get it done. Thank you. Have a great day.
This is where I paused it, by the way. That's what you wanted to see that badly? This last explosion? You think it was worth it to go back to the video? Some of you freakazoids need to fucking dial it back. Do you understand? Holy shit. Chad will literally be like, dude, if you don't show this to me right now, I'm going to do something really fucked up. Anyway, you want to know how much she makes? According to salary.com, for 2022, the president and CEO of Miller Knoll Inc., Andy R. Owen, the woman that we were looking at, made $4.9 million in total compensation. Of this total, $1 million was received as a salary, $1.2 million was received as a bonus, and $800,000 was received in stock options, and $1.4 million was awarded as stock, and $300,000 came from other types of compensation. She says, stop thinking about the bonus.
For generations. Wait.
This is a video about you're wrong about Balenciaga from Fillion. Fillion defends Balenciaga. Nice. It's Balenciaga, Harry. In the explosion was worth it because it's not confirmed. She does not only look like a stereotypical older female liberal CEO on Netflix series See-Through actress, but she also acts like one. I am shocked. This video in and of itself seems fake. It seems too perfect to be real. You know what I mean? She is literally acting out the stereotypical, out of touch, liberal CEO. This woman absolutely voted for Clinton. Oh, you know she did. The real villains are the lazy corporate workers who refuse to come back to offices 8 hours a day, 5 days a week. That's ruining Herman Miller's business. Yeah. Vulture shit, dude. Anyway. Great stuff overall. It's AI generated. No, it's not AI generated, man. What? What the fuck? No, this is very real. The problem is it's too real. That's what the issue is. It makes me feel like it might not be because it's so convenient for it to be real. Anyway, that's the Herman Miller CEO. Andy fiercely believes in his team and we can accomplish together and will not be dissuaded by a 90-second clip taken out of context and posted on social media. Miller Knoll, an office chair company that makes some of the most well-regarded chairs in the country, including the Aeron Mira, the Eames lounge chair. This is like the ultimate Sneeko cuck chair, by the way. You know, every hotel has the Sneeko chair. The Eames lounge chair is the LeBron James of Sneeko chairs, okay? There is no better cuck chair than the Eames lounge chair. You've probably seen it. It's famous in like aesthetic circles. People always joke about it. Here you go. I'll show it to you and you'll immediately recognize it. Hold on. Blammo. I'm sure you've seen it. This is the mid-century aesthetic. Okay, this is literally the most, you've seen this chair before. Why do you know that? Because I literally watch I look at every fucking dumb aesthetic meme page, okay? Every single one. We ain't all staying in 4-star hotels, rich boy. No hotel has this as a chair. What are you, fucking crazy? Miller Knoll employee speaks out.
We need and not thinking about what you're going to do if we don't get a bonus. All right?
That is CEO Andy Owens from Miller Knoll, formerly known as Herman Miller, a company that I used to work for several years. She received a multi-million-dollar bonus and is telling her employees to leave Pity City because they may not receive their bonuses. And having worked there for several years, I never heard of one employee having a bonus over a couple $100, if that. But yeah, leave Pity City.
I think this is probably her telling higher level employees that they're not getting bonuses because that's more important for them than it is for the average person that works there. Right? Like it's got to be way more devastating, not for like the average person who gets like $100 at the end of the year and they're like, "Oh man, great." But like actual C-suite people that are not getting the fucking bonuses, I suspect, which is part of the reason why it leaked. Oh, she definitely got a bonus. You know her ass got a bonus. Especially because it's like odd. Why the fuck would she be asking like dudes who work at the warehouse to find $26 million? What the fuck are they going to do, you know? You got a $6.4 million bonus. You read it, I think. No. I read a tweet. See, now, a tweet saying she got a $6.4 million bonus is very different than a news article saying she got a $6.4 million bonus. Sometimes, even news articles can get information wrong. Okay? So, of course, when I read that tweet saying she got a $6.4 million bonus, I didn't immediately go, oh, she got a $6.4 million bonus. This is important for everyone to learn with respect to media literacy. Sometimes tweets from random Twitter accounts, especially anonymous ones, will lie. Okay? Even if it corresponds to our personal biases, it's always better to try and get the truth. So don't immediately believe that. I'm not even faulting you, chatter. It's understandable. I just don't want you to get caught with your pants down, believing in some misinformation on the internet. This has led to a period of disruption, as Miller Knoll itself recently put, in which Herman Miller to acquire Knoll, one of his top competitors in 2021, for $1.8 billion, informed the newly created Miller Knoll to better weather the changes brought on by the COVID-19 pandemic. Knoll's then CEO stepped down as a result of the transaction, placing Owen, then CEO of Herman Miller, in charge of the newly formed furniture giant. Since then, Owen has tried to cut costs in a variety of ways as the share price plunged. The company announced earlier this month that it would close a manufacturing plant in Wisconsin and lay off 162 employees, and otherwise shifted its focus to more hybrid, collaborative work environments and online sales. For her work, Owen received bonuses of $1.2 million last year and $1.12 million in 2021. Maybe they should reduce the price then. The Herman Millers I see on Costco, etc., cost like $1,000. Oh, yeah. Those bonuses seem low for Herman Miller, not going to lie. Yes, that is because, as we saw on salary.com, she simply received hard cash bonus to the tune of $1.2 million, but this does not feature the stock options that she was given, both as compensation nor as a bonus on top of that. So that's the reason why it is, it seems a little bit less than what you would expect for a CEO of like a massive fucking company. Anyway. From what I read, those layoffs are primarily union jobs. Yeah. Herman Miller used to be a company that, proudly had union factories and domestically manufactured its product, which was very expensive, obviously, as you guys know. Incredibly expensive. Luckily, there's a lot of opportunity to find them secondhand, used, especially since, like, COVID eviscerated going into places of business. There you go. El Moro Rosa is saying the same thing. If anybody wants a Herman Miller, search for refurbished ones. They are a fourth of the price. In an office that had a ton of them that went bust recently or changed locations, and the batch sold them secondhand. Yeah. New. Clay County prosecutor announces he's filed 2 felony counts against Andrew Lester in the shooting of a 16-year-old Ralph Yarl, assault in the first degree, armed criminal action. A warrant has been issued for Lester's arrest. There was a racial component to the case, Clay County prosecutor argues. When asked why there's no attempted murder charge, the prosecutor explained that Lester is being charged with the highest charge under Missouri law. Probable cause statement: rounds were fired through the glass door. Yarl did not enter home. No words were exchanged. Well, that conflicts with the witness testimony, which is odd, especially when you are the fucking prosecutor. The prosecutor is supposed to be on the side of the victim. What the fuck? You are functionally the victim's lawyer. And bringing up his case to the state. That's what you're doing, to the government. Very odd that he wouldn't also add that there was words exchanged according to the fucking according to the witness statement from the victim himself. I think the don't come around here was after the first shot, then second shot. Probably means prior to the shooting. I think the witness said, Ralph's testimony, and we'll learn more about this as more details come out, but I think Ralph's testimony implied that he said it before he started shooting. But at least, the prosecutor is doing a decent job. He's going to do whatever he can to get a fucking conviction, so. And he said it was possibly racially motivated. Okay. So, see what happens in this case. And of course, I will give you updates when there are any updates. Moving back to Fox News' defamation trial, there's a delay, which has sparked speculation of possible settlement. Here is CNN's John King on more details on this drama/court case.
The drama in the Fox News defamation case. That trial was supposed to start today, but it has been delayed. And CNN watched as lawyers for Dominion Voting Systems brought more than 40 boxes into the courthouse today, most likely evidence and other materials. CNN's Oliver Darcy joins us now. He's outside the courthouse in Wilmington, Delaware. Oliver, what is happening?
Some 11th hour twist, really casting into question whether a trial, John, is even going to take place. Right behind me was where it's supposed to have started. Opening arguments were supposed to be taking place right about now, but last night the judge abruptly delayed the trial, saying it's going to now start on Tuesday, and there's no reason given. The judge said today that he doesn't find it unusual for this to have been delayed by one day, but Rupert Murdoch's Wall Street Journal, as well as some other outlets now, reporting that a last-minute settlement might be in the works, that Fox might be pushing to settle this case, avert a trial, and really spare some of its high-profile talent and executives like Rupert Murdoch from having to take the stand and testify as to why they allowed election lies to be broadcast on Fox's air, despite knowing that they were not true. Now, both sides are still preparing for a trial. The judge said basically to be back tomorrow, and a trial will start if a settlement is not reached. Dominion brought in about 40 boxes earlier of evidence into the courtroom, so they're clearly ready, John, to go to trial if a settlement is not reached. Right now, everything sort of seems just up in the air.
Up in the air. We'll see how the negotiations go behind closed doors. Oliver, keep us posted if anything changes.
Let's bring in our senior legal analyst, Ellie Honig. Good morning. There's so much on the table here.
What a twist. I know. The plot thickens.
What a twist. Why would a judge do this?
Well, so if you...
Dude, don't settle. No, you're too pretty. Don't do it. Don't settle. No. Come on now. That's a bummer. That's a real bummer. On chat. On. Isn't part of the settlement making them apologize? No, but I want more. I want more out of this. I want like discovery. I want to see what happened. You know what I mean? Because the more the court goes on, the more content we get.
You go to a judge in either a criminal or civil case on the eve of trial and say, we're making close progressions towards a settlement, or in a criminal case, this is not a criminal case, towards a guilty plea. Often judges will say, okay, I'll give you a day, I'll give you 2 days, maybe I'll give you a week, I'll give you a chance to work it out. I think that's the most likely scenario. We've seen reporting consistent with that as well.
So you think there's probably those talks somewhere going on?
Yeah, there's something about being on the eve of trial that can really sober up both parties. It's a reality, right? Look at it from Fox's point of view. They're looking at the likelihood, if there's a trial, of having all of their, or many of their most prominent anchors have to take the stand, testify, and get cross-examined.
See, that's what I'm saying. That come on, chat. You don't want to see that? You're telling me you don't want to see, like, you know, Tucker Carlson on the stand as he's asked about all the, you know, he's asked about all the text messages between him and like Laura Ingraham about how much he fucking hates Donald Trump. That's part of the reason why Rupert Murdoch will never do this, and that's probably the reason why they will settle. Because they don't want us to have content. They're pieces of shit. Okay? They're absolute pieces of fucking shit. It's bullshit. Give us some goddamn content, man. You've been giving us white supremacist content for the past however many years that Fox News has been around. Give us some content that like we like. You know what I mean?
So,
and the owners and
the
top
and the executives, and up to and including Rupert Murdoch. And so you can understand why they would be hit by reality at the last moment and say, we need to avoid this. And, you know, another question is, why would Dominion be interested in potentially settling this? Because as we've discussed, I think Dominion has a very strong case here for defamation. But the fact of the matter is, nothing's sure when it comes to a jury. There's always risk when it comes to a jury trial. Jury's just 12 human beings. You never know what they're going to do.
So if there is a settlement, help us understand, because it's beyond how much money they settle for, which I think gets a disproportionate amount of attention.
Yeah, but how much is a lot of dough?
I understand that. I think also the company has a lot of money. What I think is fascinating, if there is a settlement, is does it come with an admission of guilt, an apology,
right,
or an admission of wrongdoing?
So there's a couple things that are in play here if there's a negotiation. First of all, of course, there's the amount. Parties will go back and forth on that. Second of all, there's, will this be confidential? Usually settlements like this are confidential. We don't know the numbers unless we get it through reporting, but we wouldn't know it officially. But the parties are free to negotiate. This number will or will not be confidential. And then the parties can negotiate for any sort of admission of guilt, statement, acknowledgement, retraction, et cetera. But keep in mind, the judge here has already made a finding as a matter of law that Fox's statements about the 2020 election and about Dominion were false. So that is on the record. The only question at trial was going to be, is there actual malice? Did Fox know, or were they reckless about the falsity? So no matter what, Dominion has that finding of falsity.
Okay, so then 1.6 billion, you're right, it's a lot of money, but Fox has deep pockets, right?
Yes.
And their viewers will probably not believe, you know, that they did anything wrong, that they were targeted, you know, so I'm not sure what it does to their credibility, right? Because it's kind of, you know what I'm talking about.
The facts are out there, right? We've all seen the texts, they're all out there, and we have the finding from the judge about
Okay,
falsity.
so then $1.6 billion, if they go to court and they win, are they likely to get that? And if they settle, how much money are we talking about?
So I don't think there was any realistic chance of Dominion getting $1.6 billion in compensatory damages, meaning the amount we were damaged, the amount we have to be paid.
I'm not gonna lie, like, they're so cooked. Like, they are so incredibly fucking cooked. What are they supposed to do? How are they gonna make money? Like, half the country, like, they're supposed to present themselves as like this apolitical, you know, outside of politics, like vote tabulator, right? So when the largest news broadcaster on the planet unjustifiably pushes forward with the defamation that they are biased and they are working with Joe Biden, it's like your reputation, like, you could genuinely make an argument for super high compensation for the damages. I'm not even kidding. Like, especially considering that Discovery is so over-encompassing. They have conversations that revolve. They have conversations between Tucker Carlson and Laura Ingraham in there, which means they could probably even find Malice as well. Like, I don't know. I just want them to destroy Fox News, honestly. It would be so fire. It's not going to happen, but it would be so sick if they did that. So, you know, let's see what happens.
Paid back to get us back to zero. The entire company, by its own valuation, is worth anywhere from $30 to $80 million, but that's not even 10% of 1.6 billion. Yes, Dominion is worth it. So from Dominion's point of view, I think $1.6 billion was always a very optimistic ask. Now, keep in mind, though, they could also get punitive damages. And so if Fox is looking at this, they're saying, okay, Dominion's asking for $1.6 billion to compensate them, but also punitive damages on top. So again, you can see the high-end risk that Fox would be running at a trial here.
Yeah. Don't go on vacation this weekend.
Right, and then Fox
we'll
were also apologizing to that judge for not presenting.
Well, they got in trouble with the judge on a couple big issues last week that could incentivize them too.
Thank you, Ellie.
Two new details on the stabbing death of.
So this was an interesting story. From what I understand, the fucking CashApp guy was stabbed by someone who apparently knew him. But originally, that didn't stop everybody in the San Francisco area from running with the crime is rampant here narrative. It seems like it wasn't just like a random stabbing that occurred, but instead one that was premeditated. But, you know, like I said, that didn't stop people from cutting propaganda to claim that, you know, look at San Francisco. Look at how crazy crime is in San Francisco. People are getting stabbed now.
CashApp founder Bob Lee, who police say was murdered by another tech entrepreneur on a San Francisco street. New court documents allege a possible motive in the attack, and DeMarco Morgan has the story. Good morning, DeMarco.
I mean, look at this. Okay, well, maybe breaking. Mission Local has learned the San Francisco police this morning traveled to Emeryville to make the arrest of in the April 4th killing of tech exec Bob Lee. The alleged killer also works in tech and purportedly newly, right? And meanwhile, motherfuckers were saying this. Our society seems to have become seriously complacent. 100 years ago in San Francisco, people were publicly hung for their crimes, often by vigilante groups that wanted to send a message. The hangings worked. Crime would plummet after a few of them, often many months at a time. Like, very sorry to hear that. Many people I know have been severely assaulted. Violent crime in San Francisco is horrific. And even if attackers are caught, they're often released immediately. That's not true. Okay? That's not true. It's just a fucking fanciful narrative that they just make up that like a person that stabbed another person is like immediately released from police custody is the most insane fucking thing. And yet people believe it for some reason. Oh my God. Anyway. Is the city taking stronger action to incarcerate repeat violent offenders? The only time when someone who is like violent but is released after being in police custody is when they are like an old white guy, or they are the guy who drove his car into a fucking BLM rally. Okay? Hate to say it, but that is the only time. Off-duty cops, too. You're right. Anyway. Yeah, people were literally talking about, like, hanging motherfuckers from the gallows. Like, let's go find homeless people and brutalize them shit. You know what I mean? That type of shit. Meanwhile, it's a person who knows him.
Rebecca, good morning to you. The new details are shocking in what has already proven to be a disturbing case. Prosecutors calling it a planned and deliberate attack. This morning, 38-year-old Nima Momini now behind bars for the stabbing death of tech exec and founder of CashApp, Bob Lee. Police say the two men knew each other and got into an argument shortly before the horrific attack.
Stabbing out of alert, responding control A1, your tech is A13, PD's around.
Momini, who runs his own tech company, making his first court appearance Friday. He's seen in these sketches signaling a heart symbol with his hands to his family. His sister, Kazar, now at the center of the case, who prosecutors say was a friend of Lee.
I'm Bob Lee, and I'm MobileCoin's freshly minted, not mine, that would be Bitcoin, Chief Product Officer.
In the hours leading up to Lee's death, prosecutors say a friend who was drinking with Lee and Momini's sister earlier that evening witnessed a conversation where Momini had asked Lee if his sister had been doing drugs or anything inappropriate. Lee allegedly reassuring Momini nothing inappropriate happened. That night, police say Lee joined Momini and his sister at the Millennium Tower, where the two men later left together and drove off to a dark, secluded area in Momini's BMW around 2 a.m.
Mr. Momini was driving. They ended up in the area of the stabbing, and that is where they exited the vehicle, and approximately 5 minutes later is when the stabbing took place.
Police reviewing these images obtained by the DailyMail.com showing Lee stumbling to an apartment building, then collapsing. Prosecutors say Momini stabbed Lee 3 times with a 4-inch kitchen knife, including 1 hit to the heart. Momini's sister saying in text messages later recovered from Lee's phone that morning, "Just want to make sure you're doing okay, because I know Nima came way down hard on you, and thank you for being such a classy man, handling it with class." Momini arrested 9 days after the attack on 1 count of murder, but investigators not ruling out other potential suspects.
This case is not closed. So long as the investigation is open, it can always yield additional perpetrators.
The suspect's arraignment has been postponed until next week. Guys?
DeMarco, our thanks to you for your reporting.
Well, hey, man.
Yes, we talked about the Kansas one already. We gave the update, chatters. Thank you for wanting me to stay up to date with like all the latest information and news, but we already covered it. Okay. We talked about the Supreme Court. Or not Kansas, Kansas City. Bitch, don't make me talk about Kansas, okay? Don't make me talk about Kansas. Okay, the state. Don't act like shit's popping there. Last time I checked, okay? Last time I checked, we were talking about Kansas. You know what happened in Kansas? The Republican state legislature decided to do penis inspection day. Okay? So don't act like, oh man, this wasn't Kansas. Hey, chill. This is Missouri. This is Missouri. It's not Kansas. You better fucking watch out. Hey. I know. My bad. It is Missouri. Anyway. Let's watch the farm workers thing and then we'll get to, oh wait, before that, how Disney outsmarted Ron DeSantis. Legal Eagle did a fucking 23-minute video on this. I don't know if I want to watch it today. DeSantis is trying desperately to like win power over Disney. I kind of don't want to watch that today. I want to watch it later. Let's watch this. This is breaking news, some good news. Let's do some good news. From friends of the show, More Perfect Union. TV and movie writers just voted to authorize a strike that could shut down Hollywood. Writers are making less than they were 10 years ago while corporate profits have skyrocketed, and they are not standing for it. Let's take a look.
I write for a show called Abbott Elementary that's on ABC, which is a traditional network. But the next day, we're on Hulu, and a little bit after that, we're on HBO Max and Disney+. So the amount for...
I can't wait for this to be, of course, not received as like a real working class labor union strike because they're Hollywood, you know, or they're black and gay, you know, typical like aesthetic focused fucking weirdos will overlook this kind of labor action.
For a re-air on the network is $13,500, and the amount that you're paid for that episode being on new media streaming is $700.
Hollywood is broken. And no, it's not because Chris Pratt was cast as Mario or that Emperor Palpatine somehow came back from the dead in the last Star Wars movie, although those are both admittedly bad.
Somehow Palpatine returned.
It's because the television industry has evolved in a way that abandons the very people who bring richness and diversity in characters and stories to our screens. Yes, we're talking about streaming. And while I've been a part of the onslaught of people sitting at the feet of HBO Max on many Sunday nights waiting for the next episode of Game of Thrones to drop, I would hope and expect that the people who wrote that masterpiece are being rewarded for captivating all of our eyeballs. Well, they're not. Not like they used to be anyway.
The economic pillars that our industry have been built upon have, in the last decade, been turned on their head.
Television writers are being paid less money for these complex, multifaceted, unique narratives that bring companies like Warner Bros., Disney, and Netflix billions upon billions of dollars every year. And now, writers are understandably at their limits. And soon, that could affect you.
We interrupt our program to bring you this important message.
Right now, Hollywood writers are in a heated contract dispute with the 9 largest production studios. At the center of that fight is something called residuals, one of the most important ways that writers get paid.
Residuals are payments that are made every quarter by the companies to the writers for the content that they create.
The WGA contracts that currently exist were built upon a model where the content providers generated the revenue through ad sales. So if I write an episode of television that re-airs over and over and over again, every time that episode re-airs, the content provider generates revenue, and a little piece of that revenue gets shared with everyone that contributed to the creation of it. Now, their revenue is made almost exclusively through monthly or annual subscriptions. So there is no re-airing. People can watch what they want when they want, which means that we're not getting the same residuals that we once would have.
What I'm accustomed to as a broadcast writer, as a residual, like $20,000 for an episode of TV, in streaming, I just got a check for the same project for $23. And what's happening a lot is that at a certain point, after a certain couple of years, a streamer has...
Isn't Will Neff a screenwriter for his day job? Does this affect him, or does he know anything about it personally? I mean, I think Will is Writers Guild, but he's not a screenwriter for his day job. What do you mean? He doesn't like write currently on a fucking TV show or a movie or something. What do you think, like you think Will is just like writing for a TV show secretly, like as it stands? I do have a lot of writer friends who I do have writer friends who have written for TV shows that are in circulation that also end up going to a streamer. And yes, the residuals are cut very short, unfortunately, because streamers are seen as a way for like larger corporations to maintain a higher percentage. Higher percentage of the profits, sorry.
To continue paying residuals, and instead of doing that, they much rather just pull the product from their app. And so that's what we're seeing a lot of. Content that we create 5 years from now, completely gone, and we are not getting any residual compensation out of it.
So if you have a favorite show that you loved that you can't find anywhere anymore, it's because those content providers don't want to pay the creators of the show for the right to air.
Remember when HBO Max removed its very own Emmy award-winning hit Westworld from its streaming library? Hate to break it to you, that was over residuals. Another issue at the heart of the writer's contract dispute is something called mini rooms, which is basically a cute way to refer to writers' rooms that essentially do the same work with a fraction of the workers in a fraction of the time to turn over a larger profit.
Historically speaking, a writer's room was generally only constructed for a program that had been ordered to series, that you were guaranteed to see at least the first few episodes of on television. It meant that the content providers spent millions of dollars on a pilot episode. They watched the pilot episode, they said, we love this, let's order it to series, and a writer's room was created. Increasingly, they are saying, you know what, let's not spend those millions of dollars on a pilot. Let's spend significantly less money on a number of mini rooms where we will hire a smaller number of writers per project, and we will order 2 or 3 or 4, however many scripts without actually shooting any of it. And then we can look and read those scripts and decide whether or not this is a season of television we want to invest tens or hundreds of millions of dollars in.
And what writers were seeing a lot of were the streamers were only going to pay weekly compensation to all writers regardless of level. So you could be a co-executive producer with 10 years of experience who might have sold some development, so you have a proven track record. You could be making the same as a staff writer who this is their very first job right out the gate.
We should be able to say, hey, I'm making more money now than I was making 10 years ago, because that's how careers work in every industry. You don't work the same job for 10 years and make less money than you did when you first started doing it, and that's what's happening to us.
It's fine if they want to hire us weekly on shows that have not been ordered to series yet, that they're just collecting scripts for. But we need to be compensated in the same way that we were compensated when we were writing shows that they were putting on the air. It's the same time and creative energy being put into those scripts. The fact that these content providers might be choosing not to make them doesn't mean that we're working less hard on them and that.
Yeah, I mean, every single battle in entertainment that has been fought over the course of the past, 5 years have almost always and entirely revolved around streamers, because streamers are owned, like the streaming platforms are owned. I don't know, he just got here. They're owned by the companies themselves. They're owned usually by the major, the major publishers themselves. So it's a way for them to squeeze out more profit from the same works, the same IP. Wasn't the last writer's strike about this very same thing? No, it wasn't a writer's strike about this. That was like producers, stagehands, and everyone else involved with the streamers. That was IATSE. And then before then it wasn't producers. What was it? There was another one. There was another strike that revolved around streamers. Last writer's strike guild was people not getting paid. No, I'm not talking about the mid-2000s one. No. There was another. Fuck, what was it? No, the IATSE one is different. The IATSE one was about like producers and film set workers not getting paid. Like people. It was WGA versus the agencies. Oh, okay. It was the Writers Guild versus the agencies. But that was about streamers as well. The writer's strike killed Heroes. What a disappointment of a TV show. I mean, David Zaslav of Warner Bros. Is one of the most overpaid CEOs in history. I mean, yeah, okay. The IATSE one was different. The IATSE one was the one that we covered recently. That was about offering more, like hiring more and having less time on call, because they were having and setting standards for like hotel accommodations and whatnot. Like quality of life improvements in the workplace. totally reasonable questions, totally reasonable demands that they had. They were working like insane, like 14, 15 hours and then fucking falling asleep while driving home.
We should be paid less for the creation of them.
At the end of the day, this all comes down to greed. In 2000, the combined entertainment operating profits of the production studios was $5 billion. By 2019, with the advent of streaming and the addition of companies like Netflix in the mix, they were up to $30 billion. Streaming has boosted corporate profits, but writers are actually earning less now.
It is absolutely undeniable that the streaming platforms are generating mountains of money through their subscription base. What they're choosing to do with that money is an entirely different question.
There's this misconception outside of Hollywood that writers are bougie, six-figure people who live in palaces in Beverly Hills, and why are they complaining about what more compensation? And that's couldn't be far from the truth.
The fight that the writers in this industry are battling is probably not very different from the fight that they or friends or relatives have been facing with the consolidation of power and money. There are fewer and fewer corporations holding more and more of the purse strings and protecting the coffers and the coins more and more greedily. And that's certainly not unique to our industry.
We are making less money now than we were making 10 years ago, and the industry is shifting to prioritize streaming, and none of our pay structure or the amount of money that we're paid reflects those changes. They are treating everything like TV operates the same as it did 10 years ago, and I think everyone, even viewers, know that's just not true. The industry needs to catch up.
If push comes to shove, a strike is incredibly important to show these companies that we mean business and that we won't stand for them trying to take our livelihoods in Hollywood.
I found out my neighbor in my modest apartment building was a writer for a pretty famous show. They're definitely not getting paid six figures law, especially not anymore. There was a time and place in America where you could have like one commercial jingle and you could like get a fucking fat stack of cash off that shit. You know what I mean? Those times are long gone. Not like a real viable career any longer. You know? If it's anything like previous writer strike, there will be an uptick in reality TV to fill the gap. So remember to boycott reality TV. Yeah, that's not going to happen. But yeah, there will probably be an uptick in reality TV. Someone in the chat was mentioning that HBO Max, rebranding the Max right in time with a Discovery merger. Okay. With the Discover merger, will actually create a lot more reality TV focused content. Remember TLC and shit. So we will get even more unhinged stuff. That's the last time reality TV popped off. The last time there was a major writer strike because they moved away from scripted to non-scripted. So we'll see what happens. I mean, let's be real. A lot of movies and TV shows have sucked for a while now. A strike doesn't seem like a bad thing. Yeah, you're right, man. You don't like the TV shows and movies that are coming out. So I think those people should not get paid. I agree. And that more importantly than that, it's not even than them getting paid. I think that the people who are pumping out this kind of content, who are demanding this kind of content, the executives, because they think consumers are going to enjoy it, should take more of their profits. Because the conversation should always be centered around who gets to keep the profits. So when you make an argument like that, when you talk about like, oh, well, TV shows suck nowadays, it's all woke. Or, I don't know, TV shows suck nowadays, it's all bland and boring. I don't necessarily disagree with you. I'm not watching these fucking TV shows, but someone is. And these TV shows are still making money. So what you're essentially saying is that I want the CEOs to retain larger shares of the value that is being created from these TV shows that people are watching, not me, others, okay? And you know, give it back to their shareholders instead of the people that are making the TV shows, whether it be the production crew, whether it be like the actual cast and crew, whether it be the actual writers or the directors, but instead just the people that don't actually touch it, but the money people, the people that handle the money. That's crazy to me. I think that that's wild. Not as wild as the top of the hour ad break, which still ends up going, in some respects, to Amazon, okay? A piece of that goes back to Amazon by way of Twitch, but I retain a percentage of that. Why? Because I have some level of power in contract negotiations as an individual content creator that other people in other industries would never have unless they have a union. That's right. This is how we'll get you back on Vanderpump Rules. Anyway, at the top of the hour, there's streaming ad break. You already know. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe, which you can do for $5 or for free with the Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account. You'll get one free Prime subscription a month. Use it on your favorite broadcaster. Hopefully that's me. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. Yes, KaiCenant has been banned off Twitch, and we do not know why. I investigated it a little bit, but everyone was fucking around. And we have no real answers to why this has happened. Okay? I don't care about this Kevin McCarthy thing. We talked about this. We talked about this. Oh, this is that lady who was talking about we should hang criminals from the gallows, by the way.
Do you feel guilty about using cans of bubbly water to enjoy sparkling cold bubbly water? I do. All right, I'm going to show you the system I use that enables you to make delicious cold sparkling bubbly water out of tap water. Let's go. The first step is just to have some regular room temperature water on hand. I personally really like this filtered water, but you can also just use water from the tap. The second step is just to pour water from this filtered water into a jug that lives in the fridge. Here's the jug, nice and cold, ready to become bubbly water. The next step is just to fill the SodaStream bottle with cold water. Then make it bubbly. Last step, bubbles. Yummy.
People say meritocracy is real and capitalism is actually the best possible system. And then this woman is like thriving in San Francisco. Okay? What is like... Come on now. She just described she just basically described how to eat. Okay? Whenever I'm hungry, I like to do this very cool thing called yummies in my tummy. Like, she won't say that she's eating. Oh, she lives in New York. I thought she was like a San Francisco lady. I like to do this thing called yummy in my tummy time. That's right. Here, we'll go in. It's very easy, step by step. First, we go into the fridge. This is where a lot of the things that you can put in your mouth exist. That's right. You might recall the fridge from my previous video on how to make bubbly water. That's right. It keeps these things cool. She moved, lol, I hate her. I know so much about her by osmosis. I think the funniest part about it is that like cans are probably some of the more recyclable, like easily recyclable material out there in comparison to like plastic. So for her to be like genuinely upset about cans is pretty funny. It's literally like aggressively the most recyclable. Anyway. Yeah, y'all drinking raw water, dude? Fucking lame. Okay, let's talk about the fucking psycho Ali Alexander, who you might remember from Stop the Steal, the Stop the Steal organizer. He has now been forced to apologize after being accused of asking teen boys for dick pics to a surprise to absolutely zero people on the fucking planet. I mean, who would have guessed that the fucking weirdo Nazis are also pedophiles? Who? I mean, oh my God, I'm so shocked. It is so shocking. What is this? Secret police? Anyway. Are you going to Coachella? No. Every accusation, a confession. Yes. This is the every accusation, a confession part of the broadcast. Okay? A key figure in the pro-Trump Stop the Steal campaign has apologized after being accused of asking teenage boys for sexual pictures. Ali Alexander, I'm going to cover very little of him. But this week, Alexander stands at the center of a scandal that raises questions about how powerful men in the far right treat their younger acolytes. This is so gay, Alexander said in a statement issued Friday night that addressed the allegation in broad terms. Well, you know, not really. Or I guess maybe. I mean, I guess it is technically, isn't it? Is it gay? I mean, it's more so pedophilia than gay. It's like you're a pedophile first and then gay second. Alexander, who has described himself as bisexual in the past, added that he was battling with the same-sex addiction. That's the problem. It's not the pedophilia. It's the homosexuality. Oh, that's what it is, dude. That's the bad part, huh? Are you fucking insane? This is absolutely, literally priests do the same shit. Priests will be like, yeah, the pedophile stuff is like excusable, but the homosexuality, we cannot. The church does not condone this. The budding online scandal is also roiled the pro-Trump and white supremacist America First movement. Just months after it reached new levels of notoriety after his leader, Nick Fuentes, dined with Donald Trump and rapper Kanye West at Mar-a-Lago. I apologize, he said, Ali Alexander said, for any inappropriate messages sent over the years. When I flirted or others have flirted with me, I flexed my credentials or dropped corny pickup lines. Other times I've been careless and should have qualified those coming up to me. Those coming up to me's identities during the flirtation banter at the start. Alexander didn't respond to comments from the Daily Beast. In his statement, he also claimed he'd been targeted by false accusations and edited screenshots of his message, but declined opportunities to point out which accusers or screenshots aren't legitimate. Rumors about Alexander's sexual behavior towards younger men have circulated in conservative online circles since at least 2015, but they reached a new level last month after Milo Yiannopoulos, the controversial British provocateur, turned on Ali after Alexander and Fuentes pushed him out of a potentially lucrative position in West's nascent presidential campaign. Yiannopoulos started releasing video interviews and other evidence meant to prove that Alexander sexually propositioned both adult men in their 20s and at least 2 teenagers. Yiannopoulos, whose own career as a far-right pundit imploded in 2017 after remarks he had made downplaying the seriousness of pedophilia surfaced, claims he has more damaging videos to release about Alexander and Fuentes. Wow. I mean, let them fight. It's like they're all Nazi pedophiles, dude. Every single one of them. Ironically, of course, they claim that like being gay automatically makes you a pedophile, which, I mean, I guess technically both Ali and Yiannopoulos are. But they're pedophiles. That's different, okay? They're pedophiles first. The irony of these people constantly saying like, oh, if you're queer, you're a pedophile. Nah, man, that's just a you thing, I think. You know? Yiannopoulos claims he's releasing the video against Alexander because Alexander dropped Yiannopoulos' name to entice young men. One screenshot purports to show Alexander dangling the prospect of a meeting with Yiannopoulos to a teenage boy. The reason why I'm doing this is because he used my name, says Yiannopoulos. So he told the Daily Beast. In 2017, Aiden Duncan, a 15-year-old boy in Colorado interested in right-wing politics, sent Alexander nude pictures after the MAGA activist asked him for them, according to an account Duncan gave in a March 2023 podcast appearance. While Duncan was a high school sophomore just starting out in politics, Alexander was a 32-year-old with a decade of political work for the Republican Party behind him. I don't know what to say about this. Okay, I don't know. Like, I truly don't know what to say about this. It's just like, I mean, we know it's the case. So many of these Nazi motherfuckers are just straight up pedophiles. Straight up. The pedocon theory is real, 100%. I just don't know why it's like allowed. What's up with that? Is the FBI just being like, these guys are informants, so it's fine? Like, what is it? Is that what it is? The Republican Party... The Republican Party has a serious pedophile problem. You know? This kid went on to become a full-blown Nazi in the news, too. Young Colorado GOP activist identified as white nationalist. Groyper making anti-Semitic threats. Oh, this is the guy. Is this the guy? Aiden Duncan. On the Trump 2020 victory campaign field organizer, Region 4. Looks like someone has identified Smiley the Friend, a.k.a. Smiley the Fed, as Aiden Duncan from Loveland, Colorado. Duncan is a dedicated follower of white nationalist Nick Fuentes and was set to join January 6th rioter Anthime Gione, a.k.a. Baked Alaska, on a multi-state RV trip last week. Bro, I'm going to tell you this, okay? Every single one of these groypers, every single one of these fucking groypers is exactly like this. And then whenever one of them is outed in the media as being like a gay pedophile, they go, oh, that's not like us. That's a gay pedophile. We are different. We're so different. And it's like, no, you're not. You are him. Get the fuck out of these circles, man. It's always the same shit. Anyway, while Duncan was a high school sophomore just starting out in politics, he did that. You'll have me sharing my entire network with you, Alexander told Duncan, according to Snapchat screenshots, a review by the Daily Beast. Originally from Dallas, Alexander pleaded guilty to felony property theft in 2007 and felony credit card abuse in 2008. But despite his criminal background, Alexander, who was then using his legal name, Ali Akbar, oh my God, managed to rise in the GOP during the online conservative backlash to the Obama administration. Leveraging his position writing for blogs with names like Hip Hop Republican, Alexander received funding from billionaire conservative mega donor Robert Mercer, organized a national club for bloggers that later faced questions about how Alexander spent the money he raised, and hosted an annual party at the Conservative Political Action Committee. I just want to point one more time, any single motherfucker who's dumb enough to be like, dude, Hasan, you're such a grifter. You're such a grifter. There is no left-wing grifter that gets billionaire funding. Okay? But if you're a shitty blogger with like 11 fucking people visiting your website called Hip Hop Republican, you still get the attention and donations from a multi-billionaire like Robert Mercer. Please open up your fucking brain. That's why the grifting only goes in one direction and never the other. Okay? Oh, Hip Hop Republican. Oh my Lord. Bezos billionaire, you leftist, he fund you, baby boy. Yeah, dude. Jeff Bezos came to me and plucked me to give me billions of dollars for my zero circulation podcast. Are you fucking that stupid? You must be joking, right? There's no way someone could be that absolutely fucking brain broken and brain dead. No, dumbass. People voluntarily give me subscriptions, which Jeff Bezos takes a fucking fat chunk of. Okay? That's the point. That's the difference. Oh, you're joking. You're a 4-month subscriber. You already know. There's a difference between what Ali Alexander was doing, which is, I'm a brown guy, but I'll say the most racist, unhinged shit you've ever seen. Please give me money, sir. Versus Someone who has fucking like 66,000, 67,000 fucking subs. Anyway. Christ. But they all say I'm the fucking grifter. Yeah, so every leftist who is funded by their boss, yeah, exactly. No, if you have a job, if you're getting paid by your boss, you're a grifter. You can't be a leftist. You have to be a right-wing guy. Anyway. So yeah, he was using Milo Yiannopoulos. Oh, these guys are like the grossest fucking nerds too. How are you 15 years old and you're literally like, oh my God, I can't wait to meet Milo Yiannopoulos. Like, you're such a pathetic fucking loser, dude. Of course he became this like weird right-wing anti-Semitic white nationalist groiper who calls himself friend online. You know what I mean? It's not even remotely shocking to me. Oh my God, I hate every single person here. Like, even, I mean, it's crazy. It's crazy to consider that these guys are groomed by an even larger fucking demon, okay? They're groomed by an even larger fucking demon, and they're still in their adult lives. Understand something. This person is no longer 15. He was groomed when he was 15, okay? He's now, what, how many years has it been? 15 in 2017, it's been 6 years. 21 years old. 21 fucking years old. And he's still like on the timeline, even after all of that experience. Even after the fucking dumbass like right-wing groiper movement fucking died. He's still trying to, LARP as a Nazi online, on the timeline. Oh, yes, friend. Oh, friend this, friend that. Think about that. That shit's crazy. Oh. One of my friends, a 39-year-old American, slipping into that friend bullshit. Oh, God. It's also like the weirdest, lamest fucking thing you could do to speak like someone with like a genuine, serious mental health issue. Like, not even mental health issue, like an intellectual disability. It's very odd to do that as a 39-year-old. I don't understand it. Speculated about whether the boy would be Alexander's arm candy and suggested he would have to be entertaining. Rolling with me, Alexander wrote, writing according to the message, mostly I'll have an entourage. Depends. Depends. If it's me babysitting you during the day, then no. I don't have kids. If it's something more entertaining, then maybe. All depends on what we're up to. No matter what, I'll let you meet Milo. There's probably 5 people I'll introduce to him. But who will be my arm candy? The one with me always in VIP in and out? Well, that's to be determined by the boy who plays his cards the most correct. Arm candy over babysitting, Alexander added, according to the screenshot. Other screenshots show how Duncan sending Alexander a picture which was redacted in the version of the screenshot reviewed by the Daily Beast. Alexander responded with face heart eyes emoji, asking the teenager which app Alexander should use to send him money. Bro, he's talking about VIP at the CPAC, dude. Like, think about that. God, these people are they're so pathetic. They are so disastrously fucking pathetic. It's like, yeah, you'll get to meet the McCloskeys up close and personal, babe. I don't want you to get really excited. But Dan Bongino, he sat next to me last year, and you might get a chance at meeting him. It's like, dude, I would literally kiss myself if this was my life. I would kiss myself. I would take a cold, hard look at the situation, and I would kiss him. I would kiss myself, okay? I'd be done. There's no shot, like... They're so incredibly fucking cringe. an undated series of screenshot, and also criminal for the record. Like, it's just like, it's a weird situation because it's so gross and so criminal, but also to you know, make matters worse, I guess, the cringe is so through the fucking roof when you think about the stakes that, like, it almost comes to the forefront. But yeah, still primarily criminal and should be acted on. But of course, half of these motherfuckers are already working with the federal government, so it won't. We all know the federal government loves pedophiles when they can use them as CIs and shit. So, you know, make what you will with that information. If you're wondering, why haven't these criminal pedophiles been convicted of soliciting nudes from minors? This sucks, man. Why does this always have to happen in my faves? Never meet your heroes. Yeah. Boundaries are cool. Everything is secret and private. One rule read, we're family. Ew. He asked for secrecy and sort of a quid pro quo relationship between sexual availability and career opportunities. I mean, he basically wrote out the boundaries. Like, he was like, yeah, if you fucking send me a dick pic, like, you can advance, which is insane. Oh, it's like not just pedophilia, but it's incestuous pedophilia. Boundaries are cool, the message reads. Allowed to say no. However, the less you deprive me of, the less I deprive you of. I'm a big sharing person, unless it's not even. Finally, according to the messages, Alexander asked Duncan to be mindful of each other's reputation. He said, yeah, if you don't, it's fine if you have boundaries, but like, don't send me dick pics. Like, you might not fucking get, again, to the RNC this year. Okay, that's what the stakes are. I just don't, like, how is this any different than like the alleged misconduct of like what's his name, Bryan Singer, or, you know, Kevin Spacey? Except instead of getting a fucking role in like a movie, in a Hollywood production, and possibly becoming famous, your career highlight is going to be sitting next to Laura Ingraham at the fucking RNC. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my fucking God. Alexander had grown frustrated by May 2019, claiming that the still underage Duncan wouldn't send him good jack-off material, according to the screenshots. You don't even send me videos anymore, Alexander wrote, according to the message. Not good jack-off, no good jack-off material. Don't even want to be my side piece. A day later, he asked Duncan to come to Texas for a week for an internship. Duncan, now 21, has since become a relatively high-profile member of Fuentes' racist America First movement, going by the name Smiley. On Spencer's podcast, Duncan said he believes Fuentes knew about the rumors about Alexander's alleged solicitation of nude photos. I think Nick is 100% aware, Duncan said on the podcast. Last Thursday, Duncan posted a statement on Twitter about his communications with Alexander. When I was 15, I was naive and desperate. I thought I had no choice but to cooperate with inappropriate and humiliating requests if I wanted to make it in politics. I figured that was just the nature of the game. Okay, but like, one part of this that I don't understand, okay, is like, what? So you're still a Nazi, and you're basically saying, like, I wanted to do it for the love of the game. And it's really fucked up that Ali Alexander was like utilizing my ideological predisposition towards fascism for getting dick pics out of me as a minor. It's like, really? That's the argument here? Like, that's what you're frustrated about? It's like when those white supremacist women came out, like Faith Goldie and like Lauren Southern and them, they came out and were like, wow, it's really fucked up that the right-wing movement is mistreating us because we're not barefoot and pregnant in the kitchen. Yeah, no shit. What do you mean? Why would you ever get respect from an entire movement that you have reconfirmed your commitment to over and over again, that literally revolves around making sure that you stay in the fucking kitchen? Alexander started messaging 17-year-old Lance Johnson in the summer of 2019. The floppy-haired teen was a rising star in conservative TikTok communities, amassing more than 140,000 followers under the screen name Lance Videos. Johnson and Alexander... Okay, I gotta see this motherfucker. What? Lance Videos? What the fuck is this? The account is gone.
So tell me you're that somebody.
Wait, this is the guy? Is this Lance Video?
Then girl, I fuck who I want and fuck who I don't. Got that A1 credit, that's that filet mignon.
Doing an incognito or your algo will be so fucked. Wait, which one is it? I don't even know which one of these fucking twigs is the...
So tell me you're that somebody, girl.
The middle one? How the fuck am I supposed to know? On the right, here's his Twitter.
What did you just take?
Lance used to work at Hobby Lobby. My honest reaction. She dated me for clout. She lied about me for clout. Who is this fucking... I mean, it seems like he's still very much active. This is the guy. He's a Texas American nationalist. It seems like he's still very much active in the conservative movement, running around. My friend at the time had told me that he heard some weird rumors about him, Johnson told the Daily Beast. At first, I was kind of like, I don't know. I was 17. I just got into politics. Alexander moved oddly quickly towards discussing sex with a teenager, according to Johnston. In July 2019, in what Johnson claims was the night of the White House social media summit, where Trump feeded Alexander and other conservatives as victims of online censorship, the 34-year-old Alexander used the eggplant emoji to ask the teenager, asked the teenager for a picture of his penis, according to the screenshot. Show me your eggplant emoji, Alexander wrote. What's that? Oh my God, dick, Alexander wrote back, according to the picture. Johnson says he refused and quickly blocked Alexander. Johnson took a screenshot of the exchange, but he was fearful of raising the issue more broadly on the far right. I thought in my mind that he would try his best to try and discredit me and ruin me politically and influentially within my time in politics. Still a friend of Johnson's publicized the screenshot, which began circulating in conservative circles. Alexander took a video live streaming app to defend himself. You can have any conversation you want with someone who's 17. What? Bro, this is like the EDP defense. This is what every pedophile says when they're outed. They're like, what do you mean? I just wanted cupcakes. Bro, every single one of these fucking losers is a pedophile. Oh, my Lord. Oh. And then people say, Hasan, why don't you fucking debate these guys? Why in the ever-loving fuck do you think I should give any credence, any legitimacy, any fucking clout to a bunch of pedophile Nazis, man? I don't want to be around these motherfuckers. Wait, 17-year-old would be pedophilia? Average British commentary here. Thank you. Thank you for chiming in as a British person. Yes, it would be, as a matter of fact. Yes, that is still a minor. Yes, if you want to hit me with it's ephebophilia, okay, it's pedophilia by a different name. Okay, there you go. Is that really the semantics argument you want to have? Is that it's pedophilia by a different name? Is that really, truly what you want to have here? Is that what you want to say? Well, no, technically it's not pedophilia. It's a little bit of pedophilia. It's like pedophilia, but like lesser of pedophilia. It's pedophilia with extra steps. Yes, very nice. No, man. He got your ass with that? No, he didn't. It's just a bit of nonsense. It's like being like, yeah, no, it's pedophile light. Okay, please. The eggplant emoji screenshot gained new circulation in far-right circles in 2022 as Alexander and Fuentes achieved prominence as members of West's entourage. That's when Johnston claims Fuentes asked him to say in a text message to Alexander that the screenshot had been doctored and apologized. Presumably that text message could then itself be screenshotted and used to discredit Johnston. Nick personally asked me to apologize to Ali for supposedly faking the messages, Johnston said. But Johnston insists the eggplant screenshot is legitimate. I think maybe he just asked based on regional law. Some places allow sex over 16, but will be highly contentious until much later with a 35-year-old. Lance literally tweeted a TikTok about Will.
April 14th.
This was a promoted ad on TikTok, literally promoting transgenderism to children.
Herman, Renfield, April 14th is a dark horror comedy about working for the world's most toxic narcissist boss, Dracula. Nicolas Cage is a must-see performance as the Prince of Darkness. This is true. This is his second vampire performance. I'm a big fan. Nicholas Hoult as Dracula's most loyal and codependent servant, Renfield, who's desperate to break away from his horrible boss. It's a movie for anyone who's ever had a horrible, toxic boss, so...
He thinks this was promoted as an ad on TikTok, literally promoting transgenderism to children, this guy says. That's hilarious. That's awesome.
Everyone. It's scary, funny, action-packed, bloody, and an unexpected story. It's from director Chris McKay, who did the Lego Batman movie that I actually really like. And it's based on an original idea from Walking Dead creator Robert Kirkman.
I don't know what to say other than Austin is so bad at doing makeup. Like, it's insane how bad Austin is at doing makeup. I know that's not supposed to be the main takeaway from this, but goddamn, it's hard not to have that be the main takeaway. He is so horrible. This is hilarious. Anyway, basically, they wanted me to lie, apologize to Ali, and they said they would try to get me a job. Fuentes denied Johnson's claim in an email to the Daily Beast. I never offered Lance Johnson a job, nor did I urge him to disavow that screenshot. No person like Ali should be even near politics, he said. 4 years later. No, that's the funniest takeaway from this is like, this is a ridiculous story with like a lot of criminal components to it. There's like grooming, there's pedophilia, there's solicitation of nude, illicit photos from minors. But having said that, every single person that's being groomed within this movement literally are turning around and saying, no, you don't understand. Like, we love the Nazi stuff. It's just that, like, we wish this guy wasn't trying to get dick pics out of it. It's like, bro, what are you doing? Like, so you want the pedophile Nazi movement to not be harmed by the pedophile side of it? Is that what it is? It's about ethics and neo-Nazism. Yeah. A 24-year-old who marched with the white supremacist rally in Charlottesville with a long history of racist, anti-Semitic, and sexist remarks has apparently appeared frequently with Alexander at events like Stop the Steal rally in Georgia in 2020. Wait, hold on. In text message received review, Daily Beast, Yiannopoulos warned Fuentes in broad terms about his ally's reputation. God damn it. Okay. Anyway, sounds like everybody got what they wanted, except me, the incel, who is now somehow being blamed for things I had nothing to do with. Fuentes added that the real victim in this entire saga is me. In a self-pitying post, he referred to himself as an incel, internet slang for involuntarily celibate. Wait. He's saying that, like, in a sea of, like a bunch of people got groomed when they were children. And he's more impressed about how, like, what? He's the real victim? Like, what the fuck? Like, sounds like everybody involved got what they wanted. This isn't the first time Fuentes' racist group has been dogged by accusations of inappropriate sexual behavior regarding children. What a statement, by the way. What a line. In August, Fuentes' associate Alejandro Richard Velasquez Gomez was arrested and charged with possessing child pornography. Velasquez, who went by Latino Zoomer online, has been photographed with Fuentes. Also charges over allegedly threatening a conference held by a rival conservative group. The accusations against Alexander, oh my God, they're all, like I said, they are all weird fucking pedophile Nazis. That's it. Asked by someone on the stream whether he wanted to perform karaoke, Alexander demurred. I'm in the middle of a scandal. Alexander said at one point, I can't do karaoke. I'm in the middle of a scandal that I'm going to survive. I mean, real fucking villain energy, real main character energy. I don't know, man. They're so weird. They're so weird and gross. What the fuck are they doing? Ugh. These are the people who are constantly fucking slinging shit, constantly claiming that the right is actually they're constantly slinging shit and claiming that, like, if you're gay or if you're trans, you're automatically a groomer. Meanwhile, they're doing, like, actual grooming, and it seems like it's not even a fucking big deal for them. What the fuck? Here is Fillion's Balenciaga video. Before we get to the biggest menace, Fillion made a deep dive into the weird shit that Balenciaga has done. You okay, man? No, I'm not okay. Dude, I get so bummed. I don't know. It's fine. I'm all right. I'm good. All right, I'll pick up. My attitude will pick up soon. Like, the greatest solution is, like, the best solution that liberals have been able to, like, allow, and it's still a good thing. Like, it's still positive. But the greatest solution we've allowed is 1 additional penny per pound of tomatoes. And even then, you don't have a lot of fucking companies signing off on it. You know what I mean? Meanwhile, you got, like, states that are making taking the initiative to, like, unwind pre-existing child labor protections. Really fucked up. And we still have, like I said, comic leasing as well.
Okay, Carl, show us.
I didn't check the math, but the article says it somehow has the 71% increase in wages. Yeah, that's how little they get paid. That's the point. The coalition said that a penny more for each bucket would raise their pay rate 77 cents, handing the workers a hefty 71% increase in wages. Do you understand how fucking awful that is? Florida is the source of more than 90% of fresh winter tomatoes produced in the United States, largely working on small, individually owned farms. Tomato pickers are currently paid about 45 cents for every 32-pound bucket of fruit they pick, with no rights to overtime pay or any other job benefits. The coalition said that a penny more for each bucket would raise the pay rate to 77 cents. Tell me about my mom was a migrant worker as a kid, and so was her family, and she doesn't even see that she was exploited and that things have changed marginally. What? Wait, what? Sorry to dump this, but that one clip you showed on the front line is an amazing documentary, and the subject is called Rape in the Fields. There's another one called R on the Night Shift that is also really eye-opening. Chat, y'all should check it out if you don't hate PBS like Hasan. I don't hate PBS at all. What the fuck? I love PBS. And I don't even hate NPR. Did you arrive at that conclusion because I said they're state-funded media? I want more state-funded media. That's the weirdest fucking conclusion. It's just a joke, baby. Love you. Oh, okay. Okay.
Some of that grumpy look. No. Okay. Yeah, let's go. Come on, Carl. You can do it. Yes, don't you dare talk to me. I'm an Aryan Übermensch, too obsessed with the image of myself to be involved with anyone or anything that doesn't fit my stylized image of the world. Oh, wait. Suddenly I'm dressed in something way less expensive. It's H&M. Everybody come together. You can too be a part of this happy, smiling group of mixed skin colors for not that much money. Hashtag friendship, hashtag everyone's equal, hashtag happy life, hashtag stop climate change. Oh no. I am so sorry, darling. I didn't see that it was Balenciaga you're wearing. We are strong and tough and unapproachable. Show me that Balenciaga look. Oh,
No, this is not satire. I swear to God.
Sorry, I think it's back to H&M again. Yay, we're just kidding. We're so cheap. We're so happy. Yes, everybody come closer together. Balenciaga's back. Ooh, fiercer than ever. We are stone cold. Yes, Oh my God, get away from us.
Balenciaga is one of the world's most famous luxury fashion brands, known for its hefty price tags, cutting-edge designs, and disruptive avant-garde approach. The brand dominated celebrity culture, runways, and the future of fashion as a whole, until news flooded the internet of Balenciaga's own publication depicting satanic imagery and alluding to child exploitation in various design campaigns. Is there a cabal of elites who operate under the Kering umbrella to manipulate people into buying the devil's drip? Or is this just a quick story pushed by reactionary news sources, networks, and social media?
As is the case with every single fucking fashion brand or anything that is like even tangentially revolved around the art world, it's a bit of both.
The answer is somewhere in the middle.
Always.
There is no good and evil.
Except this campaign is so fire. I can't. It's, oh God, I love. This is the only time I've defended AI art. Okay, I think
only
it's
Balenciaga, and those too weak to seek it.
To understand fashion, you must familiarize yourself with its three tiers.
There is
mass market, where inexpensive materials are compiled to create affordable designs for a broad range of customers. Think Target, Walmart, and even Amazon. Pret-a-porter, or ready-to-wear, which is self-explanatory. Pre-manufactured clothing that's sold finished like a pair of jeans from the mall. And the most infamous and least obtainable, haute couture, or high dressmaking in French, combines the basic ingredients of fashion: silhouette, proportions, color, texture, layering, among others, to conceive something never before seen and perfectly fitted. Technically speaking, haute couture clothing must adhere to certain guidelines in order for it to qualify for this label. However, the term has been used by elite fashion houses to describe their clothing as a step above competition. Fashion houses such as Dior, Chanel, Givenchy, Saint Laurent, and Balenciaga all have one thing in common. Their clothing is seen as more than just an expensive trend. It's seen as art. Whether you agree with this or not, it doesn't matter. You're not their audience. There's an inherent classism in high fashion because the barrier to entry is absurd. They simply don't charge what it costs to make, they charge what people are willing to pay. Luxury brands often spend more on packaging, rent, marketing, shipping, designing, and research because diminishing returns between quality and price already exist. If done right, every detail from the start of production to the finished piece is accounted for and done with purpose. Some even argue that high fashion is less controversial than fast fashion due to the fact that affordable clothing is oftentimes mass-produced, sometimes through cheap or even slave labor, while high fashion is regulated, uses higher quality materials, and is designed by expert craftsmen. Or maybe that's just what they want consumers to believe. A vast majority of the world uses clothing strictly as utility, to cover themselves, to keep warm. Most people don't care about style beyond fitting in or following the status quo. High fashion comes with a privilege and can play on one's need to be part of a group or deviate from it entirely. Then you have companies like Zara, the #1 enemy of high fashion, who relentlessly steal silhouettes and use cheap materials to earn insane profits. It should be noted that expensive brands are not above this either. Stealing designs is just a problem that will most likely never get solved.
Damn, okay, Fillion, this is like surprisingly, I mean, it's like it's only scratching the surface, but also surprisingly knowledgeable. I would not expect this from like a YouTuber who's not specifically focused in like fashion. Actually very good.
Solved. In some way, high fashion will always be different from fast fashion because it invokes some sort of feeling, giving meaning to a consumer, or at least that's what they often strive for. Sometimes the artistry gets lost in translation, and high fashion brands stretch the absurd themes for the sole purpose of being different or original. And if you have to try this hard to be different, are you even any different at all? This mentality ended up leaving Balenciaga, its parent company Kering, as well as anyone else involved in the brand, with a ton of questions from the public that they couldn't answer. Their response? Half-baked apologies and a hard reset. Whether the accusations are true or not, there is plenty of information floating around the internet that, once pieced together, provides a sufficient explanation. Balenciaga's origins began with one man, Cristobal Balenciaga Ezeguirre, the king of fashion. At the age of 12 in 1907, Cristobal was an apprentice for a tailor until the foremost noblewoman in his...
My sister's boyfriend's pretty high up in a skater fashion brand, and they purchased the same hoodies, Louis Vuitton and Gucci, and sell it for $200 instead of $850 minimum law. Yeah, except $200 for a hoodie is also fucking insane. But yes, a lot of these... You need my phone? Possibly.
Town, the Marchioness de Casatorres became his client. She saw Cristobal's raw talent and decided to send him to Madrid to be formally trained as a couturier. Cristobal earned rapid success for being one of the few couturiers who could redefine silhouettes and use their own hands to pattern, cut, and sew any design imagined. In 1918, at the age of 23, Cristobal opened his first boutique in San Sebastián, Spain. His brand quickly branched off to Madrid and Barcelona, where Spanish aristocracy began to wear his designs. After the onset of the Spanish Civil War, Cristobal was forced to close down his boutiques and move to Paris. As much as he may have missed his homeland, France provided Cristobal with opportunities in fashion that he could not resist. His genius was truly admired in post-war Europe through silhouettes, high-waisted dresses, and coat cuts until 1968, at the age of 74, when he decided to retire and close his fashion houses. Cristobal Balenciaga would pass away 4 years later in Xàbia, Spain, with a reputation from other designers as, quote, the master of us all, and, quote, the only couturier in the truest sense of the word. Sadly, it appeared as if the Balenciaga name would die alongside its founder.
I mean, that shit's pretty fucking... Look at that, dude. That is like...
would die along...
legitimately revolutionary for the time period. I mean, what the fuck? Even high-waisted cuts like that. I mean, that's fire. You can get mad at it. You can say it's stupid. You can say it's dumb. It's understandable. You are entitled to have your opinion, but it is incredibly ahead of its time. And not only that, but also fashion in general is in this very unique space where it's supposed to be like artistic interpretation through this different medium that is wearable. So obviously it has different components involved with it, which is why it always receives so much attention and always gets shit on regularly. And yeah, it is kind of dumb for sure. But, you know, I'm a fan of that dumb shit. So I personally like it. I think it's cool. But I am by no ways saying that, you should think it's cool as well. I don't think it's also is a traditionally feminine craft. Yeah. But even if you're going to know and say that it's dumb, it's good to know the basics if you want to shit on it more adequately.
The brand was reignited in 1986 when Jacques Canquier of Jacques Bogart bought the Balenciaga company. Under new management, the Balenciaga name actively kept up with the latest fashion trends, with the brand's products and accessories being highly sought after by consumers. In 2001, Balenciaga would be bought again by the Gucci Group under the management of Pinault Printemps Réduit, or PPR, for an undisclosed sum. PPR had started as a timber trading company in France, but at some point transitioned to luxury goods by acquiring companies such as Bottega Veneta, Gucci, Alexander McQueen, and Yves Saint Laurent. PPR, a now multinational conglomerate named Kering, saw promise in the Balenciaga name, setting it on a path of success that was only recently stifled. With their creative director being known for his provocative trolling and statements with his clothing, the brand is constantly at the forefront of pop culture. Balenciaga was sure to make new waves in modern fashion by pushing the boundaries of avant-garde clothing and an understanding of meme culture mixed with performance art, but it was only a matter of time something sinister would wash up.
Yes, they 100% are all still owned by like the same conglomerates. A lot of these fashion houses are owned by like 3 or 4 major conglomerates, Louis Vuitton being one of the biggest ones. It's the same as even cars. When you think about like all the way from a Volkswagen to a Audi to all the way to Lamborghini, they are all under the Volkswagen Auto Group, right? Every single part of LVMH and Caring. All matter of vehicles. Oh, Porsche as well, obviously. I can't believe I forgot that. All matter of things that you consume, all matter of commodities that you purchase are always going to be owned by pretty much the same fucking like 3 or 4 companies that dominate every single industry. They are all oligopolies for the most part.
Bringing the latest in contemporary fashion with form and technique, this new house of Balenciaga had solidified a name for itself among the elite as Cristobal once did, claiming to deliver, quote, unprecedented interactions with the expanding digital realm, material developments.
Oh yeah, they did this on Twitch. I remember this was like, wasn't this like a Twitch bounty?
Social responsibilities.
How did they do that so seriously looking like that? Brother, it is not for you. Okay? It's not. It's just like, I don't know how to describe it. It's like, what's a good way to describe it? Like, well, especially Balenciaga has so much shit too, like awful garbage shit and some great pieces. I will admit, but just an absolute nonsensical amount of like shock factor, shock value, supposedly haute couture clothing that is readily available for mass consumption. But fashion is not necessary for survival. Yeah, no shit. You're on Twitch. What element of your consumption is necessary for survival? The fuck do you mean? No one is making this argument. It would sure be really embarrassing for the guy who made this argument that you made up in your mind, but you know, that's not the case. You know? Bro is literally on Twitch asking about something being taken seriously. I know, literally. Like, he probably thinks that he needs a $5 subscription because otherwise he's going to die if he sees the ads at the top of the hour. You know what I mean? Because at the top of the hour, there is a 3-minute ad break. Okay? Which is the best way that you can, you know, spend $5, I would say, by subscribing and avoiding the top of the hour ad breaks. Or by getting gifted a sub if you're lucky. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. Balenciaga Harry.
Hopes of staying at the forefront of modernity. If you have ever-increasing original ideas and designs,
Dynamic Jab
there is
13,
bound to be
5
criticism and pushback. Yet a revolutionary or unique product or trend was not Balenciaga's problem. In one of the luxury house's latest campaigns, published on November 16th, 2022, titled Balenciaga Gift Shop, children were pictured holding teddy bear handbags, wearing supposed BDSM gear. The children can also be seen in questionable poses and amid wine glasses, which social media ran with as child exploitation or endangerment. This collection was captured by famous photographer Gabriele Galimberti, whose most notable collection, Toy Stories, resembled the style used in the Balenciaga campaign. According to media sources, Galimberti was told by Balenciaga representatives to use his Toy Stories approach, but they would provide the punk items. Besides child exploitation, as if that wasn't damning enough, Balenciaga's campaigns were thought to contain satanic imagery. Through evidence such as a child's drawing with what looks like to be the devil, a black hoodie neatly placed resembling cult attire, as well as—
No, that's so lame because people said that because they're conspiracy LGBTQ haters. No, 100%. But it's still fucking weird. Like, you should not use children for shock value. That's it. That's like, it's so odd. And if you recall at the time, I covered this story as well, parsing through the nonsensical, like, ultra-Christian fundamentalist schizos claiming that, like, all matter of art was actually pedophilic or whatever. But And the children were literally working. The children were working. The children yearn for the mines again. No. The children were the kids of the people that work at Balenciaga, which doesn't matter. Like it does. It's just like weird and gross, and absolutely should not be anywhere near this kind of project when you are simply trying to come across as edgy and unique. Do you understand what I mean? Like, that's it. That's it. The children yearn for the drip. I don't see any pedophilia in it, though. No, but like the punk BDSM aesthetic, especially as the kids were like holding on to it, were a strange choice, and they did it deliberately. They did it by design. The reason why they made the kids do this ad campaign was so that it would get this kind of shock value. You know what I mean?
The most compelling clue, a roll of yellow Balenciaga tape depicting two A's, which spells ball. Ball was an ancient word used in the Levant to describe an owner or lord. But in its
yeah, I don't really care about like the satanic imagery associated with the children. That stuff is just like, yeah, that's nonsensical. I'm sure they put it deliberately, but no. Even if they put it fucking deliberately, who gives a shit? Like they're just insane. You know what I mean? The people that are like, oh no, they're definitely satanic. Those people are fucking crazy. Okay? Why don't you care about it? That's not weird to you. Why don't I care about what? Satanic panic? Did you actually seriously come in here and say, why don't you care about the satanic? Because what? Do you want me to take like weird fairy tales seriously? Like, I don't understand. No, they're putting, at what point do you let go of the cynicism? Let go of the cynicism and believe what exactly? That these guys are like legitimately working at the behest of Satan? Chatter, you need to be deplatformed, not Kai. True. For not taking the issue of Satan seriously. Chatter was like, bro, what do you mean? What's going on? These guys clearly work for Satan. Hello? Why is my favorite streamer not taking this seriously? This is really fucked up, man. No, they're going for shock value. And if it wasn't kids, and if they did this and way more unhinged shit with adults, then I wouldn't give a fuck at all. I would make fun of it.
More modern iteration, it has become the name of a pagan god, synonymous with child sacrifice. Some people even go as far as to say Google Translate reinforces the satanic controversy. Using Latin to English, typing Balenciaga into the search bar gives you Ball is king. But this is where the conspiracy theory starts to run into some problems. The actual word for king in Latin is Rex, and you can experiment with Latin to English and come up with similar odd results. There is also Balenciaga.
Wait, he doesn't believe any of this, right? Like, please, Philly, and don't tell me you think this is all like, this all means something, right? Like, so what's the, like, this would be what? That like Google is working side by side at the behest of Satan along with Balenciaga to do what exactly? No, he's explaining
which
it.
Translates to do what you want. But does anyone believe Google Translate even remotely works, let alone for Latin? Try using Google Translate to have a conversation with someone who speaks a different language, and you will find out soon enough it falls apart. For example, if you type in stop hair loss, you get today's video is sponsored by Keeps.
Oh,
Keeps is a
fucking
intercept,
debated, dude.
K-E-E-P-S.
That's a good ass debate. That's crazy.
.com/Phillion.
That's a
or
10-10.
just click the link down below. And thank you to Keeps for sponsoring this video. Why would Satanists intercept Google Translate's code to make this message? Did Lucifer tell them to? And isn't Balenciaga the founder's middle name? A family name passed down for generations? Wait, was Cristobal's family Satanists? This would have to be the single greatest satanic psyop, starting in
I think the funniest part about this is that, like, they're so very clearly and desperately trying to... People who type stuff in the Google Translate for this are doing it while their kid is under the sink drinking chemicals. Dude, they're so very desperately trying to appear edgy and different. It's no different than, like, what was the pants that they just fucking sold recently that I saw that were like, they looked like it went through a shredder where the entire ass of the fucking pants was just like wide open. You guys have probably seen it. It was like deconstructive denim or whatever they were calling it. Like, it is in the same vein as like trying so extra hard to be extra and in many respects falling short, because it's like just for a like a brief moment of attention. It's like a kid yelling in the fucking corner when he's put in timeout.
1895 and finally coming to fruition in 2023 with the fall of Google Translate. The sad reality is, you don't need a child murdering God if it's already confirmed that we live in a hellish society by the fact that Balenciaga's sincere apology was posted as an Instagram story. And at this point, the ultimate power move would have been to never apologize. But this is what they had to say. We sincerely apologize for any offense our holiday campaign may have caused. Our plush bear bags should not have been featured with children in this campaign. We have immediately removed the campaign from all platforms. It should be noted that Balenciaga is apologizing for depicting the bags with children, not the bags themselves. Oftentimes on social media, silence is immediately equated to guilt, and by the time they responded, the damage was already done. Balenciaga headquarters was in full crisis management mode until another disaster struck. A campaign focused on an office theme, highlighting Balenciaga's garderobe line and a new era for the brand, was projected to launch in spring of 2023, which was in collaboration with Adidas. At first glance, nothing seemed out of the ordinary with this campaign, but the internet was hesitant to trust the multi-billion-dollar company after their previous oversight. It should be noted that photography sets are controlled environments where everything on the scene is purposeful, especially at this caliber. In what resembles a deliberate act by the studio and crews involved, Balenciaga's garderobe campaign included a photo with a page from a Supreme Court ruling of United States v. Williams.
Adidas equals all day I dream about Satan.
United States v. Williams was a ruling to prohibit the promotion or pandering of child pornography, and that it was not in violation of the First Amendment. Essentially, Michael Williams was Chris Hansened in a chat room by Secret Service agent Timothy Devine, who posed as Lisa in Miami. After receiving images of minors engaging in sexually explicit conduct, the Secret Service executed a search warrant of Williams' home, seizing more images of underage children. Why would Balenciaga purposely place this in one of their campaigns? What were they trying to insinuate? In the background of an image from the same campaign, observant viewers found more features. A pair of strange art books, Matthew Barney's The Cremaster Cycle and Michael Borman's As Sweet as It Gets. The first book describes visuals from Barney's 5-part film series of the same name. The films were created purposefully out of order because Matt Barney, quite frankly, doesn't give a shit. The man makes 5 experimental movies with little to no dialogue, ends up being hailed the most important American artist of his generation by the New York Times, films and refuses to elaborate. However, there are two sides of the aisle. One side believes the films are bizarre, filled with nightmarish creatures and obscure sexual references, while others believe it to be an utter masterpiece. Why don't you decide?
Is there TOS in this?
Goodbye now, till then and forever.
There's certainly overlap between Balenciaga and the Cremaster cycle. Both play with avant-garde fashion, as well as strange environments, to convey a sense of outlandish futurism, not too far off from one of their runways. The second book, published in 2014, combines more than 100 pieces.
Yeah, the only fucking two weird things in two separate campaigns. Using kids with the punk / BDSM aesthetic is weird, odd. They shouldn't have done that. And then the second one was the fucking very clearly placed Supreme Court decision. Other than that, the rest of it is just art shit. In my opinion, as I gave you my assessment last time this happened, or last time this was like popping off, it's like 75 to 80% like freaks that are losing their minds. And 25% them being fucking gross weirdos because they think it's cutting edge and edgy. Okay? Ball is art, Hasan 2023? No. But all art is, like, most art is about being cutting edge and being considered degenerate and perverse. It's just reflected on our contemporary values and I guess breaking through our current and contemporary understanding. Will there be missteps in that situation? Absolutely. Okay, but that's how it works. Motherfuckers are acting like you're a 17th century peasant being like, me lord, I saw in the courthouse. They're drawing things that are not simple tapestries. It's the work of the devil. Of Hades, my lord.
Produced by Michael Bormans over a total of 14 years, including maybe his most infamous work, Fire from the Sun, which depicts unsettling images of maimed children covered in blood, with ominous implications of violence and other disturbing imagery. To some, it's reminiscent of Lord of the Flies and the Loss of Innocence. To others, it's the most disgusting excuse for art they've ever seen. But art is subjective, and there are probably dozens of people ready to line up and gaze upon Borman's mutilated toddlers. Regardless if you like Borman's art, he's an established European artist who illustrates whatever he wants, and his artwork is displayed in museums across the globe. One thing is for—
This is gross. 1 star on Amazon review. This is fucked up and gross. No, my favorite was what was it? Was it my favorite out of all of the shit that we saw, the one that basically devolved into the very famous Goya painting of Saturn devouring his son. When I reached the point of Twitter schizo threads, when we reached the point of Twitter schizo threads where we finally arrived at Goya and Saturn devouring his son being mentioned as pedophilic and satanic, I was like, oh, okay, like we're good. I reached my limit of like, I can't even look at this any longer. This is fucking ridiculous. If only my mother was here watching me fucking parse through all of this shit, she would probably have a good laugh. Okay? Like, devouring his son? So basically, he's eating a stop, please. Please. Don't even make this as a joke, please, because people do actually fucking take it super seriously. There are people who are legitimately like, don't tell Joe Rogan about this painting. Yeah. Oh my God. Imagine your conspiracy nut grandma reviewing a fine art book on Amazon. Exactly. Okay, stop. I know we all like LARPing as weird schizo posting right-wing freaks. Please stop posting like that in the chat right now. I can't tell if you're being serious or not.
For sure, not everyone wants to be associated with him. Gabriele Galimberti even had to clarify that the campaign featuring the Supreme Court document and Borman's alarming literature was not photographed by him, stating, "Following the hundreds of hate mails and messages I received as a result of the photos I took for the Balenciaga campaign, I feel compelled to make this statement. I am not in a position to comment on Balenciaga's choices, but I must stress that I was not entitled in whatsoever manner to neither choose the products nor the models nor the combination of the same. As a photographer, I was only and solely requested to light the given scene and take shots according to my signature style. As usual for a commercial shooting, the direction of the campaign and the choice of the objects displayed are not in the hands of the photographer. I suspect that any person prone to pedophilia searches on the web and has unfortunately a too easy access to images completely different than mine, absolutely explicit in their awful content. Lynchings like these are addressed against wrong targets and to distract from the real problem and criminals. Also, I have no connection with the photo where a Supreme Court document appears. That one was taken in another set by other people and was falsely associated with my photos.
Separate.
Gabrielle.
It was two separate, completely unrelated ad campaigns that
was being unfairly lumped into the second campaign, while social media, Twitter mainly, was trigger happy with their allegations. He had faced enough criticism. Balenciaga's apology for the garde-robe line was pretty much identical to their first apology, except they did partner with the National Children's Alliance in hopes of restoring some decency. We apologize for displaying unsettling documents in our campaign. Balenciaga added, "We take this matter very seriously and are taking legal action against the..."
Like, if they hadn't put the fucking Supreme Court document, or if they used the kids in the other campaign, if they hadn't done either of those things, everyone would be, like, most people, the liberals in elite society would be laughing at the schizo posting. But because they did both of those things, and they neatly packaged it, it was over.
Parties responsible for creating
like
this
they would literally say this anyway. They say this about everything.
set and including unapproved items for our Spring 23 campaign photo shoot. We strongly condemn abuse of children in any form. We stand for children's safety and well-being. But a simple apology would not suffice. Everyone was out for blood. Balenciaga officials announced the beginning of a $25 million lawsuit against North 6, the production company that built the garde-robe campaign, and Nicolas Desjardins, the set designer. What people may not know is that Balenciaga promptly dropped this lawsuit and has decided not to pursue any legal discourse. There are 3 potential reasons as to why they would do
Why would they? What would they? That would be a ridiculous lawsuit.
this. It was a complete accident, and the documents were rented from props used in movies and television. Balenciaga knew about the documents, went through with the campaign, and weren't obliged to say anything until heavily criticized. Or there's no such thing as bad publicity. Something tells me that associating in the same stratosphere as CP would have to be the dumbest marketing move ever. It's simply inconceivable, but you can draw your own conclusions. Kim Kardashian, Balenciaga's biggest collaborator and celebrity endorsement, spoke out about the controversy, stating that she would be reevaluating her relationship with the brand. Naturally, Balenciaga got seriously worried, so they decided to apologize again. In a now deleted Instagram post, Balenciaga addressed the issues raised by its advertising campaigns. The company repeated that it deplores child abuse and that it was, quote, never our intent to include it in our narrative. Cristobal may have never been around for the public to cast blame. Nonetheless, the online mob did decide to berate a single man.
The schizos are running the world now, dude. It's done. Anyone that they turn their crosshairs onto, especially in this day and age, they can literally whip up so much support on Twitter. It's like, it's straight up. I mean, half of those motherfuckers are also literally doing this with any mention of like trans folk. Okay? That's like literally, is any mention of queer folk, trans folk, immediately they're like, all right, that's it. There's pedophilia happening. And 90% of the time is a projection, as you know already.
September 13th, 2021. In typical Kardashian fashion, all of the attention at the Met Gala was on Kim. The dress code theme was American independence, yet she was completely covered and murdered out next to another shadowy figure, Demna Gvasalia. Demna is Balenciaga's creative director and co-founder of Vêtements, who was blamed for allowing these campaign mistakes to slip through. He only apologized to the public once the business of fashion, a lead authority in the industry, revoked him as recipient of their Global Voices Award for 2022. To this day, Demna is attacked on social media for his involvement with Balenciaga's controversy. In an interview with Vogue, Demna tried to clarify that the teddy bear bags were in reference to punk and DIY culture, absolutely not BDSM. Quote, I didn't realize how inappropriate it would be to put these objects in the image and still have the kid in the middle. It unfortunately was the wrong idea and a bad decision from me. One theory that is not out of the question is that Demna knew associating children, which are conventionally portrayed with innocence, next to the dark aesthetics of evil, would be sure to cause commotion.
Yeah, 100%. No, that's it. That's your answer. Absolutely, 1,000%. Yeah, and he didn't realize how far he was taking it, which he was. And that kind of shit would 100% law fucking bullshit. It wasn't BDSM. Yeah, it was. It's literally deliberately done. That's what I was trying to say. Like, no real evil person, okay, is directly tailoring their content to look evil. That's why it's so fucking stupid. Like, what do you think? Like, if there's actually a satanic conspiracy and the Illuminati are running rampant in society, you think they're trying to fucking be like, look at us, we're the Illuminati, hey. You know what I mean? Check us out. Look at us. Oh, like one of those, you know what I mean? It's so fucking dumb. Nah, they slip up all the time. Yeah. I hate when I slip up and put yellow tape that says ball in front of a kid. No, it's incredibly fucking stupid.
However, this slippery slope of association led people to connect everything in proximity to it, whether it made sense or not. Either way, Demna apologized, so it's only right that internet detectives would move on to more individuals to barrage, whether they were guilty or not. Online theories surrounding Balenciaga spawned from Reddit, Twitter, and 4chan, gained a ton of attention, but mistakenly provided incorrect information.
Oh, yes. Yes. This was the thread. I'm pretty sure this was the thread that ended with fucking Goya being a pedophilic. God, I fucking love this shit so much.
Regarding a renowned model and stylist, Lada Valkova. Lada was a former stylist for Balenciaga and co-founder of the famous 2014 streetwear collective Vêtements.
Which, by the way, like, grossly misunderstanding the power dynamic in a situation like this, where like this stylist is actually the one who is legitimately impactful in the artistic decisions that are taking place in Balenciaga fucking like 7-8 years later.
Demna Vasalia and
In a photo
Gosha
shoot.
Rubchinsky. She was heavily criticized for the BDSM-themed teddy bears and Supreme Court ruling prop to the point she had to condemn the abuse of children in any form. Lada was also thought to be the model pictured here, carrying 2 blood-soaked dolls during a runway shoot. This photo in particular circulated online, riling up more people, but was later disproved. The real model is unnamed, and the photo itself was verified to be from 2016 China Fashion Week. To further prove her innocence, Lada has claimed to not have worked with Balenciaga or its team since 2000.
China? Hold up. They're the devil, brother. They're doing devil work.
2017. This did not stop Jake Shields, a former UFC fighter, from posting her occult-themed artwork on Twitter. Since Shields had the wrong identity of Lada to begin with, it's possible the photos he obtained from her Instagram are fake. But it's also conceivable that she's deleted any possible...
Also, no, man. Jake Shields is like an insane person. Jake Shields is the... possibly the best human embodiment of CTE. He is literally just walking, talking CTE. Rarely ever talking, okay? This man is just brain damage. An absolute psychopath. Come on now.
Images that could incriminate her. Though edgy artists exist and the internet seems to forget that. Lada's dark shit posting.
Remember when fucking, what do you call it? Jake Shields was like, remember when Jake Shields was fantasizing about literally, it's like hard for me to even say this out loud, but when he was fantasizing about doing stuff to Greta Thunberg
is just her aesthetic. However, the biggest worry for her detractors were the photos including children, social media posts with blood, as well as her relationship with the third and final co-founder of Vêtements, Gosha Rubchinsky. In 2018, Gosha was accused of pressuring a 16-year-old model into sending him explicit pictures.
You know, like Gosha Rubchinsky is the Ali Alexander of the fashion world, in a field where there are many Ali Alexanders, by the way.
Denied the claims and said that the messages were manipulated in order to make him malicious, and that he was just asking for pictures for a particular runway shoot. Nothing has come of these allegations since. It may be true that Lada and/or Gosha influenced Balenciaga's decisions when they worked there, but shouldn't be to blame for incidents that happened years later. Artists like Lada love shock value whether they know it or not, oftentimes forming a niche audience that appreciates their work. Additionally, fringe artists revel in the idea of people being mad at them for something as surface level as provocative social media posts. What may be satanic and horrifying to some just goes hard for others. When this artistry or provocation bleeds into traditional, naive channels of information, they're met with torches and pitchforks. But this is not the first time a worldwide fashion brand has been accused of child exploitation. If you grew up during the 80s and 90s, the allegations surrounding Calvin Klein can be seen as eerily familiar. In 1980, Calvin Klein decided he needed a new model with a modern spirit to be the face of his upcoming Calvin Klein jean campaign. Calvin's interests led him to choose 15-year-old Brooke Shields.
The secret of life lies hidden in the genetic code. Genes are fundamental in determining the characteristics of an individual and passing on these characteristics to succeeding generations.
It's very weird that like nowadays people literally harken, like Nazi accounts will harken back to like Brooke Shields when she was fucking 15 years old and was like hyper exploited by not only the fashion industry, but just like Hollywood in general.
Occasionally, certain conditions produce a structural change in the gene, which will bring about the process of evolution. This may occur in one or more of the following ways. Firstly, by selective mating, in which a single gene type proves superior in transmitting its genes to future generations. Secondly, by gene drift, in which certain genes may fade away while other genes persist. And finally, by natural selection, which filters out those genes better equipped than others to endure in the environment. This may result in the origin of an entirely new species, which brings us to Calvin's and the survival of the fittest.
Calvin Klein genes.
Predictably, a lot of people
Thank
took
you,
issue
Anonymous,
with the
for taking the subs.
sexualization of a 15-year-old, but Brooke claims that there were no problems and that Calvin treated her well on set.
Anonymous
Nowadays,
with another
looking
thank you
back
for
on the
subs.
situation, Brooke covers the controversy stating, quote, "I can understand it now, where it's coming from. But for some reason, and maybe it's just protection, I'm not mad at it. It afforded me a lot. After all," she says, quote, "sex sells. Sex has been selling since the dawn of time, and it still does." This statement highlights that she's aware that she's been sexualized underage because she was compensated and her career took off. I guess, depending on how much money you're paid, you can be groomed into believing it was par for the course. Brooke Shields wasn't the only controversial choice made by Calvin Klein back in the day.
Bro, people get so confused when they see like content from the 80s. You just saw that piece of footage, right? And you're like, what the fuck? That's crazy. Literally every single fucking rock and roll celebrity, every single artist from that time frame and even earlier on has made songs about having sex with like 14-year-old girls. Okay? Like literally. It's just, it is so insane to even think about now. But like they very openly talked about it. Kid Rock, as we talked about, okay? Kid Rock literally has a song called Jailbait that was in the soundtrack of the movie Osmosis Jones, man. Like, in a fucking kids movie. Yeah, Kid Rock, the one who's like, yeah, I can't believe Bud Light's doing queer culture.
12 years after her campaign with Calvin Klein, Kate Moss and Mark Wahlberg were pictured in an infamous advertisement. The controversy began due to the fact Kate was 17 at the time, posing topless on top of the 21-year-old Wahlberg.
Now that could definitely come between me and my Calvins. Do you have Calvin Klein underwear on?
Identifying her actual age on the internet.
Mark Wahlberg was how many years removed from a hate crime at that point, by the way? I think, what, 4? For the record. Like, no, yeah, Mark Wahlberg at that point was like 5 years removed from going to jail for a hate crime against a Vietnamese man, a bunch of black people as well, but the worst offense being a Vietnamese man that he beat up so badly that he blinded him. I think he did that in the same duration, as a matter of fact, if I'm not mistaken. Pretty sure he did that in the same 24-hour time frame. Oh, this designer got me drip. Okay, stop. I mean, Mark Wahlberg now is a very different person than who he was back then. He's corny. It's funny to make fun of him. I'm just saying that, like, at the time, though, he was 21, not that far removed from the actions that we're talking about. But hey, Catholicism saved him, and the Catholic app. The Catholicism app saved his life, and all the designer that he's got. I love other people. I love that you guys also are familiar with Mark Wahlberg memes and are dropping it in the chat. For those of you who are unfamiliar, does anyone have the link of the Instagram video? Mark Wahlberg is one of my favorite funny follows. Oh, here, this is it.
Design that got me drip. All this design that got me drip.
Okay, they made this edit cooler, okay? He's like 60 years old, man. That's crazy. Wild state of affairs.
Is a bit murky, as some sources say 17, others say 18. However, Kate Moss herself said she experienced a nervous break at 17 or 18 when she had to participate in these shoots. And this predatory environment was not new to her, as she had been asked to remove her bra at the age of 15 during a separate photo shoot. By far the most chilling campaign made by Calvin Klein was in 1995.
You look like a movie star.
Yes, I am.
You are?
Yes.
Where are you from?
I'm from Italy. I'm from Roma.
Uh-huh. So you've made films already?
Sorry?
Have you made films already?
Yes.
Uh-huh. Have you made love in film?
What?
Have you ever made love in a film?
Yes.
You have?
I'm an actress.
Oh, yeah. Smile?
I smile with my eyes. I prefer.
Now turn around and walk towards the wall again. And now, when you get to the wall, there you go. And give me a smile. Good.
I'm sorry, I'm shy. I prefer to die at this moment.
You got a real nice look. How old are you?
21.
What's your name?
August.
Why don't you stand up? Are you strong?
I'd like to think so.
You think you could rip that shirt off of you? It's a nice body. Do you work out?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I can tell.
This campaign, shot by Steven.
Dude, what the fuck? They were like, bro, let's do a campaign where we're doing, snuff footage. That's wild. Yeah, I mean, look, as long as those guys are adults, though, it's nowhere near as bad as any of the other shit that we saw. I mean, it's like weird. It's gross. But again,
Meisel became one of the most controversial in
it's
the
like one of
brand's
those situations where it's like creepy but legal. You know what I mean?
history. The ads featured some underage models.
Okay, well then, yeah, that's an entirely different. Never mind. Like I said, as long as they're of age.
Like a wood-paneled basement, and there are still relics from these commercials online today.
Can you unbutton the top button of those jeans? No, why don't you push them down a little bit?
And
I don't think so.
Are you nervous?
Yeah.
And there we are.
Why?
Because I'm on the spot.
You've been on the spot before.
Not like this. It's torture.
For the most part, you just get the feeling that you're watching Patrick Bateman's videotapes. Thousands of people, including parent groups, child welfare authorities, and the American Family Association, agreed that these ads were exploitative in nature and borderline CP. The president at the time, Bill Clinton, as well as his wife Hillary, were at a re-election dinner when Bill decided to talk about, quote, the explosion of crime among juveniles. He added, quote, I may be stepping on somebody's toes tonight. I don't have any comment on whether those Calvin Klein ads were legal or illegal, but those children were my daughter's age.
Man, I'm so glad that Bill, Jeffrey Epstein's best friend, been on the Lolita Express multiple times. Clinton had some things to say about the exploitation of juveniles. He was like, hey, real bad that I wasn't the one doing it. Yeah. Damn, Bill. You speak on it, man. He's like, he knows CP. He's a bit of a sommelier, if you will, of CP. Oh no. Yeah, when he said he's stepping on toes, he meant like friendly toes, okay?
In those ads, and they were outrageous. It was wrong. It was wrong to manipulate those children and use them for commercial benefit. It's hard enough to grow up as it is without confusing people further. Settle down, Bill. I got this. One Dinner had launched an entire investigation into Calvin Klein by the Justice Department to find if any advertisements broke pornography laws. Their summary concluded Calvin Klein had used several minors in the ad campaign, but photographs or videos of them did not display the, quote, genital and pubic areas, as federal law requires in order to prove the sexual exploitation of children. Eventually, the investigation was dropped altogether, as Calvin Klein was able to prove the models pictured in risque photos were of age, while underage models were not depicted sexually. They still pulled every ad in the hopes of regaining some of their popularity, which saved them. This controversy blew over and didn't really matter in the long run. Calvin Klein is now worth around $800 million. So if anything, consumers just heard the name more and bought the jeans. Perhaps Balenciaga wanted to further experiment with shock value and knew that it would be successful in attracting more consumers over an extended period of time. It may have backfired initially, but they'll come back. They weren't the first fashion company to come under fire, and they won't be the last. Balenciaga will continue pushing boundaries of fashion to satisfy an artistic need, almost as if to usher in a new age of performance art. Contemporary fashion houses, including Balenciaga, have moved to incorporate crazy—
I think it's like pretty simple. Just don't include children. Like, am I crazy? Like, there are certain boundaries you're not supposed to cross, even in the field of art, and it's like, it's the most obvious one, you know what I mean? Like, it's the simplest one. That's it. Because like I said, Balenciaga would still be weird, you know what I mean? They would— it's not like, you know, they're not gonna— it's not like they're gonna be perceived by the mass consumer audience as like a normal brand. If they had not had the children, or even if they had not visibly centered children for that juxtaposition that got them quote unquote canceled, nobody would have even fished through the other stuff to find the Supreme Court brief. You know what I mean?
settings into their design philosophy. If the clothes or set doesn't speak to you, if they don't have a hidden theme, then they're doing something wrong. Whether it's the back rooms, a rented out parking garage, a mountain of graffiti, an epileptic's worst nightmare, a strobe light rave, or an actual parking garage. And lastly, for spring and summer in 2023, Balenciaga paid a Spanish artist to design a mud runway for their show. Demna explained in a
low-key, that was pretty fire, the mud runway. I mean,
statement before the event that, quote, the set of this show is a metaphor for digging for truth and being down to earth.
I thought it was really
futuristic.
I thought it was kind of cool.
Performance art,
especially because like it's super memeable too.
Trick settings and canceled celebrities. Amid all of this, Balenciaga's controversy drew the internet's attention to two indiscriminate artists. Jake and Dinos Chapman. Jake and Dinos are British visual artists.
They make new War Criminal boots, right? No, that's Prada. But those boots are fire. Will has them too. Those boots are actually the one that what's his face has, the Chechen dude has.
Artists who deliberately create shocking imagery that tend to land them in trouble from time to time. The Chapmans were linked to Balenciaga through a corporate family tree. It begins with Francois Henry Penault, the CEO of Kering. Besides Balenciaga, Kering also owns a company called Group Artemis, which is the parent company of Christie's. Christie's is an art auction house where you can browse the world's finest art, and if you browse long enough, you may stumble upon Jake Endino's disturbing art. There's Fuckface the Zygotic, the Four-Headed Cockroach Kid, Forehead Platinum Joey, Two-Faced Cunt, or maybe you wanted Fuckface in bronze. Doggy, there's no hearing anyone out, this should be illegal. There's plenty more unsettling art made by Jake and Dinos, but I wouldn't waste your time.
Yo! Yo! Okay, that's criminal. That's gotta be criminal. If that's not a crime, it should be a crime, right? Okay, well, remember when I said artistic interpretation, you know, people are trying to push boundaries? No! Jail! Dude, British people are wild for this one, okay? I can't believe I'm saying this. That's new crime unlocked. Should be a crime if it's not right now. It should be a crime in the future, I think.
Looking at it, you'll probably end up on an FBI watch list if you aren't already.
Bro, who buys that? Who are they making this for? Like, Jeffrey Epstein? They have one client, it is Jeffrey Epstein. No, seriously. Who the fuck would buy that, dude? That is so psychotic. What beans on toast for breakfast does to a motherfucker. No, literally. Like, I guess in a way it's like clever, you know what I mean? Because all these fucking like billionaire pedophiles they're the only ones who could buy that shit anyway. You know what I mean? They're like, yeah, Prince Andrews and Jeffrey Epstein and everyone that's like traveled on the Lydia Express more than 10 times has purchased one of our exclusive pieces. It's very nice. Harlan Crow has a room full of them to remind him it's wrong. Harlan Crow built a room he calls pedophile room. And he goes in there and does this. He just goes into the room. It's full of CP and shit like this. And he goes, so bad. Every time. Every time he walks into the room, he's just, even if he's alone, he's like, It's right next to the Hitler room. Yeah, to remind myself how much I dislike it.
It's clear the brothers don't care about criticism. In fact, it's probably central to their art anyway. They do what they love, and that includes sexualizing children and creating miniature models of CP. If Jeffrey Epstein needed a paperweight for his desk, this is probably where he would shop.
Yeah.
After all, it's not like billionaire Henry Penault is personally involved with each item and artist among his affiliate marketplaces and businesses. He doesn't have time to do this because he's too busy sacrificing a child to ball. If we're to be realists about this, the subjective nature of art will never change. What's shocking sells, and oftentimes for these pretentious artists, they feed off pissing you off.
Is that a swastika with like, am I crazy?
Art will
am
never
I turning
change.
into one of those
What's
like
shocking
schizo guys?
sells, and oftentimes.
Is that actually a rainbow color swastika or no? Maybe I'm being like back there. Nah, they made art with Hitler's watercolors. Hitler gets Chapman treatment as hell rises from the ashes. Smiley faces for Führer's watercolor. Successor to Lost in Fire goes on show. They were labeled as vandals for defacing a set of Goya prints. There may have been less fuss over their new target, 13 watercolors of dubious quality by a man who never made it to art school despite his best endeavors, Adolf Hitler. The work is entitled, If Hitler Had Been a Hippie, How Happy Would We Be? Oh, this is so, it's so basic. I mean, I don't fucking know. It just feels, it's so basic. Chae Young would wear the fuck out of that? Okay, chill. I mean, defacing Goya is cringe, but I guess defacing Adolf Hitler is like not as cringe, but also like it's just like, I don't know. Too much time could be spent looking at the art to try to read the mind of the man Hitler became. All they all indicate is that this person is not very good at art. They don't indicate this person will become a terrible tyrant. Fucking hell. Also on show at the White Cube Gallery in central London is 9 glass cabinets arranged in a swastika formation with tens of thousands of miniature figures enduring awfulness on a grand scale. The original installation was lost in the East London fire, which destroyed much of Charles Saatchi's stored art collection 4 years ago. You couldn't fail to see something funny about hell being on fire, said Jake. Their first thought was, let's do it again. We wanted to rescue the work from the sentimentality that soon clothed the work after it burned, an affection for the work that wasn't there when it actually existed as an object. So the idea of a world without hell was unacceptable to us. It's so cringe. Like, it's like shock. There's a lot of stuff like this in the art world where it's just like simple shock value. I would go so far as to say that it's just like not a lot of thought placed into it, and is exclusively to come across as like edgy and attention seeking.
Time for these pretentious artists, they feed off pissing you off. The issue, or inherent beauty of art, is that there is no distinct line in the sand of what is too far, and you'll have artists die to protect it. Balenciaga's cancellation was the product of edgy art gone too far, corporate oversight, and a social media witch hunt. When the flow of information is dictated by the 24-hour news cycle, you'll have outlets pump out reactionary garbage in order to run with the story, because they have to. Social media impressions are then farmed by attention-hungry users that want the world to be more evil than it actually is. It's all too normal and convenient to take a story.
Philion is like the exact opposite of like the centrist commentator, where at the end of like every centrist commentator's YouTube essay, you end up arriving at a very right-wing conclusion where they like slowly bake that in. Philion does the same thing, but then at the end, he actually tells you a truthful opinion that is closer to reality and will end up telling you something that is ostensibly sometimes leftist as well.
And spin it so that it fits an agenda, only to push a narrative of predictable tropes. In a digital era where information is monetizable, it shouldn't be surprising when emotionally charged stories are milked for everything that they are. The answers are always more complex. I simply can't stand it. And if you want to support the antithesis of this, consider signing up to the Third Eye Global Patreon. You'll get exclusive access to our Discord and member-only content. The link is down below. Balenciaga's statements toward their controversial campaigns were met with deaf ears, as most of social media still criticizes them for what they did. But as we saw with Calvin Klein, it takes more than just some strangely artistic campaigns to take down a multi-billion-dollar company. Balenciaga will always be Kering's prodigal son, profiting from collaborations with the biggest of celebrities and models. With leadership under Demna, who has been quoted in a recent interview as not being worried about the controversy, only the heads of Balenciaga, such as Demna, know if all of it was a deliberate ploy or a genuine error in judgment. But despite the ethics and morals behind it all,
no, I think it was a deliberate ploy that also went too far, so it did become a error in judgment. Yeah, I think it was trying to be edgy by adding children into like a juxtaposition that children should not be added into at a time when like that kind of content will be absolutely received by the most psychotic people as like, oh my God, they're deliberately giving us a message that they want to like do bad things to children. And that rage bait will sometimes bite you in the fucking ass. Yeah, they wanted to be edgy and got themselves cut. Exactly. That's what I think.
The uproar that shock value provides will never cease to be fashionable. Demno, who has a genius-level understanding of mimetic culture, is responsible for propelling Balenciaga into the stratosphere, and something tells me he's not quite done with the brand yet.
Yeah, meanwhile, the fucking Harry Potter Balenciaga, the Harry Potter Balenciaga videos, if they're an ad campaign, they're fucking brilliant. Because holy shit. Holy fucking shit, dude. That is like revitalized the brand on TikTok dramatically, in my opinion. There is no good and evil, only Balenciaga Potter. All right, let's do it. The PR
And the award goes to...
We ruined an award show. Let's take a look at Niko Omalana and Gideon's last video, the final sequence, titled "We Ruined an Award Show."
Award goes to Barry Scott.
Don't worry, I'm not a psycho. This lady is an actor, and I've set up a whole fake award show to prank one man. And if you're wondering why I'm doing this, well, this is a series where I've done some crazy things with America's biggest prankster, Gideon. We have both set each other 4 unbearable challenges to see who will follow through and who will fold. And we're doing all of this to answer the question, who is the biggest menace? And the winner is...
Niko, none of you have folded yet. This was your last chance. What was the plan?
You're right, this was my last chance. So, the only thing to do was pull out the big guns. For the final challenge, I wanted Jid to do the most menacing thing I've ever seen on the internet. I wanted Jid to pull a Deji.
Well, this award goes to Epic Games! No, I'm joking! It's a joke. It goes to Blizzard. Well done, Blizzard.
He announced the wrong person on purpose, and as you can see by the reaction from the crowd, it was... So that is exactly what I'm going to get Jid to do, except the crowd are going to be hired extras and the award show is going to be completely fake. If Jid doesn't announce the wrong name, then he folds and I win the biggest menace. But if he does, an actor will then come in and say their speech and make Jid feel like the worst person on this planet. So either way, this one will feel like a win. But to make this happen, there was only one place to start. If we're going to be doing an award show, we're going to need a bunch of people to do fake speeches. So I'm here to audition people. Let's do this. I needed to find actors who could deal with high amounts of improv because I needed people who were going to make the award show feel real. So I told them to make up a fake award, and no matter what, they couldn't break character. What is the award you're winning today?
I'm winning the best debut of 2022.
All right. This was a very serious casting situation. If people made a mistake at the award show, it would ruin everything. So I needed to make sure they were serious and did everything I could to put them off. Mila, what award have you won?
The best model of the year.
The mother of the year? Mm-hmm. But it's sound, music and dance.
Mm-hmm. Because I do everything.
See that?
What?
Can you see that? That picture I'm showing you right now.
Uh-huh.
That's a picture of you, mother of the year, walking your 4-year-old son on a leash, dragging him by his neck.
Picture is not everything.
Here's a video of you swinging him around by his neck like a lasso. So you doing this with your son around your neck?
He was fine. He was absolutely fine.
Hi, Mum. Why did you suffocate me?
I didn't.
Punch him, punch him, punch him.
It is what you asked me.
You've just hit your own
Balenciaga. Sorry.
son on stage in front of all of these people. He needs CPR.
No, he doesn't.
I'm listening to his pulse.
It's
and
your
he's dead.
responsibility
But you're
because
his
you're
mother.
you're
You're his
a
mother.
doctor. No. No. You are killing my son. It's my responsibility, yeah?
We killed him together. With one actor under my belt, I then secured some more to go into our cast.
I'm really surprised to have got it, but award for the best film score.
Now just keep going with your speech and then just act like I'm not here, okay?
I've seen the film and I thought it was absolutely brilliant. The Polish director, Anton, did a great job, and I like to think the music, the score I wrote, adds something to the film. My first award of this type. Hopefully not the last, but thank you all very much. And if you get the chance to see the film, please go ahead, and I hope you enjoy it. Thank you very much indeed, everybody. Thank you.
Round of applause, round of applause, round of applause.
Thank you.
Incredible.
Dancing school, the teachers were just so nice.
I heard you met your wife at school. I heard you met her last year.
No, it was...
To go with the allegations of you being a nonce.
I did meet her at school, yeah, but she looked 16, yeah? She looked 16. I swear to God, she nearly had a national insurance number.
Balenciaga. Okay, dude, this guy is too convincing, okay? He should fold at that point, you know what I mean? It's like, he's too good. When you're too good at improv.
Someone please call the police.
She was over 16. I swear, they all were, all of them. Don't listen to him.
But it's not all bad though, because then came a lady whose heart was definitely in the right place. Well done, miss.
Thank you.
You've done it. You won the prize.
I didn't do it on my own, Robert. You had a big part to play in it.
Did I?
You really did. All of you. You really did, because you helped us. Rhythm, exactly, you see?
And you taught it to me, miss.
Yes, but I give you the inspiration for it, you see? And you actually gave me what you felt inside your body. That's what it means. Perfect, you see? That's okay. You fall down and you learn to get up. Now, do you want me to give you a hand, or do you want to do it by yourself?
I can't move my arm.
You can't move your arm. Okay, hang on a second.
No!
Oh my God. Okay. Robbie, I'm here. It's okay. It's okay, sweetie. Can you feel my fingers on your hand? On your leg? That hurts. Okay, all right, we need an ambulance right away, please. All right?
I wish my mother could be here right now.
I know,
But
darling.
You told me to never see her again, so I could commit my life to dance.
She's going to be so
But I'll
very
never
proud of
see
you.
her.
How do you know that? Don't say that.
I left her. You shouldn't have taken me at 4 years old.
No, it's okay. Hey, breathe slowly. Breathe. Oh my God. Is the ambulance on its way? It's okay, kids, don't worry. All right, everything's under control. Just follow this nice gentleman, right? Get a glass of water, and I'll be out shortly to explain everything to you. Just don't worry, all right? Under control. Okay. Yes, you will be wonderful. All right, see you soon.
Maybe you
Okay.
should keep doing your speech now
What speech?
for the award.
Be you're dead.
Yeah. The show must go on.
Okay, this award is in Robbie's honor, and as much as it is in Robbie's honor, it's also in you, all of you. Thank you so much.
And scene. Honestly, incredible. Wow. Oscar is needed immediately. Wow. Cynthia, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, all right.
I'm enjoying this.
Yes, no, that was incredible. Some of these actors had really impressed me with their improv skills, but none of them were quite there for the most important role, making Jid feel like the worst person on earth after they accepted their award. until I met Anthony. We're doing an award show and we need an emotional speech from you.
Thank you for this award, because I really didn't think they'll notice it. Everyone just looks at my disability. I want to thank my parents, obviously my mum for always being there for me. I just hope I can inspire people, really, so thank you.
That is amazing. That is going to make him feel awful. My friends, see you Monday. We are going to prank Gideon and it's going to be sick. So we had all our cast in place. We just needed to set up the fake award show. We decided to call it the Sound, Music and Dance Awards, aka the SMD Awards, aka the Suck My Dick Awards. And we had the perfect location. So right here is the yacht club, which is where we're going to be doing this award show. Now Gideon is going to think that this is a completely legitimate award show, but in reality, we're setting the whole thing up. And the reason we're here right now is to do a nice little rehearsal, just to make sure we've got everything right. Oh my gosh. Yeah, this is great. Oh my God. Yeah, there's no way he's not gonna fall for this. We had our venue, the script was written, the decorations were in place. We had Lad Bible helping us out to make it even more legit. Everything was ready. So it's time to run you guys through this. Jid and I would be welcomed by the event organizer and led across the bridge to the yacht club where the event is taking place. We would then get a nice little interview by Lad Bible and then...
No way he thinks it's real during this competition. Why wouldn't he? They went to real events. They went to real venues. Like, it's not like the wrestling event was fake. Like, there were numerous parts of the pranks that actually went to like real venues and shit.
And head up to the main stage where our presenter Joe would open up the show. Our extras,
like, he made him run into a real cricket game. You know what I mean? Like, he ran onto. They actually disrupted. We didn't even watch that one. They actually disrupted the top of the hour ad break, which was real. It's of course fake to you if you're a subscriber, so you never even see them. You know what I mean? Those ads at the top of the hour, but it's still real. If you're not a subscriber, you will see a 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour. You're a bad person. 10 out of 10. Thank you. Your booze mean nothing to me, as I have seen what you cheer for. Here is the 3-minute ad break now.
Already in place, along with Anthony, who was ready to make Jid's life hell. Bearing in mind, Jid will think this whole thing is live, so no matter what he does, will be on the internet forever. So with all that being said, now it's time to meet Gideon. Let's go! Okay! Big up! Gideon's en route, and this is, I feel like, the last chance to get him. If he doesn't fold here, what do I have to do to make him fold? Guys, we have gone all out for this last attempt, so for the last time, like the video and subscribe to the channel right now if you have enjoyed this series. Please subscribe. I want to hit 10 million subscribers one day. Thank you. Here he is, Mr. Gideon. Here is the sign. Here we go.
Get Gideon to announce the wrong name at an award show. Wow. So who am I announcing?
I don't know who you're going to be announcing, but okay. They're just going to give you the slip and they don't know, no one knows. You're just going to have to read the wrong name. And then once you read the name...
Oh, so this is like legit.
Legit. The moment you read the wrong name, you need to sit back down and then you need to let them have their speech. The moment they start talking and talking and talking, that's when you've got to go up and say,
oh, you want me to pull a Deji? What kind of event is it?
You're going to have to wait and see.
Dude, that is...
Yeah, how you feeling?
Depends on what kind of event it is. I might fold. This might be the
you
one
might fold. Okay, that's what we're going for. This was the first time I've seen Jid visibly nervous when I've told him a plan. And I believed that this would be the time I could get it.
Why are you making me do this?
If you are the biggest menace, you do this with a smile on your face. If you want to fold, you can fold. Stage one was getting the event organizer to meet us outside and give Jid a little bit of an emotional rundown. And the plan was to play with his heartstrings very early on.
We celebrate the talent that you don't really get to see, the people behind the scenes. So there's a lot of new up-and-coming people that you'll meet. We've had people win awards that have worked with like Little Mix and Ed Sheeran.
So people that really worked hard and really want this moment.
Yeah.
So there's some people here who this would be like the best day of their lives?
Yeah, quite a big deal in our industry.
Big deal.
Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you. I didn't want Jid to feel like he was in control of the situation at all. So I just kept reminding him of the possibility that he might fold. Hey, this one might have to be a fold. This one might have to be a fold.
Oh, this is evil. And then we're posting the YouTube video. What's wrong with you? My first red carpet.
Should we walk it together?
I don't want to walk it with you. And how long have you been doing this for?
5 years now. Really nervous because, if it goes bad, then that's on my head. I do really appreciate you guys coming.
Oh, come on.
Thank you for having us. Appreciate you.
In that one moment right there, it really set in on me. This is gonna be broadcast to thousands of people, and I don't know when the series is gonna come out. So I'm gonna look like the biggest kid in the world.
We are the Sound Music and Dance Awards of 2022, and I'm joined by
Mitchell Musa.
Thomas Robb.
With the ceremony having a lot of inspirational people, who is the music artist that has inspired you the most?
I'm not gonna lie, R. Kelly. R. Kelly really inspired me just to be a better me every day. And free R. Kelly.
How about yourself?
Oh my gosh, I don't even know.
It's getting a little bit emotional.
Yeah, honestly, I'm just
I'm asking all the hard-hitting questions today.
I just think I'm folding a little bit. Okay, I better not fold. Okay.
Oh.
Don't fold, don't fold.
Enjoy the ceremony.
Okay, all right, let's do this, man.
I'm gonna just use the lavatory real quick. Hate you. Bro, that girl said if anything goes bad, it's her, bro.
You know what it is? This is your choice.
Okay.
Wait. What? The U.S. Secret Service is tracking Twitch users. The U.S. Secret Service reveals via documents that it tracks Twitch users the same way it does other social media platforms such as Twitter. The U.S. Secret Service reportedly stated that it's keeping track of certain Twitch users as it does on Facebook and Twitter as a part of its efforts to combat extremism while adhering to federal laws. The service stated that it remained committed to its responsibility to protect the U.S. government and remains vigilant in monitoring social media and other open forms of communication in accordance with all applicable laws. At the time of writing, no Twitch users have been publicly investigated or arrested by the Secret Service. While the upstart service Twitch and rival Kick is seen as share growth, it has not been without controversy of its own. Why are you talking about fucking view botting when you're talking about the Secret Service monitoring Twitch users potentially? And then the source of this article is Dexerto. Documents acquired from the U.S. Secret Service have revealed that it's tracking users on websites like OnlyFans and Twitch, as well as more popular sites like Facebook. What? Documents show that the U.S. Secret Service keeps tabs on users' Pinterest accounts. What the fuck? Okay, let's get back to the fucking memes.
Can we make like a slight adjustment? Can I say it and then be like, oh wait, my bad. Then when I don't have to sit back.
Yeah, you gotta sit down. You gotta sit down.
I have to sit
You have to sit down.
Bro.
Jid was panicking so much, he was literally begging me to change his challenge in a bathroom, literally 10 minutes before it was gonna happen. I haven't seen this side of him before.
Okay.
You got this?
I don't know yet.
We're gonna find out?
I'm gonna find out.
Okay, let's do this. Oh my gosh, they're starting.
Thank you so much.
Jid was walking in to the lion's den. All the extras were dressed up in place, and among them were the actors I cast, planted around ready to present or accept an award. A full-on sound and camera crew were on the sidelines ready, and our presenter was on the stage. So when me and Jid sat down and I looked him in the eyes, I could see that Jid was terrified that he might ruin someone's whole year, or he'd have to fold. If that didn't make it feel real enough, I had a floor manager come up to tell Jid the order of the events and also inform him how important his award was to the night.
Appreciate you.
Thank you. What you do is you should...
Here, don't be like too vocal, like make it just look like we're just talking.
Okay. So, what you should do, you should sit down. If you just look at some of the facial expressions this man was making, you could see how visibly uncomfortable he is. He was in pain. What do you think?
This is a good one.
This is a good one? Listen, I knew I could get you. But the question is, can you make it out the other side?
Ladies and gentlemen, just a quick 2-minute warning. If anyone can start finishing the conversations and make sure bums are on seats, then we'll get started.
The actors who I'd placed on the table were doing an incredible job at tugging on his heartstrings.
No, we're presenting.
Hopefully you announce her award.
Good luck. I hope you win.
Good luck.
I just made it so much better.
It was already bad enough Niko had me going up there to ruin someone's special night, but then the potential victims are over here trying to chit-chat with me? What if this is the person I'm gonna ruin their special day?
Sorry guys, 1 minute call. Can everyone...
This is so like putting yourself out there to do something embarrassing is one thing, but like legitimately ruining the lives of like random individuals that you are completely oblivious to, that they're just like, you just think that they're like regular old people. I mean, that's like really fucked up.
Start being quiet now, please. Thank you very much.
I've never seen you this lost. I think we got it. What are you saying? What are you saying?
I'm not saying nothing.
Oh. This was it. It all came down to this. Would he make it through, or would he fold? How's your bottle, Jid?
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Sound, Music and Dance Awards 2022. Before we hand out these awards, let's thank the awesome people who have made this event happen. Please give a big round of applause for all those who have been given their time, effort and dedication to make this event a success.
A lot of effort. A lot of dedication.
On to our first award. The Outstanding Senior Dance Teaching Award recognises a mentor who provided outstanding guidance and support for their staff. The winner of this award is Cynthia Sirigano.
Yes! Come on!
Speech.
Being nominated for an award like this is fantastic. It's something that we worked very hard to get. Of course, I'm the lucky one that gets it. Thank you very, very much.
Look at his face!
And on behalf of my students.
Let's go.
The nerves were building up inside of me and the thoughts were racing in my head. But I couldn't even think to myself because Niko was rubbing his sick plan in my face every second.
You could be taking this away from someone.
No longer getting this fancy trophy, but we are giving them a full scholarship.
More of the actors were making their way onto the stage to accept their awards, and Jid was realizing more and more how deep he was into this.
And I gotta take a picture with them. And I gotta take a picture. Take a picture. What? The presenter took a picture with the person I get to.
I can't lie, I've never been this anxious in my life. I've done a lot of crazy things in my past, but mine's...
Bro, he does not, look, I don't think Gideon's that good of an actor. He legitimately looks nervous as fuck.
Anxiety, it's through the roof right here.
And the winner is...
Like, he actually does not look comfortable. This is...
I'm not gonna be able to sleep with myself at night.
Thank you all so much. I did write a song during lockdown, which I've shared. So I'm going to give you a little bit of it.
Yeah, let's hear it.
When I look at this world, it brings pain to my heart to see how mankind lives. How a man takes the life of the next human being, and why for the color of his skin? Well, his blood runs red just like yours.
Yeah,
his heart feels love. She got to pay your dues.
Okay, sing it now.
If I was gonna go up there and ruin someone's special night, I'd be the one having to pay my dues to the crowd, because they would try to kill me.
Pay your dues. Let's go.
Pay your dues and play. Pay your
The person he picked for this makes it so much worse.
Please realize we had a whole vocal performance on stage just to make Jid feel like this was a real award show. This was truly evil, and the more people that came up and accepted their awards, the more I realized that Jid might actually fold. Most of the awards had now been given out, but there was still one to go. And that's the one which Jid was announcing. On the card it will say the award winner is Richard Linton. But as a reminder, Jid will have 4 names to choose from. But what he doesn't know is all of them lead to the exact same person. If he reads Richard Linton, he has folded and I win the biggest menace. But if he reads any of the other 3 names and interrupts the winning speech, he will complete this challenge and not fold. We've built this up as much as we can, tried to get in his head as many ways as possible, but now it's time to see if he can manage it. Or will he fall at the final hurdle?
I am representing the United States of America. This is basically my World Cup, and I'm gonna bring it home.
I realized I had the hopes and dreams of the UK on my back, so I needed him to fold, so that we would win and finally bring it home.
So, our next award is the Acoustic Music Producer Award. Now, this award is given to someone who shows promise in the industry and goes on to produce with artists such as Ed Sheeran. We've had that before. And this is given to an individual who has not only successfully created a compelling message for the public, but also worked hard to change our culture and celebrate the world around him. They use music to inspire those around them. The video submission was evaluated by the judges to determine a winner. Now, here, from the US, we have YouTuber Gideon to announce the award.
There we go, let's go.
I kid you not, when I was walking up that podium, I hadn't made my mind up yet on whether or not I was gonna ruin someone's special night. It was gonna be a last split decision.
Is he gonna fold? Is he gonna fold?
He has to go through with it. You can't fucking fold.
How's everybody night going?
My heart was racing. It was now or never. I had no idea what I was about to do. But what I did know was I was shit bricks.
Well, today I'm gonna be presenting the Acoustic Music Producer Award. So, yeah, congratulations to whoever wins.
I wish I had like a speech.
Bro, he didn't even have a fucking joke. Dude, he did not even have a fucking joke for that moment. Like, he just straight up said, oh yeah, oh, what's up guys?
Man, I like everybody else. A little bit more fun.
And the winner is Richard Linton.
Oh, he folded. Right? He folded.
In that moment, I was convinced that I had just won the biggest menace, and all I needed was Jid to give me the confirmation.
Whoa! Thanks, guys. It's means so much to me, because the judges saw me for me, and usually people just see me from my chair. So,
as Anthony was reading the fake speech that I had written in a room of extras that I had cast, holding an award that I had made in a location I had found, I realized this was all it took to make Jid fold. I got Jid to give me the confirmation that I'd won, and he was stood there barking, not realizing that the whole thing was fake. I had won it, and then it was time for me to tell that schmuck that he'd been played like a fiddle.
Well done, man. Well done, well done. Congratulations.
Ladies and gentlemen, we made him fold! Let's go! My friend, all these people were cast to make you fold. And you did it. You did it. Let's go.
Dude, that
oh
is...
my gosh, bro. In my 3 years of doing YouTube, I've never been pranked. I did all these challenges, literally got arrested.
Dude, that... I mean... That's deep cut shit, dude. These guys defended incestuous relationships, defended white supremacy, but that was a bridge too far. Holy fuck. Niko is a actual supervillain for putting him up to the task and doing so much emotional, psychological warfare as he like geared him up towards like the fact that he had the wrong guy be the guy in a fucking wheelchair. Like that is literally, dude. That is the extra oomph that he didn't even need apparently, and he still put it in. Like, he didn't even need that part, apparently, and yet he still had that part. Can you imagine having to tell that dude, like, I fucked you over, man. I let you do your speech, and then I stopped you by saying, I'm sorry, that was the wrong guy. Wait, but it wasn't the wrong guy? No, that's what I'm saying.
For an entire day, and this man plays on my empathy to win the biggest menace. You son of a bitch. Bravo.
Oh my gosh, you couldn't do it.
I know y'all will win any award.
No, I didn't win, bro.
So wait, okay, what I'm guessing is if I would have said the wrong name, it would have been him, and then he was trying to make me feel really bad. You would have made me cry.
I would have fucked you up.
Hey, that's the goat. Hey, honestly, man, you smashed it. Oh, I'm gonna break down. We got him to fold. We got it! After all of those attempts to make him fold, we finally managed to do it. And honestly, I've just enjoyed this series so much. I really thought it was gonna go on forever.
Is this not at all a ploy to emotionally manipulate the audience into seeing Gideon as a sympathetic character? Wait, what? Bro, these are YouTube pranksters, man. Like, I don't know if you know this, but like, there doesn't need to be like a multi-million-dollar PR operation to like make them look sympathetic. They could just be like, I can't tell if this guy's joking. Please say you're joking. Like, even if they were gigantic pieces of shit, it still wouldn't change anything. You know what I mean? That's crazy. Please, you're joking, right? Just say you're joking.
It's been an honor to share the ring with you, Jid.
Ladies and gentlemen, this right here, Gideon, special man, but today you folded.
Bro, I got a lot to learn, bro. You're the biggest menace.
We got my friend. Yes!
You're the biggest menace, bro.
No, you're the biggest menace.
Let's go! Come on! In seconds, of course.
Rory, stop! Rory!
Black Power. I love this. We got it! Honestly, guys, we really hope you enjoyed it.
That was crazy.
A lot of effort from both ourselves and everyone behind the scenes.
We literally traveled the entire world, spent hundreds of hours just working on this just to give you guys a dope collab because we just wanted...
We're weirdos, to be honest.
Yeah.
So please subscribe to both of our channels and follow us both on Instagram. And if you do, you're in with a chance of winning 5 PS5s signed by both of us. And
okay, bro, I follow both of you guys on Instagram and I fucking liked all the videos and subscribed to both the channels. I'm getting a PS5, baby.
So it's sick.
That PS5 is mine, dude.
Hope you guys enjoyed. Thanks for joining the journey.
That was really good. Very, very high effort. Respect. That was really fucking good, man.
To celebrate our win of the biggest menace, we are re-releasing the Menace hoodies and t-shirts for 1 week only. You do not want to miss out on this. Make sure you buy one. And make sure you click the screen right now and watch the whole Menace series on the playlist. Really hope you enjoyed it, guys. Peace out.
I love that, dude. When YouTubers make high effort shit, it's great, and it doesn't like fall flat on its face. I mean, some might say it does, or some might say it did, but I don't agree. I think it was great. You know what's really fucked up in my brain? When I was watching that, in my mind, I was going, I hope he doesn't fold, because I want to really see, like, I want to really see him try to attempt to stop him. I think I'm more fucked up than he is. Because in my mind, I was like, I hope he fucking pulls through. Yeah, and also because he failed America, which is pretty fucked up. Anyway, I'm going to have dinner with my family now. My brother and my mom are here. So I'm going to hit that last 3-minute ad break. Okay. But we're back. We're back, baby. I'm going to be late tomorrow, by the way, for the record. I'm going to be late to the broadcast tomorrow because I'm doing a super secret YouTube video with a major YouTuber. It involves Riz, is all I'm going to say, and nothing else. Don't know how long that shoot will take, but it's early, so I might not even be late for the show. I might not even be late for the stream, to be honest. But we'll see. Anyway, love you guys, and I'll see you tomorrow. Peace.
To the topic just begun. There he is again, her sun is streaming, her sun is streaming. There he is again, her sun is streaming. Her sun is streaming, reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Uger's face. Sudden discord agitprop, great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, Ane at your door. The H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, her sun is streaming, her sun is streaming. There he is again, her sun is streaming, her sun is streaming. Reading live stream fair comments, Austin show chat advice, and all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JC